So, welcome to Hallownest, where fall damage doesn't exist, thank God. Normally, I'd start these videos off with some kind of intro to set the stage for the rest of the story. But the weird thing with Hallownest is that once you leave the boundaries of this place, your memories begin to disappear. Which is exactly what happened to our brave little bug right here, who just made their way back home. So, it only makes sense that we put the pieces of this mysterious place together along with our bug friend. So, if you're new here, I'm going to be breaking down Hollow Knight's main story, as well as the history of each area, boss, and plenty of other interesting bug lore. Like how the Oblobbles mate for life and never leave their partner's side. Very interesting bug knowledge. And if the length of the video didn't already clue you in, we have a lot to get to. And what better way to start than our dashing knight right here? When you look at it, you can't help but wonder what's going on inside of its head. Apparently nothing, actually. They are somehow completely empty inside, yet they have it all. While we don't know much about our knight just yet, some people believe that it is completely hollow inside, so to speak. No mind to think, no will to break, and no voice to cry suffering. Or so they say. Our first open-ended question is whether you think that's really true or not. While we still have a lot to learn about the knight's origins, we'll see more than a few things that bring that idea into question. I just wanted to plant that seed of doubt in your brains a little bit early, so that way you can interpret a lot of the knight's actions for yourself. But after a very brief tutorial that cannot even begin to scratch the surface of the crazy shit that this game expects you to do, we come across a message. One that refers to the reader as a higher being, and it demands that we obey the laws of the land of both king and creator. To the last and only civilization, the eternal kingdom, Hallownest, which I'll regularly refer to as Hallownest because words are hard. The very last kingdom in the entire world, or so it says. Assuming that's true, why would the knight even want to leave this place? Keep that one in the back of your mind, as we never really get a direct answer to that question. When we make our way outside, it definitely does get a little bit easier to believe that there's nothing left in the world. That is, until the beautiful music kicks in. The fading town Dirtmouth. It looks like a shithole, but it's not, shut up. We are even welcomed here by none other than the Elder Bug, who tells us how the other residents of Dirtmouth have ventured below towards the heart of Hallownest, as we are still only on the outskirts up here. The kingdom is supposedly in ruin, but the history and the remaining wealth down there was enough to attract what little bugs remain. So much for that eternal kingdom shit that the message was trying to sell us earlier. Like the Elder Bug says, everything fades eventually, I suppose. Don't let his name of Elder Bug fool you either. He was born after the fall of Hallownest, so he's actually a lot younger than a lot of the people living down below. We also pop a squat on the lone iron bench of Dirtmouth. Another good time to admire how incredible the knight is. Ugh, the character designer cooks so hard it's unreal. And as the wise Elder Bug told us, this place is entirely abandoned. For now, at least. I like this place, so let's try to make it more lively. The only entrance to Hallownest is this well right here, too. And since there's no precedent for evil shit being at the bottom of wells, let's finally begin this epic bug journey of ours where we find out the secrets that Hallownest is hiding. The Forgotten Crossroads. My favorite area in the game just because of how relaxing it is compared to literally everywhere else. Unsurprisingly, due to how close this place is to the surface, this used to be a really popular area of Hallownest that acted as sort of a transit hub for trade or general transportation. Now, however, as the name Forgotten Crossroads implies, this place has gone to shit. Thankfully though, some of those transportation services are still available, but we have to get them up and running ourselves. For now, it's mostly filled with bugs, but the dumb kind. I know, it's complicated. Before we start getting into the different classifications of bugs, directly to the right of where we came down is the Temple of the Black Egg. The same exact thing that we saw beginning to crack in the opening with the iconic noise. Ugh, the sound design of this game is so fucking incredible. I'm gonna be glazing it non-stop, just to give you a heads up. When we enter the temple, we run into another bug capable of speech. And not just any bug, but Quirrel! Quirrel is trying to make sense of this strange shrine-like egg the same way that we are right now. We also have a hell of a lot in common. Like us, he too lost his memories as he was originally born here but left. That is, until something called him back here. He has a comic that I'd recommend since you get to see him interact with some of the other great bugs that we'll meet shortly. It's also only one chapter long, sadly. But that's all there is to talk to Quirrel about for now, but we will be seeing our bug friend again soon, don't worry. Okay, so before we continue on in the Crossroads, let's simplify the different types of bugs that we'll find in Hallownest down into 3 basic groups just for simplicity's sake. And of course, we'll be adding way more context and info about these silly makeshift bug groups as we learn more. Let's begin with what I call the dumb bugs. If you're brave enough to go outside, it's just like the bugs in our world that are mostly just driven by instinct. The bulk of what we will find down here in Hallownest. You see, these bugs weren't always dumb. Just like the Elder Bug in Quirrel, many of the bugs here are capable of very human-like characteristics. Free will, intelligence. I mean, have you seen the architecture of this place? This was a kingdom of some very capable bugs. However, while these bugs were once intelligent, that time is long past. They've since died, and we can see by taking a closer look at the enemies here, many of these corpses are animated by what is only referred to as a strange force. So I call them dumb bugs, but they're more like bug zombies, I guess. This strange force being one of the biggest mysteries as we progress through the early game. A good way to spot bugs affected by this strange force is the distinct orange color, whether it's their eyes or just what comes out of them when we finish them off. Very weird for sure, but whatever this force is, it hasn't affected everyone, bringing us to our next category, what I call the enlightened bugs. Bugs who are still capable of speech, thinking, and free will, who aren't just driven by instinct like the dumb bugs. And then, sitting at the top of this bug caste system is what's only known as higher beings. These beings are something else entirely, and we will be learning more and more about these things the further that we go. But then where do we fit in? We don't speak, but we definitely aren't like the dumb bugs crawling around the Forgotten Crossroads. Well, we don't really fit anywhere on the totem pole. The Night's Past awaits us even deeper in Hallownest. But as I said, we supposedly have no free will or mind to even think. Which, like I said, is brought into question more than a few times. So I'd really encourage you to come to your own conclusions with the facts we learn about our mysterious knight right here as we go. And we also come across a husk guard, also animated by that strange force. And we can see, looking at a note from someone we haven't met just yet, these bugs are forced to steal their weapons from the remains of other creatures, not ever leaving their positions even to hunt, just lash out at bugs like us that wander on their turf. Thankfully, we take it out for a whopping 45 geo, the currency of Hallownest, which can be naturally produced inside of rocks throughout the kingdom. And taking a closer look at it, Geo looks like almost some kind of fossil. And just past where we fought the guard is a little fella stuck inside of a glass prison. Be free! Some of these sounds are impossible not to say out loud. That little gift from Bug God was a grub. Some sick fuck decided to throw them inside of glass jars, so it's up to us to free them. Something the knight wouldn't be able to do without a will of its own, just saying. But needless to say, we will be freeing every single one of them and killing whoever did this to them, painfully. But where did the little one burrow to? Well, it went to another area in the Forgotten Crossroads, home to the Grub Father. Sounded like Borat for a second there.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
But the Grub Father is of course worried about all of his little children that were imprisoned, rewarding us with gifts for every single one that we save. Joke's on him, I'd have done it for free. And when you get close to them, they do a little wave. Ugh, my heart can't fucking take it. Back outside though, the platforming is getting ever so slightly more complicated in the Crossroads. Now, this game falls under the category of Metroidvania. So early on, we just have our simple jump and our attack. But we will eventually get many more methods of traversing Hallownest and can reach secret areas that we don't currently have access to. You'll see me doing lots of backtracking throughout this video for optional goodies. And oh shit, hang on a second. That beautiful melody comes from the best cartographer in all of Hallownest, Cornifer.
哦，dan chat da.
He likes to draw maps of the areas of Hallownest, and I like to buy them from him. The perfect duo. And if you've never played this game for yourself, it's hard to describe the feeling of relief that you feel when you're completely lost somewhere and hear his signature tune. Just an all-around incredible bug who also has a wife that runs a shop back in Dirtmouth named Iselda. And she says one of my favorite sound bites.
Bapanada.
Bapanada. It's one of those things that transcends the language barrier. Neither of us can speak bug, but you just know that Bapanada translates to, ugh, what the fuck do you want? But Iselda here sells us maps and map accessories, like pins for labeling points of interest, a compass, and also our own custom markers. Because, like I said earlier, this game has a ton of secrets that you'll need to make your way back to later. And despite us just having heard such an incredible song from Cornifer, I have another gift for your ears back in the Forgotten Crossroads. Such a beautiful melody, accompanied by some surprisingly dark lyrics. Yeah, kinda messed up, but I love it too, Myla. Please sing for me forever. She's also just entertaining herself while she mines, though, as it appears that the potential wealth to be found here in the mines is what led Myla to Hallownest in the first place. The reason doesn't really matter, though. I'm just glad that she's here to bless our ears. Bye, Myla. I spent this next part killing any enemies that I came across, and also farmed that husk guard a bit to get enough geo to buy some goodies from Iselda. Bapanada. Hot spring. These nifty safe havens will fill up our soul, which we use for healing. Because whenever you need to heal in this game, you need to attempt to go even further beyond a Super Saiyan, and then boom, 1 health. A bit much for 1 health, I'll admit. It does take a while to regenerate this health, but even the hardest bosses in this game will give you a small window to squeeze some heals in if you need it. And if you're like me, you will need it. And before we finally confront the boss of this place and move on, we can see some of the ways bugs used to get around Hallownest, like giant Gothic-styled elevators and tram cars. I'm sorry, what? So, yeah, the bugs aren't only conscious, but also intelligent enough to kickstart their own industrial revolution. But, as I said earlier, sadly, none of these are operable for the moment. Thankfully, I saved the best method of transportation for last. Let's give the bell a ring. Meet the very last stag beetle in all of Hallownest, and it seems to have just been lying around, losing its memories and slowly waiting to die with the rest of its kind. That is, until we rang the bell, reawakening its stag instincts. And despite being so old, the last stag arrives almost instantly. I love him dearly. But alright, that's enough introductions. Let's finally confront our first real challenge of the game, the False Knight. If you recall, the tablet we read before entering Dirtmouth referred to the king and creator of Hallownest. This king had a group known as the 5 Great Knights, who stood as Hallownest's fiercest warriors in its peak. But that was a very long time ago, which makes it so surprising that we are looking at one of the 5 knights right now. This big beautiful bug is Hegemol. He actually fights pretty similar to the Husk Guard that we fought earlier, mostly smashing and sending shockwaves. Actually weirdly pitiful for one of the legendary 5 Great Knights, if I'm being honest. It's a maggot! So, as it turns out, at some point while the real Hegemol was sleeping, a maggot decided to steal his armor to play tough guy, explaining the false knight name. And while we find answers regarding the other 4 knights deeper in Hallownest, Hegemol's whereabouts after getting his armor yoinked by a maggot are widely unknown. However, Team Cherry did an AMA where they hinted that Hegemol may have survived despite losing his shell. So I'll leave his fate up to your imagination because I have a maggot to deal with. Also, I want to make it clear, obviously I am by no means great at this game, but you may see me steamroll a little early on. So for any potential new players, I feel the need to point out that on my first playthrough, the False Knight, along with every other boss, beat my ass multiple times. So don't beat yourself up if you're struggling, because I promise that I was worse than you at some point. And in the middle of one of the maggots' temper tantrums, he done broke the floor. Ugh, I almost feel bad looking at him like this. And to make it worse, maggots are widely known as the weakest member of the kingdom of Hallownest. They were very looked down upon and were forced to do a lot of the menial labor of the kingdom, explaining why the poor little thing felt like he had to steal Hegemal's armor to protect himself. But remember, supposedly, we don't feel anything. False Knight must die. Oh my god, that's the most dead looking thing I've ever seen in my life. Rest in peace, little maggot. And with that, we get our hands on a city crest, which is essentially a key to the capital that I'm sure Hegemal had before he got robbed. So let's get our reward and get the hell out of here. Oh shit, his mace is alive! You can tell you're playing a good game whenever they add in random cool shit like that, just for the hell of it. In the area just behind the False Knight is some kind of strange, ritualistic looking building. When we go inside, we find ourselves face to face with none other than the Snail Shaman.
Oh, Luis in there, man.
Who was kind enough to give us our first spell of the game, Vengeful Spirit. Except, the Snail Shaman isn't that kind, because to pay him back, he locked us in here to take care of an enemy that it wants gone. This would probably bother a normal person, but the knight couldn't care less, as per usual. So, after navigating the small area, we reached the problem, an Elder Balder. This thing will curl up whenever you get close, making it so that your only option to kill it is our new spell. And besides serving as a tutorial for Vengeful Spirit, the Elder Balders actually do this because as they get older, they become too heavy and lumpy to roll around, so they choose to simply hide from the world. What do they think of in there, wrapped up inside of themselves? More carefree times, perhaps? It's a good question, and I'd love to ask them, but the knight already killed it. Oops. Anyways, after paying our debt back, we are released from our temporary prison with Vengeful Spirit at our disposal now. And back in Dirtmouth, the Elderbug clues us in on where we should go next. Speaking of an area filled with leafy greenery. Definitely sounds a lot different than the Forgotten Crossroads. But first, we need to pay our respects to the Grub Father once again. Waha! Eventually, we find a section of the crossroads that have some of that leafy greenery, along with a sign that tells us to make our way through the verdant wilds and fungal groves to reach the capital city of Hallownest. Sounds like a plan. Up ahead is another Elder Balder cluing us in that we are definitely on the right path with our new spell. And right up ahead is an acidic lake, something that our knight is definitely not built for just yet, and a great introduction to our next area. Welcome to Greenpath! A welcome change of scenery for sure, along with our first real introduction to higher beings along with the abilities that they possess. Unsurprisingly, these caverns were originally barren in the same way that the crossroads were. That is, until the higher being, known as Un, was able to dream the vegetation into existence here. Yeah, higher beings have some crazy abilities, and the idea of dreaming is something that will come up more than a few times throughout the video. And not only did Un dream the vegetation into existence, but the Mosskin as well, the enemies of the area that perfectly match the environment. One of the lore tablets here also mentions how anyone who strays from the White King's roads will face the law of Un. So not only do we have a temporary name for this king of Hallownest, but also confirmation that Un had complete dominion over this place, allowing the other bugs of Hallownest to pass through as long as they don't stray from the king's road. We can see just how much time has passed since then by what little is left of the road. The lights are still working though, funny enough. I wonder if those little bugs are immortal or something. It also kinda begs the question of how this White King could get away with giving orders to a higher being. Maybe he was also one himself, or just the strongest bug in existence. Well, whatever the case is, I'm sure the capital city will have a lot more answers about him. And as we get further ahead, we notice a bug watching us very closely. Oh my god, she's beautiful. If we had a bug heart, I bet it would be beating so fast right now. But when we try to approach her, she haws away without hesitation. Yeah, sounds about right. And while exploring this place, we find a very suspicious cave up ahead. What are you freaked out for? This is just the hunter. You really shouldn't judge people by their appearances. This hunter gives us their journal, which serves as our bestiary on every enemy, giving us even more information after we kill a certain amount of them. So it is always worth taking the time to beat up on some bugs. And when it was younger, its brothers and sisters used to hunt each other in the nest. Now, it hunts alone. Okay, maybe you should have judged the hunter by its appearance, but it's okay, it likes us. It also looks hilarious when it stands up, but more on that later. Oh, mi amor! Come back to me! While chasing the mysterious figure that I'm sure none of you know by now, we come across a Moss Knight, Un's defenders of Greenpath, who are definitely a step above the rest of the enemies here, actively blocking you when you're close and showing off their multi-hit combos. They could easily stop a weaker bug in their tracks, but not us. The next point of interest is someone who looks a lot like us getting eaten alive by a giant vengefly. You may be wondering why I'm not saving him. Well, it's because I want to watch him suffer just a little bit longer. You will understand soon enough. For now though, let's save this pathetic little bug. Meet the Vengefly King, the patriarch of the Vengefly colony, also spitting more of that orange goop at us. And if this is the absolute best the Vengeflies have to offer, it's kind of extremely embarrassing. Ugh, meet Zote. We can see that he is extremely ungrateful for our help and declaring himself as Zote the Mighty, a knight of great renown with the legendary weapon Life Ender, even threatening us with his nail if we don't allow him to rest. If you've seen my videos before, I'm usually a fan of a character that kind of trolls you throughout your journey in video games. But I'm sorry, Zote has absolutely no redeeming qualities here. I mean, he sucks, I hate him, and he's directly responsible for my least favorite boss fight in the entire game, but we'll get there. For now though, let's just get out of here and hope that he accidentally slips in some acid water. Another lore tablet in the area talks about how the Green Children are waiting for a call from Un. So it seems like they have been waiting a really long time for their god Un to call them once again, only to be met by complete silence. Interesting. But we can see that some of the Mosskin tribe can still faintly hear her by reading their minds. We're able to do this thanks to an ability that we get a little bit later, so for now, just assume that I have bug telepathy or something. And oh shit, who's my favorite stag beetle? And it's right next to the stag station that we finally reach this mysterious figure. And also a corpse of another who looks just like us, weirdly enough. She calls us a ghost and accuses us of stalking her. I mean, yeah, that's kind of fair. But then she mentions that a terrible thing awakened in this old kingdom, saying that she knows who we are and what we do, and that she needs to stop us. Hornet, who adds a lot to our ever-increasing amazing voice lines. Personally, is my favorite line to say. You can also see her in that staggered state that happens to a lot of bosses. Like I said earlier, a lot of them will give you time to heal if you accidentally get hit by a Eventually though, we managed to overpower Hornet, with her immediately escaping off the screen like a sore loser. Our fallen brother here has left us a gift though, the Mothwing Cloak, which is a dash. And before we can leave, a mysterious voice appears. Would it seek to break the seals? They cannot be undone. They must be undone. Seems kind of like a conflict of interest there. Let us sleep, little shadow. Return to your darkness. Allow us our peace. Well, that was weird. These three transparent beings seem to be the ones delivering that message and want us to leave them alone. Playing detective for a second, the masks that they're wearing resembles the three that we saw in the Black Egg earlier. Very weird for sure. And now, in this next area, we could just dash right over the acid water, eventually leading us to the Lake of Un, along with a Moss Knight longingly staring out at the lake. almost like it's been drawn here. The others haven't heard the call of Un for a very long time, but perhaps the Moss Knight here hears it ever so faintly. Too bad we can't ask him because I already killed him. Need to fill out the bestiary, sorry. Inside is Quirrel! He talks about how this building was likely a place of worship for the idol now being long forgotten. Obviously referring to Un. He talks about wanting to offer his greetings to the fellow looking out at the lake. Whoops. He also mentions that our trusty nail won't hold up well, as the dangers of Hallownest only get worse the deeper that we go into this place. Hey, I'll be careful as long as you are too, Quirrel. And thanks to the bestest stag ever, we can immediately head right back to Dirtmouth, where now the wise elder bug tells us of a fungal grove beneath Greenpath, home to creatures not quite bug and not quite plant. Before we make our way there, we see that my least favorite bug in existence is hanging around Dirtmouth. And in his recollection of events, he was the one who defeated the Vengefly King while we were hiding here in our dingy little village. All glory to him, of course. He's not our only new guest either, as Tiso is waiting by the well. Another arrogant bug, but much more likable than Zote for sure. He is seeking a place known as the Coliseum of Fools somewhere here in Hallownest, where bug warriors from all over test their strength. I'll see you there, Tiso. And look, with our new dash, we can finally reach that grub that we couldn't earlier back in the Crossroads. The kind of satisfaction that only a Metroidvania can provide. And before leaving for Fungus World, we have some more business here. First, the Gruz mother boss, who doesn't lay eggs like most other bugs and rather carries its young around in its stomach. At first it flies around all chill, but then it starts fucking slamming all over the place. I respect its commitment to killing us, honestly. But the door didn't open? Oh my god, we killed a pregnant Gruz mother, I'm gonna... Actually, wait, if you were pregnant, why the fuck were you bouncing all over the place? Just beyond that fight, we get another faint sound that gets louder as we approach. Meet charm lover Salubra. I love her. She's a slug who sells us different charms as well as notches to equip even more of them. At the cost of Geo, of course. And I'm definitely going to pick up a few of these for the journey ahead. She's also probably the happiest person in all of Hallownest. Another house down here houses a mysterious bug with some of that orange gas leaking out of him.
Oh, Kyle.
Speaking gibberish until we managed to snap him out of it, almost like the gas was clouding his mind or something. It does seem to vanish when he gets his bearings too, strangely enough. But this is Sly, the owner of the general shop back in Dirtmouth. He also seems to have a lot of knowledge about nails. But with that done, let's finally make our way to the next location in our journey. The Fungal Wastes. Like any great game, Hollow Knight is home to its own mushroom people. You can get a glimpse at the Fungoon over there. Best name of all time, maybe? All of the members of the Mushroom Clan have been longtime residents of this section of Hallownest. But before we get more into that, let's meet the local Leg Eater. Leg Eater is blind, but as you can see, his nose is more than capable of picking up on our scent. Also surprisingly obsessed with Geo, charging us 86 of it to see something nice. I like nice stuff, so let's do it. Turns out that it was just for the privilege of looking at his shop. Cool. Funny enough though, some of these charms are pretty incredible. One increases our health by 2 masks, one increases our damage by 50%, and one increases Geo received by 20%. The only catch is that if you die with one of these, it breaks. And you need to pay the Leg Eater here to fix it. And he's not exactly convenient to make your way back to, at least at this point. Pretty cheeky. There is a way to make them unbreakable though, but that's not for a very long time. But anyways, let's get back to the Fungal Wastes residence while I fight these Shroomal Ogres. Another hilarious name. But the Mushroom Clan originally operated under a hive mind and were a surprisingly proud people, which made it all the more impressive that when the king appeared, they seemed to agree to be a part of his kingdom willingly. So knowing that Un and the Mushroom Clan both compromised for this white king, we can safely say that this kingdom existed long before it was established as Hallownest. Also, a testament to how much authority that this king commanded. These mushroom people believing that he could protect them. The Mushroom Clan aren't the only residents of the Fungal Wastes either, but we need to go even deeper to reach them. Before that, can we just take a second to admire the Shroomal warriors? Wow! 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 Definitely worthy of being their strongest fighting force. They're also just trying to protect their young from monsters like us. Another fact about this place is that the capital city has plumbing, and all of their waste gets filtered into this area, which, just like real life, helps the mushrooms grow and thrive. These are some smart-ass bugs. Also, kind of unfortunate for us since we need to walk around, but something tells me that it doesn't bother the knight too much. We also come across a shrine down here. We remember the Elder. Huh. Up ahead, though, is the bestest friend that any bug could ask for. I want you to meet Cloth, a brave cicada warrior who we immediately hit it off with despite not being able to speak. She also brings up the other tribes of bugs living here in the Fungal Wastes that I mentioned earlier. A warrior tribe too, by the sound of it. She even wishes us well. I wish you even weller, Cloth. Further down, we see a sign cluing us in that the capital city of Hallownest is only right ahead. Except the bridge is out. There seems to be another way above, but we lack the jumping capabilities. So something to come back to later for sure. Deeper into the heart of fungus we go. I also want to introduce you to my most hated early enemy of the game, the Sporg. The name just sounds intimidating. These things shoot slow-moving projectiles that explode in a pretty big radius for 2 whole masks of damage. This one was easy enough to deal with, but they like to appear when you're in the middle of dealing with other things. And after some Sporg killing to fill out the bestiary, we come across the first member of the warrior tribe, a mantis. Also no orange glow or gas to be seen anywhere. Definitely a change of pace from most of the enemies we've seen so far. The juvenile version of these mantises can even fly around, solidifying themselves as more annoying than the adult warrior version, funny enough. But these mantises are far more independent than any race of bugs that we've encountered so far, placing an immense value on strength as well as living by their own principles that existed long before the king arrived here, and also resisted his influence more than any other race that we've seen so far. Wanderers seeking death, welcome. May you find swift end upon our claws. Sounds about right. When we enter this place, you can see that they rejected the technology brought forth by the king as well. The Mantis village being much more crudely constructed compared to something like the Crossroads. They actually reached an agreement with this king in order to retain their sovereignty as a species. That, in turn for being left alone, they would keep the bugs of Deepnest at bay. An area that we will eventually enter ourselves. But all you really need to know for now is that it is filled with bugs that were both completely irrational and incredibly aggressive. So the leaders of this mantis tribe, the 3 warrior sisters, have their thrones located at the entrance to Deepnest, serving as the first line of defense in case of an invasion. Wow, these mantis sisters are kind of badasses. And hidden in their village is another power-up for us, the Mantis Claw. Now we can finally channel our inner mantis and attach ourselves to walls. Most important of all though, our fear of falling in this game almost completely vanishes once we get this, being able to just scale up the walls if we do fall. Let's take a tiny break from the Mantis village though to try out our Mantis Claws. You see, back in the Fungal Wastes there was a damsel in distress, one that we are now able to save. Well, if we can maneuver around all of these deadly spikes, that is. How the fuck did she even get there? Doesn't matter though, we got a princess to save, who seems to be suffering from the same kind of orange mind fog that affected Sly. Seems like she too is suffering from some kind of hallucination because of this ever mysterious orange gas. Apparently, the poor girl was left behind down here. When she finally comes to, it seems like she is mesmerized by our face. I was mesmerized by the knight's face too the first time that I saw it, so I can definitely understand where she's coming from. We finally find out that this girl is Bretta, and while everyone normally ignores her, we came to her rescue, with her deciding to head back to Dirtmouth. Not before expressing her gratitude towards us once again though. More than happy to help, Bretta. You're infinitely more likable than the last bug that I rescued from danger. I also did some more Mantis Claw platforming for a Spore Shroom charm in the Fungal Wastes, something that will be required to speak to the best character in the entire game much later. We also come across Queen's Station, a larger stag station than the ones that we've been accustomed to so far. Also the first mention of a queen. In a side room at the station, we can find none other than the giraffe weevil, Willow. Except, unlike weevils in the real world who try to fuck with my rice, Willow is a sweetheart. She likes to snack on a piece of fungus on the ceiling that she just cannot get enough of. There's many unique bugs in this game like Willow that we will come across that don't really offer us anything but add some flavor to the world. Like, oh cool, there's giraffe weevils, I guess. Do you know who offers us everything though? Ugh, he's the best. This time, speaking of how opening up all of these stag stations is starting to cause him to regain a lot of the memories that he thought he had lost. Literally couldn't possibly be any happier to help my friend. So after getting a lift from our favorite stag back to Dirtmouth, we have 2 new guests that we've already met. The Elder Bug lets us know that Sly has opened up shop again, and Bretta has also made it back here safely. When we check on Bretta though, she appears to be sleeping. But in here is a mask shard, our reward for helping her, which is also literally a piece of heart from Zelda games. You know the drill, 4 pieces makes a new life bar. Except unlike Zelda, you don't ever feel like you have enough health in this one. Bretta's diary is also here. I can't resist, let's look. The White Savior. The maiden woke in darkness. Confused, she reached out. Sharp brambles jabbed at all sides. Burning acid bubbled close below. What nightmare had led her here? What hope of survival remained? Doomed, she thought herself, and to despair she fell, until a light bloomed far in the distance. A bright, glowing spot fast approaching. It swept majestic about the thorns, leapt above the burning waters, and dove towards the maiden. Coming close, the form revealed at last a beautiful being. Sharp thorns gleaming white, arms reached out for the damsel, gathering her up, grip firm. Yeah, that's how I remember it too. She also produced a plushie of us in record time. Some may find it creepy, but I kinda love it. Thank you, Bretta. I'll be back to visit. Fuck yourself, Zote. And with Sly's shop now open, we have a ton of things to spend Geo on. He sells both mask shards and soul vessel fragments. Similarly to mask shards, when you gain 3 of these, you can get some extra stores of soul because you'll be burning through it in no time eventually. Sly also offers us some badges, a simple key, a rancid egg. I'll explain that one a little bit later. And then surprisingly, the Lumafly lantern for a crazy 1800 Geo. Unsurprisingly, it will light up dark areas for us, which is definitely a necessity. So much so that I'm going to start saving up for it right now. Actually, I lied. I'm gonna buy some other stuff and save up for it after. Okay, finally, back to Mantis Village. It's so easy to get distracted in this game, even when you're trying to make a cohesive video. We reach a locked door with a mantis just standing next to the switch, clearly talking immense amounts of shit with its eyes. Guess we need to come back for that. And at the very bottom of this Mantis Village, we meet the 3 Mantis sisters. Interestingly enough though, they aren't hostile towards us. Rather, we can issue a challenge to them if we so choose. Remember, the Mantis tribe respects strength above all else, and they have a lot of pride as well. So rather than killing them, we can show them our strength. And they in turn reward us with one of the most fun boss battles in the entire game. In the beginning, it seems as though only one of the sisters is testing our strength, and the first fight where we can't dictate the pace of the battle at all. Also, much more of a skill check boss than Hornet was back in Greenpath. So this is the part where we pay attention to her moves and act accordingly. Dash the jump attack, jump over her own side dash, and avoid her spinning nail. Easy enough. That is, until we finally beat the first sister, leading to the other 2 finally entering the ring at the same time. They use the same exact moveset as the first sister, which you hopefully learned at this point, but with double the stress. Now, I have the rhythm of this fight down by now, but I specifically remember this fight being the one in my first playthrough where I had that Danny DeVito I finally get it moment. Just don't get impatient and only hit whenever you have an opening. If you're struggling on a boss, it's probably because you're trying to rush it. Believe me though, I get it. I'm saying this now, but you'll see a million examples in the end of this video of me dying over and over again because I'm trying to rush it. And after enough nail hits, we finally defeat the Mantis sisters, with them bowing to us out of respect as well as opening up the path to Deepnest. Ugh, they are the coolest. Also, taking a closer look at their thrones, it looks like there was a 4th one, but it's been broken since. Very weird. There's also another variation of this fight in the Pantheons later where all 3 of them attack you at once and it is complete chaos. But that's not until much later. Peeking our head inside of Deepnest, we can see how hard at work the sisters have been. These bugs also look infinitely more creepy than the ones we've seen so far. Deepnest is definitely a dark, creepy, and confusing place to navigate. On my first playthrough, I came here and had the worst experience ever. I mean, it's definitely far from impossible to do right now, but it had such a long-lasting effect on me that I will be procrastinating Deepnest as long as I possibly can. While navigating the Mantis village, the members of the tribe that were beating the shit out of us now bow out of respect. I mean, come on, how fucking cool is that? We are now like honorary members of the Mantis tribe, and we will no longer be attacked whenever we navigate this place. I love it. Also, that mantis we saw by the lever earlier finally opens up the door to the treasure vault as a reward for besting their leaders. Tons of geo, and also one of the best charms in the entire game, the Mark of Pride. This costs 3 notches, which is a lot, but it increases our nail attack range by 25%, allowing us to attack from much safer distances as well as bounce on enemies way more consistently. Really great if you can spare the notches. Back by Queen Station, we briefly pop in an area called the Fog Canyon while we're following a sign, leading us to Millabelle the banker.
Oh, Bakura Finello!
An adorable old woman who is happy to store our geo for us. Because while we've avoided it so far somehow, whenever you die, your geo is left behind until you go back to where you blew it. So yes, Millabelle, I'd love to open an account with you. Although I'm currently saving up for a lantern, so I'm gonna hold on to my money for the moment. Ugh, what a nice old lady. Back in Greenpath, we bump into an optional boss known as the Massive Moss Charger, who surprisingly enough got me closer to death than anybody we've come across so far. But thankfully, I beat up a small bush child to get some soul back. Remember, I feel nothing inside. And after defeating it, we see that it was a bunch of no-good moss kids making themselves seem bigger. Too bad they had no idea who they were messing with. I mean, we crazy. Further ahead is another lore tablet speaking of a pale being who lays claim to the caverns ahead that does not share the dreams of those in Greenpath. The way to these gardens is blocked off, but I wonder if the pale being they were referring to was maybe the king or the queen? I don't know. I just save Grubs and wait for the answers later. There's also a shrine here that shows you just how important that Lumafly lantern is for us. Can't see shit in this place. So let's mark it and come back later. While doing a ton more backtracking now that we have the Mantis Claw, we run into Tiso at the Forgotten Crossroads station. He says a real warrior carries himself rather than taking a stag. Tiso gets the pass for being a dick though. Unlike Zote, there's something that's kind of likable about Tiso. We get to sit next to him on the bench too, which is one of my favorite things about this game, even if he's not my #1 choice. You can't sit next to Cloth though, which brings Hollow Knight down from a 12 out of 10 to an 11 out of 10. Sorry Team Cherry, get your shit together. And I saved the best stop on the side quest journey for last. And the Grub Father gave us a mask shard this time. Whoa. Goodbye, my many children. With the geo from the Grubs, we finally have enough for our lantern too. I was getting ready to take the Stag station in Dirtmouth, but we noticed Bretta sitting on the bench here. Oh! So let's join her. Is she not the greatest? Back in her house, we see that she increased her night collection. Something I'm inclined to start myself, honestly. She even wrote in her diary about the last time that we visited her while she was sleeping. Troubled dreams beset the maiden, her savior gone, consumed below. Now, her only companion, the cold wind, moaning at her door. Her heart fluttered with sudden fear, then still, a sudden calm. Why? A presence. A figure close behind. She doesn't dare look, doesn't dare move, fearful the slightest action would break the spell. She knew the presence at her bed, knew the calm only they could bring. Her white savior, now protector, standing tall beside, powerful, perfect. I wonder who she's talking about. Anyways, after saying goodbye to our favorite stalker, we make our way to the Crystal Peak with our new lantern. Ah, Crystal Peak. the prime spot for crystals in all of Hallownest. Besides being more than worth their weight in geo, these crystals also serve as a natural energy source. They also seem to possess some other pretty strange qualities that the miners were able to pick up on. Not the strongest energy that Hallownest has to offer, but a lot less dangerous than what the capital city is using. More on that in a bit. And, like everything else in Hallownest, this place is a shadow of what it once was. Now just being an attraction to any bugs who want to make some quick money, like fan favorite Myla. But also bugs that have taken on some of these crystal properties. And it makes them a gigantic pain in the ass. A lot of the bug enemies here used to have roles in the mining operation back before they turned into dumb bugs. These big fellas are called Glimbacks, and the other bugs of Hallownest would make them carry around their carts and machines. Now though, it seems like they live by their own rules. Good for them, but not so good for us. And taking a look at my least favorite enemy of the area, the Crystal Hunters, their journal entry even hints at the fact that these crystals might be acting as parasites and simply controlling them. Crystal Peak is also very isolated compared to the rest of Hallownest, so you can kind of pick whenever you want to clear this place out. I'm doing it early to get the ability sooner, but you can definitely make your life easier by procrastinating a little bit, but it's far from impossible to do right now. Just kind of a lot of obnoxious platforming and crystal enemies. On the bright side though, we did find Cornifer, so I feel like I can take on anything that this place has to offer. Which is good timing because there's some crystal fuck right here hogging the entire bench for themselves. Who even does that? Well, the Crystal Guardian does, actually. First off, looks like we have another case of the orange eyes. Second, it's rather uninteresting. No offense, Crystal Guardian. Just a tough bug husk who has been overtaken by the crystals after all this time, as well as the orange epidemic. Double disease. The Hunter note also raises a pretty interesting question, wondering how the world looks to this creature, and if because of the crystals, it's only capable of ever seeing light. And if seeing nothing but this light is what sent it into this frenzy. This fight also feels like it goes on forever due to our level 1 nail. Still pulled it off though, whew. Our bench now, loser. And unfortunately, the boss is kind of at the halfway point of this place, so lots of platforming ahead of us still. Yay! And after exploring, we somehow managed to find the shopkeeper's key in this place. I have no clue what Sly was doing in here, but we'll be sure to give it to him as soon as we can. Quirrel! Oh, you look like Batman watching over Gotham from up here. Oh-ho, Quirrel, you dog. Flattery will get you everywhere with me. Here he talks about the alternative energy source that the city dwellers use, Soul. The same soul that we use to heal and cast spells. Seems to be a lot more unstable than the energy harnessed from the crystals here though. Quirrel is also still struggling to regain his memories he had when living in this place as well. Wondering where all of this knowledge that he has comes from. Don't worry buddy, we'll figure it out. I'll leave you to watch over your city. Now, lots of collectibles to be found here as the mines are pretty big. Some of which we can get now, and some of which we need more abilities to reach. There's only one thing I'm really after right now though, but before that, we have some tense platforming, and then some tense laser dodging. A bug like us though, we're built for this. And it's here that we finally get the Crystal Heart. Check this shit out.
3, 2, 1.
Beautiful. Now we can travel horizontally indefinitely, which is really useful for getting around, or reaching very far ledges or platforms. As for what this Crystal Heart actually is though, it was the energy core of an old mining golem. And we channeled this energy to send us flying either left or right. Now that we have the heart though, I'm good on Crystal Peak. At least for right now, since we will have more things to grab when we have access to more abilities. So back in Dirtmouth, Sly sells us some more things from his previously locked storeroom. Charms, shards, and even an elegant key. Something that we will have to buy at some point, but no big rush. And with our new Crystal Heart, we do another round of checking places that we've been for secrets. Back in Greenpath, we clear a platforming section with lots of spikes and wall jumping. And at the very end, you can see a thin, narrow passage perfect for a bug who can go from 0 to 60 miles per hour in 2 seconds like us. Reaching a little hut, and inside is Nailmaster Sheo. Sheo used to be a nail master in a previous life, as he describes it, until eventually his once burning passion faded and he found a new calling in being a painter, a bug painter. Beautiful. However, despite him no longer being a nail master, he is kind enough to offer us a nail art for free. Ah, yes, I finally understand! Now, we are able to use Great Slash. If we hold the attack button, we begin charging, eventually being able to strike for 2.5 times our normal nail damage. Honestly, a really great move, especially since you'll have time to charge it while you're dodging a lot of the tougher boss's attacks. However, I live in the moment, and I'm not capable of thinking 5 seconds ahead. So I criminally underuse nail arts, but they're very good if you can get in the habit of it. Thank you for the lesson, Sensei Sheo. Also, while we're here, remember that one shrine in Greenpath where we couldn't see 2 inches in front of us? Well, now that we have the lantern, navigating this place isn't quite so impossible. In here is another mask shard. However, there's also a really strange stone carving in here, along with some dead bug bodies. Definitely suspicious, so we're gonna come back here a little bit later. The hunter is also pleased with our monster killing progress. Thanks, man. Next on the to-do list is a hidden area in the Forgotten Crossroads, eventually leading us to yet another optional boss, the Brooding Mawlek. So, are you ready for this insane lore drop? This thing is a Mawlek, and it's brooding because all of its kind are dead behind it. Incredible stuff, I know. I'll take my YouTuber Streamy award now, thank you. Ah, I knew it! Well, it's about time that happened. Figures that it was a brooding Mawlek too. I hate those things. So, whenever you die, you spawn at the last place that you rested. And since I wasn't planning on dying, I got my ass sent all the way back to Greenpath. It happens. However, when we return, we find this waiting for us. This strange shadow appears to be hostile, but after we defeat it, we regain our lost Geo and soul gauge. So is that thing us? And this mask and swagged out bug fit that we have on is just hiding the shadow? I'll let you ponder on that while I try and redeem myself on the brooding Mawlek. Oh, thank God. Another mask shard too, very worth it. And I've officially accepted that just like Quirrel said, our nail is not really holding up the best the further that we get down here. I wasn't going to show you the entire brooding Mawlek fight, but it took forever. Granted, I do play this game like a grandma whenever I'm scared. Now with that stuff done, we can make our way back to the path to the capital in the Fungal Wastes. With the Crystal Heart, we can just dash right across. However, I like to take the road less traveled, so we take the Mantis Claw route. On the other side, we can see that the door is locked tight, except we can insert the city crest into the Hegemol statue to open it right up. Honestly, if that maggot never stole the armor, we probably wouldn't have any way to enter this place. So thank you for your sacrifice, brave maggot. And right after entering, we meet our first bellfly. I fucking hate these things. They are pretty much just kamikaze bats that do 2 masks of damage if you get hit. They're annoying, but the enemies get so much worse. Also, husk sentries, part of Hallownest's previous military force, although now they are just reacting on instinct. We also notice that it's raining here. We're deep underground though, so surely this cannot be natural. Ah, yes. I understand why Quirrel gazes longingly out the window. There's also a lore tablet in the building. The great gates have been sealed. None shall enter, none shall leave. I guess that explains why the front door was locked up tight. And when we go down the elevator, no way! This must be fate. I don't know how else you would explain this. Quirrel also thinks that this place holds answers to the many mysteries that we've seen so far. My favorite bench buddy in the game right here. Just a couple of bug dudes hanging out on a bench having an existential crisis as the rain hits the glass outside. It's not weird, you're weird. He also comments on how the rain down here would be impossible, chalking it up to a body of water being above the city. So, with our catch-up with Quirrel done, let's take a left downstairs since there's a sign with a nail pointing left. Hopefully with some upgrades. And wouldn't you know it, at the end of this area is the nailsmith of our bug dreams.
Vendasu.
The best blacksmiths are the one with beards. Bug beards. And after offering up 250 Geo, our old nail is transformed into the sharpened nail. Thank you, wise nailsmith. But now, with our much needed upgrade, let's finally enter the City of Tears. Before we even have a chance to talk about this place, something happens right after we enter.
Skala Negosa Dros.
Ah, Hornet! I knew you'd come back for me. Her admitting that she underestimated us, calling our resilience one born of two voids, referring to the fact that we have survived outside of the boundaries of Hallownest as well as inside. She brings up a sacrifice that has kept the world going, and if we too want to attempt a role in the perpetuation of Hallownest, to seek the graven ash for a mark. And then she haws away. Such a mysterious bug. And the fountain we were speaking in front of depicts none other than the Hollow Knight. In the black vault far above, through its sacrifice, Hallownest lasts eternal. Okay, as I'm sure most of you know, Hollow Knight doesn't exactly spell everything out for you, leaving some key information until the very end of the game. So, at a few key moments in our journey, I'm going to do some lore dumping to make the upcoming areas or bosses easier for you to understand with more context. And get comfy because this is going to be a long one. First, let's start with the namesake of the game right here. The Hollow Knight is what is being held inside of the mysterious black egg, the same one that was leaking orange gas along with that screeching sound in the beginning. But why was this? Well, first, let's finally clear up how these bugs are capable of such intelligence and free will, and then we'll loop back to Hollow Knight right here. While I had only hinted at this earlier, the king of Hallownest was indeed a higher being himself, his real title being the Pale King. He also had a pretty incredible ability, that bugs within the boundaries of Hallownest are granted the ability to think freely. And the reason that the Knight and Quirrel don't have their memories is because they had left the boundaries of this kingdom, supposedly reverting back to their natural bug instincts that they were all born with. So when they came back, it was almost like all of a sudden they gained sapience for the first time again. This Pale King was unsurprisingly deified by the people of Hallownest, them fully believing that he created the entire world and everyone in it. And all of this was by his design, as this is the exact reaction that the king was going for. He wanted to be worshipped by his people until the end of time. So originally, this place was ununified and made up of bugs driven by nothing but their instincts. Not so different from the insects that we know of in our world. So this previously divided bug colony was brought together by the king with stag stations, elevators, trade, and most important of all, sentience. Hallownest at its peak was all of these segregated bug species working together and having a mutual love for the Pale King along with the kingdom itself. Except the mantises, obviously. They were like, you do your thing, but we kind of want to keep doing ours. So what was the inevitable downfall of this once prosperous kingdom? Well, it was actually something from long before the king had even arrived here, and the source of this strange orange disease spreading throughout Hallownest. A being known only as the Radiance was incredibly powerful as well as a symbol of worship herself. That is, until the Pale King arrived. It's like that Dr. Hirlik quote, "A person only dies when they are forgotten." And it turns out that this applies to gods too. So the Pale King essentially took over as the de facto god for the residents of this kingdom, with the Radiance's followers also turning to the Pale King. And in turn, the Radiance seemingly completely vanished from existence. That is, until at some point, she grew tired of this disrespect. She began appearing in the dreams of many residents of Hallownest, described as a bright, blazing light. And these dreams would put the bugs into a deep sleep. And when the bugs would awaken from these dreams, their minds would be broken, being brought back down to a state of life similar to the ones they had before the arrival of the Pale King. The Radiance was also able to enslave the wills of these mindless bugs whenever she desired, as well as spreading this orange infection throughout the entire kingdom. And ironically enough, the Radiance was only able to invade the minds of those capable of higher thought. The simple-minded bugs didn't exactly have minds that could even be invaded in the first place. So the Pale King inadvertently made the residents prime targets for this vengeful god. And while the timeline isn't exactly set in stone, it seems that this problem manifested itself in the kingdom very quickly, requiring the Pale King to act unless he wanted his eternal kingdom to collapse. And while the details of this plan, along with the secrets of the Pale King, still elude us, we know the results of this plan of his, the Hollow Knight, meant to have no mind to think, no will to break, and no voice voice to cry suffering. Hey, that sounds familiar. But with these qualities, or lack of qualities I guess, the Hollow Knight was expected to contain this infection entirely. After all, it would have no mind for the Radiance to break. So to loop back to the beginning of this gigantic lore dump, the Hollow Knight is currently containing the Radiance inside of itself. This internal struggle taking place in that black egg. Although from the intro cutscene, it's clearly getting weaker and weaker, showing that the plan didn't really work out the way that the Pale King was hoping for. Not to mention the fact that nearly every bug that we've encountered in Hallownest are nothing but bugs that have been reanimated by this Radiance. So this infection has reared its head in Hallownest once again. But what happened to the Pale King? Why didn't the Hollow Knight do what he was supposed to? What was the King's grand plan, and what is the Radiance's end goal? Why doesn't Nintendo ever make Wario and Waluigi the main bad guys? If you're still confused, don't worry, I am too. We have way more answers and context to add to all of what I just said as we find out more of the Kingdom's secrets. But one of the most important questions of all is what exactly is our relationship to the Hollow Knight? And will we too grow to be a tall, powerful bug someday? Well, let's pick back up where we left off so we can find out. While the majority of the residents of this city are reanimated radiant zombies, there is one normal bug down here. I'm of course talking about Relic Seeker Lem.
War son Gian.
And while Lem isn't open to selling his relics to grubby little wanderers like us, he is happy to buy them from us. And these relics can be found hidden throughout Hallownest and can be sold for Geo. Also sometimes offering interesting lore when deciphering the artifacts too. So really helpful NPC for sure, especially for Geo. And while there is some pretty tough security in the city, like the Great Husk Sentries, I want to turn our attention to what's left of the residents here. Interestingly enough, a lot of the enemies here are weirdly easy. Up to this point, there's definitely been a pattern with the enemies getting increasingly harder, but just look at these bugs. Not exactly in the best shape for survival. Well, you can consider this another consequence of the Pale King giving free will to the bugs here. Think of what it must have been like for a bug living in the capital city during the prime of Hallownest. Before, you'd have to hone your instincts as every single day was a challenge. Food, shelter, safety. None of this was guaranteed. That is, until the Pale King arrived. And the bugs in the heart of Hallownest here, simply put, got complacent, living a life of leisure rather than one of survival. So, when the kingdom began to fall apart, they had no chance of dealing with any kinds of threats, also making them among the most susceptible to the Radiance's infection. So, long story short, the bugs in the capital became the humans from Wally. And it's time for a Zote break, unfortunately. I don't like it either. Now, he's complaining that he's had a miserable time trying to keep dry. Also commenting on the reanimated bugs that still follow their duties long after their death. Saying being overly devoted to one's duties is no virtue. Yep, he still sucks, but trust the process, okay? Zote is gonna get what's coming to him. This next area is the city storerooms, where the king would store the goods that he would trade with the rest of the kingdom along with outsiders. And while we don't get a good look at what's inside of these containers, I'd imagine it would consist of energy reserves like crystals and soul, and probably uniquely valuable things from each part of Hallownest, like if the Fungal Wastes had truffles or something. I don't know, I'm kind of filling in the gaps with my imagination here. And heading back down to Lem, we give him a Hallownest seal, and he tells us a bit more about the 5 Great Knights of Hallownest. And despite him being such a history buff, he doesn't even know their identities, to give you an idea of just how much time has passed. And time isn't the only thing responsible for this lack of concrete information. There's also the rain. As Quirrel deduced, this rain was not always a staple of the capital. The name City of Tears was likely given after the fall of Hallownest. And this unexpected permanent rainfall was disastrous for all of the kingdom's records and other texts that were stored here, completely drenching them all in water, pretty much erasing a lot of the kingdom's history, as well as making our jobs of finding out what happened all that much harder. And before we get back to advancing through the game, let's take a much needed grub break after all that lore.
Way, waha.
Oh, grub song, fuck yeah! Yeah, this charm slaps. You get more soul every time that you're hit, which is really helpful if you regularly get the shit beaten out of you like I do. Also going to pick up the elegant key from Sly because we're going to need it in the next area that we're hitting up. As well as 2 mask shards to give us some more health. Hell yeah. So with all of that out of the way, let's head to the place with the most dramatic music we've heard yet. The Soul Sanctum. The music makes you feel like Bug Dracula is waiting for us in here. While we now know that the Hollow Knight was the Pale King's answer to the Radiance, it was not always so obvious. In the early days of the infection, the king turned his attention to soul. So what exactly is soul? Well, it's probably pretty close to what you're already thinking. It's a life force that animates most living creatures in Hallownest, but it is also something that exists in the air itself. And this place is absolutely filled to the brim with it. Being able to not only see it in the air, but also stored in tons of jars. The king believing that studying this soul more closely could hold the answers to keep the spreading infection at bay. And eventually, we reach a very elegant looking door. Good thing I have just the key for this. And before I can go on, we are immediately jumped by a soul warrior, who serves as a perfect example for the kinds of powers the bugs working at the Soul Sanctum were able to achieve, teleporting all over the place as well as spawning follies, who were once highly intelligent bugs, but now after all that soul they took in, not so much. The journal entry even saying that these bugs were originally in pursuit of immortality. So that's kind of on them, because pursuing immortality never seems to work out, ever. And it looks like they heard me, because the stupid folly killed me. Oh, you little shit! Second try, we managed to pull it off by using soul ourselves to finish the warrior off. I have to say, I can definitely see the Pale King's logic in studying this stuff. I'm just confused on how they'd harness all the soul needed for fueling the kingdom as well as these crazy experiments. And just up ahead is a figure connected to a device. And after it screams at us, we get our vengeful spirit upgraded to the Shade Soul, with the icon and the spell both kind of resembling our appearance after we die. Is our black form connected to these upgraded, darker spells? Too bad we don't have time to think because a mistake is chasing us. That's not me being mean either, that's actually what they're called. And these mistakes meddled with the souls of other creatures and lost their shape. Yeah, we call that bug karma. And now, they only hope that their old brothers build them new bodies. And we find one of the old records of this place. The mind still limits us so. How to break past its constraints? To attain pure focus, is it even possible? Yeah, the scholars of this place were definitely lost in the sauce. And based off of what we've seen, they weren't just following the king's orders. The people here were incredibly invested in pushing the boundaries of soul and the mind, believing that one could obtain pure focus with enough soul and defeat this infection from inside themselves. And the logic is pretty sound, considering that focusing soul is how we regenerate our health in this game. That's some sound bug logic for sure. Another example of this appears shortly after reading the record, a Soul Twister. This bug goes all in on the spell capabilities that Soul has to offer. And after a few more encounters with Soul Warriors and Twisters, we reach the end of this area. The Soul Master. And as you may expect, he was the head of the Soul Sanctum and utilizes soul better than any other bug in here, constantly teleporting or spawning soul orbs that we have to avoid. And for this Soul Master, what started as a genuine effort to save Hallownest from the infection turned into nothing more than an addiction, becoming intoxicated off of this soul. And you can see just how much soul he has gorged on by looking at his sorry state whenever he staggered. At this point, looking more like a deflated balloon rather than a normal bug. And you can see by his eyes, despite his incredible soul control, he too fell victim to the Radiance. After enough dodges and hits though, we finally defeat him, and his death noise is hilarious. Just perfect. And look, our reward is a new spell.
You got me.
No need to panic though, this final phase is actually pretty simple. He just kinda dives on you over and over out of anger, occasionally sending some more soul orbs your way. So, after we beat him for real, we see the hollow husk that he is without all that soul. Also rewarding us for real this time with Desolate Dive, with us now being able to slam on the ground. However, we were so focused on the fight that we almost missed where we are. Looking in the back, we can see countless dead bugs. And now, we finally have our answers as to where all of this soul came from. An unbelievable amount of people were sacrificed, believing that this would save the kingdom, only for it to have been for nothing. Nothing except feeding the bottomless appetite of the Soul Master. Just disgusting. Whether the Pale King knew the extent of the sacrifices happening here or not, it shows you the lengths that he was willing to go to. Spare thought for those consumed. Through their grace, we are evolved. No plague of mine shall overcome us now. And if that wasn't enough, we find yet another hidden room holding even more bug bodies somehow. Now only follies and mistakes remain that lash out at us, and it's hard not to understand why. They all once had their own lives, dreams, and aspirations granted by the Pale King, yet he sacrificed so many of them for nothing. Thankfully though, that's all that this evil place has to offer us. Back in the City of Tears, there was a sewer that was locked. So we used one of our simple keys to enter the literal shithole of this kingdom. The Royal Waterways. This place is extremely unpleasant, although it does have its upsides like the whormp that will increase its size whenever it's threatened. Even the hunter is amused by this magnificent bug. But as you may expect, we are in the sewer system of the capital. Thankfully though, while the pipes did originally carry all of the waste, the constant rain has washed them all clean by now. And all of the trash that has been dumped over the years now just piles up somewhere appropriately titled the junk pit. Shortly after we enter this place, we find a secret wall near a chest, one that leads to Tuck. Tuck is a scavenger who lives down here, offering to sell us rancid eggs for some geo should we want any. Pleasure doing business with you, Tuck. Definitely mysterious, but she's more than content living down here. And I mean, hey, who am I to judge another bug's lifestyle? However, besides the whormps and Tuck, practically everything else about this place sucks ass. The pipes are incredibly confusing, and worst of all, we have a new bug species to talk about. The flukes. Oh, cool! Unresolved childhood trauma from that one X-Files episode. These things want us dead more than any other enemy up to this point. When you defeat one, its decapitated head flies right at you. And then shortly after, the legs that are capable of scaling walls come at you as well. Not fun, especially in groups.
I'm dying. Help me.
And the interesting thing about flukes is that they are only found here in the sewer, with their real origins waiting for us further inside. They also aren't completely mindless despite them seeming like they are. And as you can see, they too are victims of the Radiance's infection. Another slightly more likable type of bug down here are the pill flips. That's a fun one to say. Normally, they mindlessly walk left to right and aren't really concerned with you. But if you hit them, they flip over, and now can jump pretty high using the limbs that are located on the other side of their body. Oh, Cornifer, thank God! This place is a goddamn maze. When we make it to the other side of this labyrinth of pipes, we reach that junk pit that I mentioned earlier, along with a shit ton of these flukes. You can even see little baby flukes all over the floor with their tiny little arms. Yeah, the babies are infinitely more likable. However, near these babies is a very well hidden secret area, one that leads to none other than the fluke marm, the source of these flukes. And unfortunately, I have a confession to make. I died to the fluke marm. If you don't already know, this is widely considered one of the easiest bosses in the game, and yet it seems that I've met my match. The run back sucks, but honestly, I kinda deserve it. Anyways, round 2. Don't worry, I played it safe this time. But just look at this thing. The journal describes it as an insatiable breeder, if it wasn't already obvious by the babies it's producing that throw hands with us right out of the womb. Just kidding, these ones are actually just nesting inside of their mother. And the fluke marm is not even capable of moving anywhere because she seems to just be entirely dedicated to producing more and more of these flukes. Although much like her offspring, she too has been infected by the Radiance. And that's kind of the extent of what we know about the flukes, strangely enough. Since they only live here in the sewers that were constructed under the Pale King, they likely didn't exist here in Hallownest prior, like the other types of bugs that we've seen so far. So perhaps this fluke marm was somehow born from the waste in the sewers here. And this creature, like many others, shares the biological instinct to reproduce. No more though. I don't feel weird about playing God here and just ending the fluke species. They gotta go. However, we still have the worst fluke of all to meet. The fluke munga. Aged and bloated flukes who have been feeding off of the residue left here in the pipes, leaving behind a trail of gross pink grease all over the place. Ugh. They're also incredibly tanky, which sucks because their only attack is charging at you in a narrow pipe. So it takes a long time to make your way through this section if you want to kill all of them. But the Hunter Journal won't fill itself. After taking out the fluke mungas, we dive into the heart of the junk pit. And just look at all this trash. Not this thing though, whoa. Some kind of locked metal sarcophagus. However, we won't get answers on this thing until we reach the final stage of the game. Plus, like most people, I have severe PTSD from what's inside of that thing. So just remember that this incredibly suspicious container is down here for right now. Anyways, back in our smelly hell, look who we come across. The Fluke Hermit, and despite my disdain for the gross things, she's actually an uninfected fluke, giving us a good idea of what they were really like before the Radiance made them all aggressive. A lot more likable if I'm being honest. She also ponders if she is the new mother now that the fluke marm is gone. It's a good question. I mean, life always finds a way. And as much as I'd love to spend the rest of this video down here in the sewers, let's make our way to the last thing on our list. And I saved the best for last. Eventually, we find a section of the sewers covered in poop, along with an incredibly based voice echoing throughout the pipes.
Tito's come! Iko, Mara!
And just get a look at this room. Have you ever seen so much dung in your life? It's glorious. However, when the knight enters the room himself, the Dung Defender, or should I say, Ogrim, one of the 5 Knights of Hallownest, the best dung beetle ever created. Very powerful as well as the most loyal of all the knights. You see, Ogrim here has somehow managed to survive the infection. He isn't fighting us on instinct like practically all of the other bosses were. No, he's fighting to protect something precious to him. And that's all he's ever done his whole life. While the king and the other knights may have thought of their jobs as a duty, Ogrim here simply loved spending time with everyone. To this day, he remains very unaware of the current state of Hallownest, deluding himself into believing that his fellow knights and king can return and restore the kingdom someday. So yeah, my heart breaks in two every time I need to fight this brave warrior. Don't worry though, we only repel him, not kill him, thank God. And when we land the finishing blow, he explodes in dung rather than the Radiance's infection like the others, hilariously enough. Eventually team rocketing into a gigantic pile of shit that he rolled back there. Just a perfect fight. And we see that the thing that he was so dedicated to guarding was a pump. When we activate it, it actually drains out another section of the sewer, eventually reaching a place known as Yzma's Grove, and Yzma herself. Yet another of the 5 knights, and Ogrim was defending her corpse. Sad that we never get to meet her. What we do know about her is that she was both incredibly strong and incredibly kind. Our favorite dung defender even asked her to train him and possibly even held feelings towards her. Yzma's abilities aren't known to us, but we are able to accept her tier, allowing us to now traverse acid water without dying. So, likely related to the acid. The big question though is how she died. It appears that she has somehow been absorbed into this growth that almost resembles a tree. But we genuinely have no answers about what happened to her. Thank you, permanent rain that ruined everything. And guess what? When we return to Ogrim's arena, he's now friendly. Even being glad that we returned and apologizing for his previous actions. Admitting that we bested him in the most majestic knightly fashion. Top 1 bug in the Hollow Knight universe! Your move, Silksong! How will you top this? Sorry, Dung Defender really brings it out of me. He looks back on his glory days really fondly until he starts to remember the infection, struggling to understand how to defeat an enemy that they cannot see, which I imagine all of the knights felt too. He even calls the king's actions during this time cruel, something I'm sure isn't easy for such a loyal and honorable knight. He also gets really excited seeing Yzma's tear, wishing that he could visit her grove, but is bound here by his duties, so he says. And it's here that he stops himself, worried that he will sink back down into his old memories once again, aware of his declining mental state. He also speaks of how she was an incredible judge of character, believing himself to be unworthy in our presence since she gifted this tear to us. It's quite the opposite, my friend. I am unworthy. But while it seemed like we just took it from her corpse, maybe she really did give us this as a gift. It breaks my heart, but this is where our conversation comes to an end. He even wishes us good fortune on the path ahead as well. You are my world, and you don't even know it, Ogrim. There is, however, one more secret in this place, and it's a sad one. Directly under the pump, we can find a hidden tunnel of dung, and it's down here where even the strongest bugs shed a tear. We can see just how lonely he has been all of this time, making dung sculptures of his dear friends and fellow knights to keep him company down here since he doesn't have anyone else. And unbeknownst to our friend, this is one of the last references to these knights left in all of Hallownest. So whether our friend is aware of it or not, he's the one keeping their memory alive all these years later. I would straight up die for this bug, and I'm not kidding. Here's my favorite picture from the time that we went on vacation together. If he's delusional, then I'm delusional. And in the other room, we get our first real look at the Pale King. Although obviously, the poop leaves a lot of details to our imagination. But that's all that's here for us in these tunnels. As much as I hated the sewers, now I don't ever want to leave. Don't worry though, we will be coming back here to visit our lovable friend a little bit later, as his story isn't quite over yet. But back to our journey, we reach the eastern section of the City of Tears, where we run into none other than Eternal Emilicia.
Pantera? Kattereo!
Emilicia? I don't know. Emilicia was a member of the upper caste of Hallownest during its glory days, but for some reason, the other nobles kicked her out of the Rich Bug Club. So she finds incredible enjoyment in the fact that all of them are now dead and reanimated while she is alive and well, laughing alone in her room for all of eternity. She even talks with lower class losers like us now. Yeah, really nice of you. I'll just leave you to it. Another interesting house here is what's only called the Pleasure House, with a sign advertising the best singer in all of Hallownest, songstress Marissa. Although, like many others, she has since died. Kind of a bummer. There's also a hidden room in the Pleasure House dedicated to the butchering of bugs. Jesus. Lots of different kinds of bugs on the menu. At first, I assumed that the upper caste of bugs here had to result to cannibalism after the downfall of Hallownest due to their lack of survival skills, but I saw a pretty convincing Reddit post that came to the conclusion that these are Shroomal warriors and gruzzers. So, still morally questionable, but they weren't just eating each other. But at least there's a hot spring up here, and while saving a grub from a great husk sentry, a rare but funny glitch happened. The music started blasting and the locked door never opened. So I was just left in here to starve to death. The solution ended up being just to exit the game and come right back. Easy enough. And one more final point of interest here in the uppity Upper Caste district. Meet the gorgeous husk. Just look at that shine. Funny enough, it appears to just be another reanimated bug husk that has only retained the instinct to obtain wealth, eventually becoming wealth itself. Now it's ours though. The night takes what it wants. And while briefly peeking our head in our next area, we eventually reach the source of the rain in the City of Tears, Blue Lake. And look at that beautiful water, holy shit. It gets its signature blue color by reflecting all of the minerals that are around it, making for an incredibly beautiful and mostly peaceful beach-like area in the middle of this ruined kingdom. And look, it's Tiso! Although he still wants to find that Colosseum and is irritated by the peaceful vibes of this place. We must be getting close to that Colosseum. Good luck, my dude. And with that, let's enter the most peaceful area that we've been to yet. Resting grounds. This is a very sacred place, probably the most sacred in all of Hallownest, as this is where most of their dead were buried. Also where they would conduct rituals for those who had already passed on. However, obviously, the infection kind of put a halt to that whole process. And while traversing this place, we find ourselves trapped in front of some shrine. One with the same 3 masks that we saw shortly after beating Hornet. And after examining it, we finally get our answers. To protect the vessel, the Dreamers lay sleeping. Monomon the Teacher in her archive surrounded by fog and mist. Lurian the Watcher in his spire looking over the city. And Hera the Beast in her den amidst the deep darkness beyond the kingdom. Through their devotion, Hallownest lasts eternal. Okay, lot to unpack there. The main revelation being that it seems those 3 figures are sleeping in order to keep the seal containing the Hollow Knight secure. Them being the reason we couldn't just enter the egg and deal with it the second that we arrived here back in Hallownest. And just like that, we have our mission. And then... Go no further, little shadow. What compels its climb out of the darkness? What compels its return to this sacred kingdom? A call from beyond the seals? By the vessel or by that captive light? Would the seals break? They cannot be undone. But the vessel weakens. That plague springs anew. They must be undone. Yet our seals remain. Our duty holds. It must be cast away. Our duty holds. It shall be done. Fade away, little shadow. Fade away and let us sleep in peace. And before we have time to unpack that one, we find ourselves somewhere completely different. Seeing what looks to be the shape of a moth, platforms appear out of thin air for us to chase it too, awakening our inner bug to just chase the bright light, and eventually making our way to a moth statue, where the nice moth spirit clarifies that those 3 dreamers sent us into a space between body and soul to just fade away slowly. But this moth here offers us a weapon to cut our way out of this sad, forgotten dream. Yeah, I picked the weapon. It being the Dream Nail, a weapon that can cut through the veil between dreams and waking. And we ourselves wake up to this majestic sound. Meet the Seer, our first glimpse into the Moth tribe, her being the reason that we were able to make it out of that place, which appeared to be some kind of dream realm, the Dreamers having used the last of what little power they had to trap us in that place. Assholes. I'm waking those fuckers up with ice water when I find them. However, our Dream Nail goes beyond the powers of those Dreamers, but it's not quite powered up yet, us needing Essence in order to bring it back to its prime form. And before we go back to talk about some of that crazy shit that just happened, let's show some appreciation to the Seer. Without her, that would have literally been the end of us. But briefly going back to where we were trapped by the Dreamers, they brought up that open-ended question that I mentioned in the beginning of the video. What drew us back to Hallownest? Pondering if it was the Hollow Knight that called us, the Radiance, or even something beyond. Definitely mysterious how we would end up back in the kingdom, considering that we'd have been a normal bug after leaving it, with no memories of home whatsoever. Another strange thing that they asked was what compelled our climb out of the darkness. Were they referring to Hallownest itself, or maybe something else? Back to our moth grandma though. She tells us that this essence we need to power up the dream nail can be found wherever dreams take root. One of these sources can be found outside, and we can see when we hit this strange plant, a bunch of these orbs are scattered all around the area, each one giving us a single essence. This is only one of the ways to grab this essence, and kind of one of the weaker sources. The real way to get your hands on this stuff are the dream bosses, which there are a surprising amount of. And don't worry, we will definitely be getting back to the Moth tribe, as they are the key to understanding the truth behind the Radiance and these strange dreamlike worlds. And one of the coolest details is that after receiving the dream nail, the previously gray, colorless resting grounds is now a vibrant blue color. But after all that lore, I don't know about you, but I need a wahaha break. And it's here that I spent a while doing some of that beautiful Hollow Knight backtracking, even hitting up another one of those dream flowers along the way for some more essence. And popped in to say hi to Leg Eater. How you doing, buddy? Back in the resting grounds though, we find a secret passage hidden under one of the coffins here. And it's down here that we can find plenty of fake walls as well as entombed husks. Mummified bugs that were buried but were brought back to life by the Radiance's infection. Kinda messed up. And it's through these things that the hunter appears to have gotten a glimpse into the light of the Radiance, describing it only as something terrible. Now that I know that the hunter was even shook by it, I'm starting to get a little bit nervous. The dream nail of ours can even glimpse into the minds of those that we hit, including enemies. And these entombed husks here only have thoughts of chasing the Radiance's light, unsurprisingly. And that's all that's in here for us at the moment. There's another big secret in this place, but I'm going to save that for a bit later. And another nifty ability this dream nail gives us is the ability to speak with the dead. Yeah, this nail comes with some crazy ass abilities. It also seems like the spirits of the dead bugs in Hallownest are sort of in between this waking world and the dream world after death. Like this Zero saying that anyone who leaves this kingdom is cursed and it would be better to just wait here until the end of time. Which is unsurprising when you remember the kind of propaganda that the Pale King was pushing, that Hallownest is the very last kingdom in existence throughout the entire world. Zero had a lot of pride in the fact that he was a strong bug in life. Despite this strength though, he fell victim to the Radiance's dreams just like all the other bugs. Seeing what was happening to him, he decided to challenge this infection head on, except it was already too late. In this maddened state, he turned his nail against the king himself, of course leading to his execution. And now he's buried right here as a warning to anyone else who would dare to stand against the Pale King. But he gives us the opportunity to challenge him, something I am more than happy to do, and meet our first dream boss. Each of these kind of have their own unique mechanics. Like Zero here, who just summons 2 nails while he just kind of hovers around. Yeah, he's kind of weak sauce. He does bring out 2 more nails though, for what it's worth. And, when we inevitably win, he makes peace with the fact that anyone who raises their weapon against the king is doomed, believing himself to be a fool, but chooses to watch us as he knows that we will not flee, allowing himself to get absorbed into our dream nail and also giving us 100 essence. Thanks, Zero. Sorry the mutiny didn't really pan out. And when we show our nail off to Grandma Seer, she thinks that our aptitude for this is what led to the dreamers trapping us there. Or maybe they just wanted company since they too are trapped inside of that dream realm in order to keep the Hollow Knight and Radiance by extension sealed away, rewarding us with 1 Hallownest seal. Thank you, Granny. So now is where our next phase of the game officially begins, where we track down those dreamers to break the seal on the black egg. Although, what exactly do we do after that? Wouldn't we just kind of unleash the Hollow Knight on the rest of the kingdom? Well, we were actually given another mission back in the City of Tears, if you can remember. Hornet told us that if we wish to play a role in the perpetuation of Hallownest, we should seek the grave in ash. And while sadly we lack the jumping capabilities to reach that grave right now, let's at least investigate this area of ash. Kingdom's Edge. Just as Hornet described, we can see the ash constantly raining down on this area, along with dead bugs. Wonder what happened to that guy. Another interesting thing to point out are these glowing bright white branches in the background. Beautiful, and they kind of have this ethereal vibe about them that we have not seen anywhere else in the kingdom. Do you know what isn't beautiful though? The primal aspids. They may not look like it, but these little fuckers are some of the most dangerous bugs that Hallownest has to offer. While the normal aspids are rounded, easy to deal with, and kinda cute, these more wilder forms of them are not. Believed to be extinct and are only found at Kingdom's Edge right here. They also only have one attack, shooting 3 Radiance goops at you in a linear pattern. Sounds easy to deal with, but think again. Part of what makes it so annoying is that they attack every single time that you hit them. And even with the strongest nail and strength charm, you will never be able to one-shot these things with a melee attack. Meaning that these little shits will more than likely at least get one hit on you before you take them out. They also fly as far away as possible. Yeah, to be honest, I could go on for another 20 minutes about how much I fucking hate these things, but let's just cut it there. The boo flies are infinitely more likable, so let's talk about those. They're just giant bugs who are totally passive and don't even get angry whenever you attack them. Ugh, I wish they were all like that. The hoppers, on the other hand, are somewhere in the middle of primal aspid and boo flies in terms of annoying. They just kind of jump at you, and they make their living off of draining the vital fluids of other creatures. Kind of like mosquito grasshoppers or something like that. They have a lot of health though. And do you know what has even more health? Great hoppers. These are definitely a problem. They act the same as the normal ones, but can jump faster, are way larger, and have a lot more health. You can try and dodge underneath them, but I always try and use the environment to just kind of pick away at them if I can. But that's it for the enemies, so let's get back to the lore of Kingdom's Edge. While a lot of answers still await us at that Grave Hornet mentioned, as the name implies, this is the edge of Hallownest, and the extent of this imaginary bubble the king established that gives bugs their intelligence and free will, explaining why we see things previously thought extinct like that primal aspid. Ugh, I wish. The falling bodies also show no sign of slowing down, strangely enough. So, after heading up towards the source, we see something incredibly strange. Just what is this thing? It's huge, even wrapping around the back, almost looking like the corpse of some giant old creature. Don't get too excited though, this is not the grave that we're looking for. Inside, however, is none other than the Coliseum of Fools. And I'm a big believer that every single combat-based video game should have some sort of Coliseum for extra rewards. It's one of those random reoccurring things in video games that just makes it so much better in my eyes. So Hollow Knight goes from an 11 out of 10 back to a 12 out of 10 for the Coliseum. And this is the same Coliseum that Tiso has been searching for all this time, with the little fool greeting us after we walk in. And for a small fee, we can take one of the 3 trials that this place has to offer. And while it would be way smarter to wait until we're stronger, I'm feeling a little bit masochistic today. And we see Tiso downstairs. He's hoping that it will be home to the brutal challenge that he has been looking for. So let's begin the trial of the warrior. When we enter, we see that it's actually pretty packed, along with a bug that's dead as shit on the throne. That, of course, being the Lord Fool. There's literally no indication of how he died either, but it seems like it was probably old age, starvation, or bug heart attack. And as you can see, these trials are pretty much just constant rounds of bugs, a lot of which are pretty tough for us considering that we only upgraded our nail once so far. Definitely our biggest challenge up to this point, which is kind of hilarious considering just how much tougher our journey is going to get. These trials will also last several minutes, so no point in showing you the whole thing. But as you can see, they regularly change the layout of the arena to add to the challenge. This bit right here should give you an idea of how annoying these primal aspids can be when you're worrying about other things. Eventually though, we pull through and are rewarded with a surprising amount of geo. Damn! As well as a charm notch. Seriously, could not be any more worth it. And it looks like Tiso is gone. I wonder how it went for him. And since we're on such a roll, let's take on the Trial of the Conqueror. If we can pull this one off, we'll get our hands on some pale ore, a very rare material that we can use to upgrade our nail even further. This, while far from impossible, is definitely a step above the Trial of the Warrior, even having some more enemies unique to the Colosseum, like the Armored Squid, the strongest of these nose-diving mosquitoes. And before I get into some more info about this strange place, we have some deaths to account for. The first was when I completely panicked when it trapped me in this thin space against a great hopper. Ugh! My next death was at the hands of the worst bug in existence, after I timed the hit against the Armored Squid perfectly too. Asshole. The third one, I died because my body took a screenshot the second that I saw 3 flyers charging at me, and I just kind of completely shut down. Bro, what? Through editing, it might not seem like much, but this trial is probably like 5 to 6 minutes of straight enemies, so every death takes its own unique emotional toll on me. But thankfully, this 4th try is the one. So, where did this place come from? Was it established by the Pale King? Well, we don't really know how this place came to be or why, but I think it's safe to say that this place operated completely independent of both the King and Hallownest as a whole. Since, like Tiso, this place is meant to attract bugs from all over the world to compete to become the champion of the Colosseum. And that would kind of interfere with the Pale King's propaganda of Hallownest being the last place left in the world. Many of the unique bugs that can be found here were specifically bred for the Colosseum too. So this is not just some thrown together thing in the corpse of some fossil. It's been going on for a very long time. Who even knows when the Lord Fool died? It seems that he was kept there out of respect though, and not just thrown off the cliff like the others. And despite practically all of the enemies here suffering from the Radiance's infection, it seems like the audience is doing surprisingly well, if it wasn't already obvious by them not just attacking us on sight. Really interesting, and probably a result of it being on the very outside border of Hallownest. Kingdom's Edge, remember? But that's pretty much the extent of this strange Colosseum, except for channel favorite Oblobbles, of course, who, like I mentioned in the intro, mate for life. Their love even making the hunter a little bit envious. Part of the reason that I love them, aside from their doofy appearance, is that this one specific challenge is the only time that they ever appear in the entire game. Not even the final trial of the Colosseum. They reuse all the other unique enemies here a bunch, but I guess they felt that we could only handle so much of the Oblobbles. And we have finally conquered the Trial of the Conqueror, getting even more Geo along with that pale ore that we were looking for. And now we are able to take on the final challenge, the Trial of the Fool. That's a big hell nah for me though. I could handle the other two, but there is no shot I am taking on that one until I'm stronger. It's like a 10-minute gauntlet, and spoilers, there's not even a reward besides the Geo. So the Trial of the Fool name is very accurate considering you'd have to be a fool to put yourself through it. Which I definitely will as a fool myself, but just not right now. And before we pick back up on our journey, 2 quick stops. First, in Kingdom's Edge is yet another Nail Master. This one's name is Oro, and unlike Sheo, Oro is still just as passionate about nail arts. Except he makes us cough up 800 Geo, a small price to pay for the wisdom of a nail master. Outside his hut is a very strange dead thing on some kind of stick. It turns out that our new nail master, Oro, is a world-class hater. And this thing is a practice dummy made to look like the last of the nail masters that we have yet to meet. Yeah, the two of them are not exactly on the best terms. Anyways, our next stop. Do you remember the sweet old woman Milabel who offered to hold our Geo for us? Well, we have nearly 4,000 at this point, so I think it's time we take her up on our offer in case we die. Thanks again, sweetheart. You stay safe too. Honestly, we were really lucky to have met such a sweet old lady in the middle of all of this craziness. And shortly after leaving, I realized that we don't even have enough pocket change to open up a Stag station if we found one. So let's go back to Milabel and just get some pocket change. Oh, she's not here. Maybe she's on break or something? Let's knock on the building to see if we can get her attention. Fuck! It looks like we've been had by some greedy hag who just stole all of our life savings. And to think I was the one lecturing you earlier on not judging bugs by their appearance. The knight doesn't really seem to care, unsurprisingly, but I am not letting this one go. First, we need a plan, since she left absolutely no trace of her even being here. If I was a greedy witch who took advantage of lower class bugs, where would I be? Oh, the upper caste section of the City of Tears! But before we start looking for Millabelle, let's just take a second to relax in the hot springs and get our bearings. We've been through a lot, and it's important that we have a clear head.
Bello.
Wait, it's you! Get a load of this horse shit. Apparently, she had spent all of our money. You see, she just simply had to charge us a large service fee to keep up with the high cost of running a bank, asking us to allow her some privacy here. Millabelle really thinks she's so smart, but she has no idea the kind of bug that she messed with. Wait, she has all of our money! The liar lied again! Oh, I forgot how much fun this is. Now I understand why Eternal Emilicia always laughs all the time. I could do this forever, it is so satisfying. And, fun fact, however much money you gave her, she'll drop about 1.5 times that amount right here. I can't stress how worth it this whole experience was for us in the long run. It's a bad day to be Millabelle the Bug though, that's for sure. Bug karma back at it again. And after we get our fill of hitting an old woman with our nail, we head downstairs in this pleasure house. And with our dream nail allowing us to communicate with the dead, we can finally speak to the legendary songstress Marissa. Her recounting how at some point she realized that her music could no longer reach the bugs that were suffering from the Radiance's infection. However, she is beyond grateful to have an opportunity to sing for a bug that isn't infected like us. So, enjoy the best songstress that Hallownest had to offer. Bellissima, Principessa! What a talented bug. Thank you for the private concert. And since we're in the city, let's use that pale ore that we won at the Colosseum to make our nail even stronger. It is now the channeled nail. I love progress. And back in the Fungal Wastes, we see that shrine built for the Elder. Except with our new dream nail, we can speak with the man himself this time around. And when speaking to him, he seems a lot more concerned about us than most people. Worried that if we linger here, like all the others, we will succumb to the infection. And we are given the opportunity to fight him, which I am more than happy to oblige, even if he is a really nice bug. Who here was that's so stupid. Who was originally a traveling sage who sought to help those in Hallownest who were infected. However, this kindness would be what led to his death. At some point while he was here in the Fungal Wastes, he began to fall victim to the Radiance's plague as well, incorrectly believing the local Mantis tribe to be the ones that were infected. So, he attacked them, but was swiftly defeated by the warrior Mantises. A rather pathetic end for such a selfless person. But despite that, a shrine was still erected here to commemorate all the good he did in his life. And as you can see, his boss fight is kind of gimmicky. I also just could not dodge this move to save my life. And since who here is turning out to be a pretty lengthy fight, let's go back to the Mantis tribe for a second. I didn't say anything earlier because of how little we knew about the infection, but did you ever notice that none of these Mantises fell victim to the Radiance? Well, this is more than likely due to their incredible willpower and their lack of communication with outsiders. You see, the infection needs to target weak minds in order to really take hold. Like Bretta when she was abandoned, or Sly when he was all alone at the bottom of the Forgotten Crossroads. But the Mantises of the village here have honed both their minds and bodies extensively, making it extremely difficult for the infection to take hold in any of them. And would you believe that me and Elder Who are still going at it? And after this fight with him, we have given him some much needed clarity. Him now realizing that it was he who was wrong, believing that the Mantis tribe was right in killing him, and joining our increasing number of dead people that we carry with us. Granny, look at how many poor souls I've collected. To reward us for our body count, she gives us access to a part of the resting grounds that have been shut down for everyone else, along with another pale ore. Cool beans. This locked area is called Spirit's Glade, and it is filled with spirits. Seriously, like way too many for me to cover without boring you, but here's some highlights. Millibug, who just wants us to buy her cookies. 100 Nail Warrior, because he's cool as shit. Perpetuos New, because their name is hilarious. And Molten, because he kinda looks like a Mimic You version of us. And a lot of these spirits were actually rewards for those who helped kickstart the game before it was widely loved like it is nowadays. So cool. I wish I could have had a spirit. There's also a secret area hidden by the waterfall leading to a king's idol, as well as many statues of the Moth tribe, who are long gone by now besides the Seer. And with that done, it's finally time for us to go even deeper. We find a very deep shaft with spikes all over the place, as well as the strange black energy that seems to only get stronger the deeper we go in this place, along with the color turning much more monotone and a completely busted elevator at the bottom. It definitely doesn't seem like anyone has been down here in a very long time. And this next section kind of explains why. I would not want to travel here either. The floor is filled with bugs found in Deepnest, a place that I've somehow still managed to avoid up to this point. However, this is somewhere else entirely. The Ancient Basin, a name that should be taken very literally, as most of what you'll see around this place is from long before the Pale King or Hallownest. The before the before, if that makes any sense. Deeper inside, we find ourselves faced with lesser Molochs. Thankfully, not nearly as tough as the brooding one that we had to deal with earlier. And some Aspid Hunters, a welcome relief after the primal Aspids we were dealing with. And while collecting our rewards, something is digging underneath us. Cloth, my sister in arms! Just how long has it been? And thank God we just arrived in time because it seemed like she was getting overwhelmed. Her now beginning to doubt if she has what it takes to work her way through this place. And before we can even encourage her...
Bakusa!
Is she not the greatest? She looks to us as a source of strength. The feeling is mutual, Cloth. And she wishes us, her tiny savior, farewell, stating that we will meet a warrior with courage to match our own the next time that we meet. I look forward to it, my friend. And nearby, we see two Molochs along with sure signs of the infection. Gigantic orange bubbles sprouting all over the place. So despite the Ancient Basin being almost as far as possible from the Black Egg, the infection is already this deep inside of Hallownest. But on the bright side, it's another pale ore. Let's go! And that's number 2, so we can get ourselves another nail upgrade whenever we decide to visit our beloved Nailsmith again. Oh my god, let's get you out of that thing! I really can't wait to find the sick freak that did this to the Grubs. Who would have the audacity to leave one of these little guys deep down here without any food or water? Deeper in the basin, we find something very strange. Some sort of fountain with the corpses of dead bugs. But more importantly, here is our first true look at the Pale King. A true servant gives all for the kingdom. Let Hallownest's Pale King relieve you of your burden. This should definitely give you an idea of his ambitions as well as his desire to be praised, but also the kind of mentality most of Hallownest had during his reign. Many of these once self-sufficient bug clans downgrading themselves to just servants, making it that much easier for the Radiance to eventually control them. And hang on, it's time to zoom. We meet another new version of the Moloch down here as well, the Lurk, which seems to be a Moloch who simply lost its legs. How? Well, as the hunter says, it's possible to lose anything if you try. I love that quote so much, it's just so fucking stupid. However, the most common enemy that you'll see down here are the Shadow Creepers. Incredibly mysterious bugs that are only found in the deepest and darkest places, with no apparent need for food or drink. There's even a dead body down here that we can pop inside of for a simple key. Cool. And it's about this time I was ready to call it quits for this session, but I realized that I would 100% forget to upgrade my nail if I didn't do it right now. So I made my way all the way back to the nailsmith to get our new nail, only to find out that I did not have enough geo to do it. I hate my life. Thankfully, our dear friend Lem is nearby and we can just sell a relic for some quick geo. And just like that, the coiled nail is ours. There's only one upgrade for us left, but we would need 3 pale ore, which is all the rest in the game. So it's gonna be a while. And after what felt like a million years, we finally make our way back to where we left off, running into what looks to be us? Similar to the dead bug that we saw in Hornet's arena, except this one is surrounded by the Radiance's infection, and when we try to move on, the door locks tightly behind us. The broken vessel. Now, the true meaning behind this little bug is lost on us for right now, but that's by design. As I'm sure you were able to put together though, this was a corpse that looked an awful lot like us and was reanimated right in front of our eyes by the Radiance, along with its signature shout. If you didn't notice by now, that iconic scream is always associated with the Radiance, just like how the Hollow Knight screamed in the opening. And this fight is kind of funny because I remember this was yet another boss that beat the living shit out of me on my first playthrough. And now, I really can't understand how. I think I was just way too aggressive my first time playing this game. It's mostly dodging Radiance goop and dealing with these little goop spirits, eventually putting our fallen friend here to rest once again, it taking one final look at us before accepting its fate once more. Goodbye, brother. And behind this broken vessel, we find none other than the Monarch Wings, aka Double Jump. An incredible ability that we could have grabbed a lot earlier, but you see, grabbing these wings triggers something else in the world, something that I hate very much. But more on that in a bit, as we aren't done down here. With our new Double Jump, we can access an area near the beginning of this place that we could not before, the Palace Grounds, where the Pale King originally ruled all of Hallownest. Very isolated to the rest of the kingdom, strangely enough, since you'd probably expect this palace to be somewhere in the capital city, not all the way deep down here. But as you can see, there's nothing left of this palace at this point, along with a strange corpse who has the little dream bubbles, cluing us in that we can dream nail him. However, in order to enter that dream, we need the Awoken dream nail, something still a ways out for us. Nearby, though, is a stag station. Unsurprising that one would be so close to the palace, but also these spools of silk around the station that we've never seen before. Yeah, write that one down. But since we're at a stag station, let's hitch a ride on our best buddy back to Kingdom's Edge, since we couldn't access the Graven Ash that Hornet was referring to during our last visit. And when we get close, we once again run into Hornet.
Gala negosa dros.
Who this time will not be holding back against us, wanting us to prove that we have what it takes to change the state of this kingdom. And as you'd expect, Hornet here fights really similar to how she did back in Greenpath. The big difference is at about the halfway point where she starts setting up hazards all around the arena, which makes dodging her shots and Adidas more awkward. All around though, a super fun fight as you'd probably expect by this point. And after defeating her, she acknowledges our strength, asking if we could raise our nail once knowing its tragic conception, and knowing ourselves. And then she commands us to head onward and claim ourselves as king. Wait, king? But that bit about knowing our tragic conception was a bit strange. I guess we still have a lot more to learn about ourselves. And just beyond where we fought Hornet, we run into this thing. It looks almost like the creature holding the Colosseum of Fools, except this one looks much whiter, and the mouth looks really similar to the head of the Pale King from the fountain that we saw earlier, as well as the pointy horns he had on Ogrim's phenomenal dung statue. Very strange. Inside, we see that this is called the cast-off shell, and there's also a hatched egg along with a glyph. Interacting with it gives us the king's brand, officially crowning us the new king of Hallownest. Bet you didn't see that one coming. There's no time for celebrating though, because right after taking it, the corpse of this thing begins to collapse. Something I took way too long to react to. The rubble completely burying us and ending our journey forever right here. Or at least that's what would have happened if it wasn't for Hornet. Yeah, she cares more than she lets on for sure. Thank you! She kind of feels like our bug big sister. But what was that thing? Well, lucky for us, there's an incredible bug here in Kingdom's Edge who has all of the answers that we need. Meet Bardoon. He's incredible. Also, extremely knowledgeable, telling us the thing that we saw earlier was actually a worm. An ancient and extremely powerful being that came here to die. But Bardoon believes that death for such a high being only means transformation, stating that this kingdom is what spawned from this event. So is all of this starting to make sense yet? The king of Hallownest was originally this pale worm who came here to die. Except, rather than dying, he hatched out of the egg that we saw holding the king's brand, eventually becoming the very same pale king who created the kingdom of Hallownest. Bardoon confirming that the constant ash rain in this place is due to the decaying worm carcass, which should give you an idea of how gigantic these worms truly are. Bardoon also speaks of how these worms have the ability of foresight, being able to peer into the future, although I would assume not extremely far due to the current state of this supposed eternal kingdom, but serves as more confirmation that this pale king was anything but an ordinary bug. Another detail about worms that Bardoon doesn't even know is that they instinctively pull bugs into their thrall. We know that because of Mr. Mushroom, but we'll meet him soon enough, don't worry. But that would explain his desire that he held of wanting to be appreciated by all of his people. It's a trait supposedly shared by all worms, no different than the innate desire to reproduce. And it makes you wonder just how many worms there are out there in the world, or how many other kingdoms they've created just like this one. After speaking to Bardoon with the King's brand, he asks us what kind of fate we desire for Hallownest, and how it's always the smallest creatures that attempt the largest things. Damn, that's a pretty cool quote, Bardoon. But now, we have a much better understanding of this pale king as well as his motivations. But that still doesn't explain the Hollow Knight or our tragic past as Hornet described it. Well, now that we have the King's brand, we can access a place locked very tightly in the ancient Basin, only able to be opened by the King. Higher beings, these words are for you alone. Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and the regret of its creation. We shall enter this place no longer. And it's in this place that we finally learn the truth about what we are. And making our way inside, this is a very dark place, literally and figuratively. As I said earlier, the ancient Basin held a lot of history from the civilization that existed here long before Hallownest. We can see from a journal entry that the bugs of Hallownest sometimes wondered whether there were other, older kingdoms deep below them. This concern was far from unfounded as we find ourselves in part of one of these ancient kingdoms right here. The only enemies in sight being the shadow creepers who choose only the darkest places to inhabit, making it weirdly quiet compared to every other area. And while we have been platforming this whole game, this descent feels a lot different. Almost like it was made difficult to traverse on purpose. And, like the broken vessel, more corpses resembling us can be found down here. And all the way at the bottom, we finally see the secret that the Pale King tried to bury. The Abyss. What's left of this ancient civilization, as well as a graveyard. A graveyard for bugs that look exactly like us. So, let's finally talk about how the Pale King sealed the Radiance inside of the Hollow Knight, as well as our tragic past that Hornet referenced in our earlier fight. Back when the Radiance's infection began to spread, as we discovered in the Soul Sanctum, the King initially thought Soul held the answers for defeating this infection. However, possibly due to the foresight Bardoon mentioned, he eventually realized that it would not be enough on its own. He needed something more, so he turned to something else entirely. Something ancient. The Void. Another journal entry expands on this a bit, clarifying that the ancient bugs of this civilization devoted their worship to no lord, no power, no strength, only darkness, which, as you can see, seems to be alive. reaching out at us as we get close. But what exactly is it? Well, it's something that will mostly remain beyond our comprehension even after this video finishes. Although, there are more than a few puzzle pieces for us to work with. Going back to the Pale King, he of course saw the potential in this void, especially considering that while the Radiance is described as a bright, blazing light, the void here seems like the polar opposite. And it's here where he devised the cruel plan that Ogrim described. He and his queen began producing countless children. However, this was not out of love or a desire to raise one of his own to eventually rule over Hallownest. No, this was his answer to defeat the Radiance who posed a threat to his great eternal kingdom. He never even thought of them as his children. Instead, they were called vessels. And after the queen gave birth to eggs containing these vessels, they were left down here inside of the abyss. He did this because unlike all of the other bugs in the kingdom, these vessels would be something different. They would contain both the genetics of higher beings as well as this void. Something that went even beyond the king's understanding. Believing and possibly already knowing due to his foresight that this would eventually create a child completely hollow inside. If you recall, whenever we die, there is a shade that is left behind. This is the void that is inside of us. We were born here after all. And at the very bottom of the abyss, we can see even more of these from our dead siblings, who now seemingly exist within this void long after their bodies have died. And whenever I've described the night here throughout the video, I've been reading a partial quote from the Pale King himself, and the full version should give you an idea of his thought process. No cost too great, no mind to think, no will to break, no voice to cry suffering. Born of God and void, you shall seal the blinding light that plagues their dreams. You are the vessel, you are the Hollow Knight. Remember that the Radiance is only able to enter the heads of those with emotions and minds of their own. His true objective with this plan being to create not a bug, but a vessel. One incapable of these thoughts and feelings so that the Radiance would never be able to control it like the others. And the infection and the remnants of this Radiance could be contained inside of this perfect vessel. Remember the statue of the Hollow Knight. Through its sacrifice, Hallownest lasts eternal. And just take a moment to understand the unbelievable cruelty of this grand plan of his. These vessels never once felt the love of either of their parents. Their very first steps likely being them walking over the corpses of their dead siblings in the unbelievable darkness of the abyss. As they look up and see this incredibly difficult climb without any guarantee that it would even lead them to safety. Not to mention that all of these dead bodies implies that all of the failed vessels did feel some of these emotions. Remember how the broken vessel took one last look at us. That is not something without a mind of its own. These vessels did have a voice to cry out suffering, only nobody could hear them, as the king locked them down here from the moment they were born. Absolutely fucking evil. But putting that awfulness aside, how did he determine which of these countless sacrifices was the pure vessel as he described on the glyph at the entrance? Well, let's keep looking. Unlike most of Hallownest, there's barely anything that poses a threat to us down here. The only enemies being the Shadow Creepers, the Void Spirits whose official name are siblings, and the Void Tendrils. There's no kind of loud theme either. Just a chilling, quiet wind with a very faint instrument sometimes fading in, making for a very creepy atmosphere compared to the rest of the game. Eventually, we find ourselves climbing up a string of platforms, leading us to a lighthouse. One that the Pale King had built to help contain this void ocean just ahead. As it turns out, that light causes this void to go silent. And this dead bug right here was also abandoned down here to make sure that the lighthouse would never go out. Except, as we can see, that's exactly what ended up happening. But how exactly did this bug die, and how was the light switch flipped? Well, I'm not sure. It could have been one of the shades outside, but looking at the lighthouse keeper's eyes, it seems as though the void somehow handled this problem itself. So the way I see it is that this void eventually possessed the bug here, manually making him flip the switch to turn the troublesome light out for good. However it happened though, we are simply able to turn it back on. And now with the light on, you can see how little shades there are around here now. And after traversing some of these dark caves, we eventually find this thing. When struck with the Awoken Dream Nail, which we don't have yet, it only says void, power, without unity. A very rare glimpse into the thoughts of this void, although I'm not sure if that's really what you'd call it. And after bathing in this fountain, we receive the Shade Cloak ability, allowing us to dash through enemy attacks as well as crossing any void barriers that we come across. And another strange discovery is some kind of weird design on the wall here, described as an imprint of the abyss given form. And what exactly would you make of this? And more importantly, why is it here? How did this abyss gain a physical form in the first place? Definitely really mysterious. So as many questions as you may still have, that's all that's here for us right now. However, this is definitely not our last visit to this awful place. So we begin making our difficult journey back up to Hallownest, even passing by some of our siblings that seem to have died trying to climb all the way to the top. And speaking of the top, we see that Hornet was waiting for us. She comments on our Shade Cloak and even says that our strength is born of the same source, but she is lacking that crucial emptiness. Wonder what she means by that. But Hornet feels like this darkness that we have within us gives her hope for change, laying out our current options at the end of this journey of ours. Prolong the stasis of Hallownest or face the heart of the infection, meaning the Radiance herself, with her urging us to face this higher being ourselves, but leaving the pivotal decision up to us. And the plan does make sense considering that this void seems to be the complete opposite of this Radiance. She represents light and is very much her own being, while the void is complete and total darkness, seemingly made up of many different beings. And this pivotal choice of ours given to us is also the single biggest piece of evidence that our knight here does in fact have its own free will. Regardless, learning our origins and the Pale King's disgusting plan really brought the mood down. So let's take a short Bretta break. Before we set off, let's talk about the change that happened after I grabbed the Monarch wings. Remember when I said that I loved the Forgotten Crossroads just because of how relaxing it is compared to everywhere else? Well, that enjoyment is gone now, as now it is the infected Crossroads, with the Radiance's infection seemingly accelerating at an unbelievable pace now, transforming most of the enemies here into much deadlier threats. And going inside the Temple of the Black Egg, we can see that we are really running out of time. If we truly want to face the Radiance, the only hope we have is defeating it before it's able to consume what's left of Hallownest. So we have no time to waste. And by now, I'm sure that you know what that means. Wait! That's right, we have a ton of side stuff to get out of the way really quick. Our first stop is somewhere illegal because I haven't introduced it yet. But it's here that we find the Howling Wraith spell, one of the best damaging spells in the entire game. And back in the Crystal Mines near the Crystal Guardian, there was a platform that we couldn't reach since we did not have double jump at the time. Up here is the Crystal Guardian's big brother, the Enraged Guardian. And holy shit, did I underestimate this thing. I'm sorry, what? The second time went way better. It was just the 2 masks of damage caught me way off guard. This, of course, is another optional fight and just kinda amps up the original Crystal Guardian's moveset. It's a lot more fun though with all the laser dodging. And we are rewarded with another mask shard giving us another piece of health. Yay! Let's see, what else did I do here? I did one of those dream trees that was really annoying with all the enemies. I also did a nightmare platforming section to reach a crystallized snail sage who was able to give us Descending Dark, an upgrade to our down slam, and most importantly, eventually making our way to the very top of Hallownest. Hallownest's crown, the peak of this entire kingdom that lacks any kind of life. But while there is no life up here, there is a statue. One depicting none other than the Radiance herself. Her seeming to have the appearance of a moth, just like Granny Seer. If you can recall, when the Pale King arrived, the Radiance was entirely forgotten, losing all of the power and admiration that she once held. Until, all of a sudden, in the kingdom's glory age, she began to appear once again. Not in her physical form, but through the dreams of the bugs, which gave rise to the infection. And when we strike it with our dream nail, all that it says is to remember light. This is how I imagine the Radiance must have felt. a once beloved god who was forgotten in place of another, now far removed from the rest of her people, desperately wanting them to remember her. Her placement is also very interesting, at the very peak of Hallownest, looking down on the entire kingdom all alone. Now, however, she seemed to be long past the days of wanting to be remembered naturally, since she now just forces her way inside of people's minds, probably thinking that this is justice against both the Pale King and those who had turned their backs on her. The ire of a god is definitely pretty scary. At least there's a Pale up here though, so I'm liking our odds against this god. Another area that we can reach now is a place known as the Howling Cliffs. The edge of Hallownest's domain, also where the knight originally entered the kingdom from, although I honestly have no idea how the little thing survived out there. Seems pretty brutal in the wild as the powerful winds stop us from leaving. A lore tablet in the area also mentions those foolish enough to traverse this void must pay the toll and relinquish the precious mind that this kingdom grants. So, unsurprisingly to the warship-desiring Pale King, he did not take people leaving his kingdom very well. At this point, though, the unknown outside world would be preferable to the so-called precious mind that led to the Radiance's infection. And, while this place is mostly deserted, besides Cornifer, of course, there are a few notable places of interest. One of which requires me to talk about something that I haven't even mentioned yet: Lifeblood. Throughout Hallownest, you can find these blue sacks on the wall containing this lifeblood, temporarily offering us more health unless we either lose it or we rest at a bench. And it's always represented by these blue butterflies, many of which are found here in a secret section of the Howling Cliffs, leading to the body of a bug by the name of Joni. Described as a kindly heretic, she would transfigure vital fluids into what we know as lifeblood. Is she important to the overall story? Not at all. Yet I love shit like this. What seems like just a simple game mechanic actually has an in-universe explanation, one that we will be expanding on in a few minutes. But goodbye, Joni. Thanks for the lifeblood, and when I die someday, I hope it's in some place like this. However, something even more important than Joni awaits us at the top of the Howling Cliffs. Something that makes you and I look like nothing but shit on someone else's shoe. I am, of course, talking about Gorb. Bow. Bow, 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 bow to Gorb. The great mind. I am Gorb. Ascend! Ascend! Ascend, ascend, ascend with Gorb! And just like that, the hardest boss in the game descends upon us. Gorb! You see, Gorb the Great Mind holds all of the world's knowledge inside of its brain. And just when we think we have him figured out, he starts teleporting even faster, shooting even more projectiles, too fast for the human eye to keep track of. And his unbelievable spiritual pressure makes every button press on my controller feel like I'm trying to escape quicksand. Even just his presence is suffocating. And just when I think it's all over, Gorb willingly allows us to get the final blow. Why is this? No point in worrying about it. Pitiful mortals like us could not hope to comprehend the great mind. The pain! Ascend! Ascend!
I am Gorb! We are Gorb! Where the fuck is the Radiance? I'm ready to snap her fucking wings and—
After coming down from our Gorb high, we find ourselves in a pretty hidden area up here, along with a hut, one containing the final Nailmaster, Mato. The same one that Oro made a practice dummy on because he pisses him off so badly. And it seems that Mato sensed our aura as we approached, one of a fierce warrior, clearly referring to Gorb's spirit now that he is a part of us. And Mato offers us yet another nail art, and for free. After learning Cyclone Slash, he reflects on how his own master felt when he passed down his teachings to him and his brothers. Whoa, you all shared the same master? Must have been an incredibly strong bug with complete control over the way of the nail. I'd love to meet them someday. Mato also considers us his child. Oh my god, after what we just learned, you have no idea what that means to me, Mato. And there is one final big secret for us to discover here. In a secret area, we find the corpse of a dead bug. And while we've seen like a million of those at this point, this one looks much different, with some strange stitched clothing and mask. We also see traces of what looks to be those dream circles, except these are a deep red color. Very weird. And weirdest of all, some kind of fire pit in the next room. After enough strikes, these crimson fires appear all around the room, along with a very odd noise. I'm sure that was nothing important. And at the end of the Howling Cliffs is the drop into King's Pass, exactly where we started this game. And look at how much we've grown since then and how much more terrible knowledge we know. And when retracing our steps back to Dirtmouth, we notice a change of scenery. The first tent being home to none other than Divine. Saying that we called them and they came. Confused about why we don't look scared and why we called them. Look, I don't know either, lady. This Divine is also interested in something deep below us, actually referring to none other than the Leg Eater's charms. Remember how I said there was a way to make them unbreakable? Well, that's Divine's job right here. However, in order to do that, we need a ton of Geo. To get the Strength one, which I'm going to get first, we need to cough up 15,000. So, we will be making use of that much later. The real point of interest here is inside the main tent, where the incredible accordion-playing bug Brum tells us to speak to the Master, who we meet in the next room. He introduces himself as Grimm, the master of the troupe that arrived almost instantly after we summoned them, declaring this decaying kingdom of Hallownest as the perfect place to conduct their ritual, as well as telling us that our part in all of this is far from over, giving us a charm which summons a small little Grimm child, one that we must kindle with flames hidden throughout Hallownest. And just like that, Grimm is gone, although the troupe remains. The Elder Bug, however, is filled with a state of dread whenever he even looks at it. Good thing we're hollow inside, maybe. But this is yet another quest for us to embark on inside of Hallownest, one that we will not be getting to for a while. Just know that this strange Grimm Troupe set up camp in Dirtmouth to conduct some kind of ritual. And they could really give a shit about Hallownest or the Radiance or any of this other stuff we've been talking about. But our next stop is, once again, the dreaded Abyss. First though, we need Lifeblood. A lot of Lifeblood. 15 or more to be exact. Only being able to accomplish this feat due to Joni's blessing that we picked up earlier. This is because in the Abyss is a door that will only open for someone with an extraordinary amount of Lifeblood. And I'm gonna be real, the existence of this door breaks my brain. What the fuck is this doing in a place like the Abyss? Joni was called a kind heretic for what that's worth. So maybe this Lifeblood has its roots here in the Abyss, and somehow Joni was able to get a hold of this knowledge and reproduce it back in Hallownest. It's also worth pointing out that the Lifeblood bubbles that you come across look awfully similar to the Radiance's orange infectious bubbles. Except, while infection bubbles hurt you, Lifeblood offers you health instead. Complete opposites, just like the Radiance herself and this void entity. So does this Lifeblood go deeper than just Joni utilizing vital fluids to create it above ground? I mean, it sure seems like it. One thing that stands out are the blue dreamlike bubbles that sometime appear in the foreground. I mentioned these briefly when the Grimm Troupe arrived, but colored versions of these almost always represent the presence of higher beings. The Radiances are orange, the Pale Kings are white, and these are blue. So, while only a theory, this could possibly be referring to some unknown higher being that is responsible for the source of this Lifeblood. It just feels far too random having such a beautiful place in a dark, forgotten location like the Abyss. And to make it even stranger, after reaching the Lifeblood core at the end of this place, we are immediately sent back outside, with the door to this place closing forever, sticking out as one of the only places that you will never regain access to after you complete it. Extremely suspicious and something that we will never get definitive answers for, at least in this game. So I'd love to hear any thoughts that anyone has about it, because information on this weird door is just filled with people asking how much lifeblood that they need to open it, not the actual logistics of it. And the other reason that we came down here was to access this shrine right here, with the statues depicting the icon of our Howling Wraith spell. So, after standing on the altar and using the spell, we absorb even more of this void inside of us, as well as upgrading our spell to the Abyss Shriek. One final stop. Remember the Lake of Un, where the Moss Knight was gazing at the water longingly before we ganked him? Well, now that we have Yzma's Tear, we can actually swim in this lake now, leading us to a really narrow cave system. And at the end of these caves is another body of water deep inside. And this is where something incredible happens. Un herself. She's alive! As well as the first higher being that we've actually seen for ourselves. And more than that, it appears that we even receive her blessing. A charm that turns us into a slug so we can move while healing. Kinda funny, just not really that useful against the harder bosses. But the last that we heard, the Mosskin were waiting for her calls that never came. So why would she ignore the closest thing that she has to her own children? Well, when in doubt, blame the Radiance. There's a place near the Fungal Wastes where earlier we could have found one of Un's infected children preaching about the Radiance's light in a hilarious voice. So the Radiance has been slowly converting a lot of the children that Un created herself, making Un eventually lose the connection with the Mosskin that they once shared, explaining why the surviving Mosskin cannot hear Un's voice any longer. Also proof that the Radiance can influence these bugs in more ways than just her controlling their corpses, making them literally sing her praises to anyone who has not accepted her, probably making poor Un feel just as lonely as she felt. However, now we can see the result of their god that they praise so highly. Just a bunch of dead, bloated corpses. I got Un over the Radiance any day. And while we don't know everything about her, Un definitely seems like the kindest higher being in the game that we know of, but her power seems to pale in comparison to the Radiance. And after giving us her gift, she once again submerges herself in the acid water, never to be seen again. Thank you, Un. I'm sorry that I killed so many of your kids. And with that, we have procrastinated our main quest long enough. Even though we now know the Hollow Knight's origins, we still need to wake the three dreamers keeping it sealed away, each of them having their own opinions on Hallownest, the king, and his grand plan. So let us begin with Manamon the Teacher, located in a place known as Fog Canyon. Now, as you can see, this Fog Canyon has tons of foliage, just like Greenpath, suggesting that the two were probably part of the same biome at one point. However, whatever it was in the past, this is very much the territory of Manamon the Teacher now. When you first begin Hollow Knight, there's a quote from her that appears prior to the two cutscenes that I opened the video with. I didn't start the video with the quote because there isn't a better way to scare off the average YouTube viewer than starting the video off with a paragraph of text. No offense. Plus, with everything that we know by now, you can actually draw your own conclusions about it. The quote reads, "In wilds beyond they speak your name with reverence and regret, for none could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Under palest watch, you taught, we changed. Base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed." Taken from the Elegy for Hallownest by Manamon the Teacher. The fact that they even started the game off with a quote from Manamon should give you an idea of how important she is. She served as the chief researcher and was possibly the smartest bug in all of Hallownest, who, more than likely, created all of the jellyfish that you've been seeing me deal with, as when you dream nail these creatures, the only thoughts they have are of Manamon. The big ones even have a heat-seeking core that does 2 masks of damage. Kinda scary. Otherwise, the Fog Canyon is surprisingly chill, but supposedly, it's in this place that Manamon is still dreaming. Eventually, we stumble upon a building, but much more importantly, my goat Quirrel. Feels like it's been ages. He's surprised by this building sitting atop an acid lake, but strangely feels a sense of familiarity whenever he looks at it. He did lose his memories after leaving Hallownest, so maybe he has some history here? Whatever it is, he believes that the building beckons him inside. Kinda weird, but I don't mind being your little bodyguard. I owe you that much. First though, do you hear that? I hear a grub, but there's nothing around here. Ah, that was a good one. Some of these are in some real cheeky spots for sure. Anyways, with the little guy safe and sound, let's enter the Teacher's Archives. Now just look at this place. Without me even saying anything, I'm sure you can tell that this was the prime spot for bug science. Another type of creature are the charged lumaflies. Doesn't feel right calling them an enemy since they can't be damaged and act as more of an environmental hazard than an actual enemy. But it seems that Monomon was studying or possibly even producing these things as an alternative energy source. One of the few beings that we can't dream nail either, so not much is really known about them. As we go deeper in these archives, we see more and more of these jellyfish, until we reach the ruler of all jellyfish, Umu. Now this Metroid lookalike is a problem, mostly because literally none of our attacks are effective. Nail, spells, angry words, it doesn't do anything. For the first time in this entire game, it really seems like we've met our match, until... Quirrel? Gazah? He gave us an opening! That's right, this one is a tag team battle. And with Quirrel fighting at our side, all of the confidence begins to flow right back to me. Although it's strange, isn't it? That somehow Quirrel knows the secret to defeating this otherwise invincible opponent. Nagito! Nagito! Ugh, I have no idea how they come up with the perfect voice lines. And after enough dodges and Quirrel attacks, Umu goes down for good. Our savior is nowhere in sight though, so deeper in the archives we go, finding these cryptic lore tablets written in code in this place. Words like King Light obviously refer to the Pale King, and Old Light clearly refers to the Radiance. Odds are, Monomon here was very much aware of the Pale King and his evil plan, possibly even having a hand in orchestrating it. But rather than assume, let's make our way to Monomon herself, finding a large tank where we can faintly make out something inside, when Quirrel appears again suddenly like the cool ninja bug that he is, confirming that Monomon herself was the one who called him here. Remembering this place fully now, as well as confirming that this place was meant to store all of the kingdom's knowledge. And interestingly enough, herself, willingly becoming a seal for the Hollow Knight with Umu and this tank serving as 2 layers of protection. And while Quirrel saved us against Umu, we have no way to reach her inside of the tank. But that's when Quirrel confirms that she called him here with the explicit purpose to help us wake her up. So Monomon here is still somewhat aware and orchestrated this crazy plan before we ourselves even ended up back in Hallownest. That is one smart lady. Quirrel holds up the mask that he has been wearing all of this time, finally revealing Monomon inside of the tank, as that mask was actually Monomon's this whole time. The cool thing is that if you are way more observant than I was, you could have spotted this much earlier on, as we've seen Monomon's mask way back in the opening, as well as Greenpath and the resting grounds. I love me some good foreshadowing. He encourages us, clarifying that this was her choice and to not hesitate in putting an end to her endless dream. So, we enter this dream realm of hers, meeting Monomon herself. If we were to dream nail her, we can see that her thoughts are about ending this cycle, with her recognizing that their grand plan is nothing but a band-aid to the real problem. So, we begin attacking her to finally wake her up from this endless sleep, allowing us to absorb her as we would a warrior spirit, destroying one of the 3 seals holding the Hollow Knight for good. And just look at this shot right here. Quirrel just watching over us as we're passed out. Such a bro. When we speak to him, he confirms that Monomon is now finally able to die as she wished, with Quirrel understanding the kind of monumental task that we are taking on. But both him and Monomon believe that we are capable of being the only bug able to stand up to the Radiance herself. Monomon probably realized that the seals would not last forever, and we are the only alternative that she could place her bet on. But some much needed encouragement for sure. However, Quirrel's own journey has now come to an end, him beginning to feel his age. Oh my god, don't say that. Thank you, Quirrel. I literally would not have been able to do any of this without you. And you too, Monomon. I guess back in Greenpath when the Dreamers were contradicting each other, Monomon was the one telling us that the seals must be undone. So, while she was rooting for us, something tells me that we should not expect the same warm welcome with the other Dreamers. But so ends our time here in the Fog Canyon. And in the Fungal Wastes, on our way to the City of Tears, we stumble upon the largest mushroom that we've seen yet. As a quick refresh, remember that this mushroom clan originally operated under one hive mind, but they eventually gave in to the rule of the Pale King. And it's here that we get some context as to why an entire race would downgrade themselves like that. Pale Worm. What good to foresee a demise unavoidable? Good question, Mushroom. Also showing that it was his foresight that led to the mushrooms placing their faith in him rather than each other. It also begs the question how far the Pale King could really see into the future. We never get any real clarity on this, but was it that he could only see so far at any given time? Or maybe he knew the fate of this kingdom the whole time, and he was deep in denial that this eternal kingdom of his would ever fall apart. Personally, I lean towards the second option. And back in the City of Tears near the Hollow Knight statue, we noticed that Lem left his workplace. He offers us literally no new information. But the fact that a bug historian hasn't even the slightest clue on who this Hollow Knight is, or what its purpose was, should definitely clue you in on how little the general population knows about this entire situation. Remember how tightly the king locked that door to the abyss. But anyways, looking back at the memorial to the Dreamers, the next one on our hit list is Lorien the Watcher, who can be found in his spire looking over the city. And in this spire of his, the enemies are pretty standard for the City of Tears. The bug nobility as well as the husk guards meant to protect their lazy bug asses. However, in another room, we see a new face, the Watcher Knight, taken by the Radiance if the orange gas and the signature didn't give it away. And just like how Monomon had the tank and Umu as protection, these knights are how Lorien is protecting his sleeping body. Thankfully, it's pretty straightforward once you get his moves down, until all of a sudden they keep on stacking them in our face. Every time we defeat one, another one just seems to appear. This Radiance is really not a fan of ours. I mean, no way this is an accident. It makes you wonder if she knows exactly what we're doing. And she's just doing this to keep the seals locked as she is still regaining her strength. No time to ask though, because I managed to clutch up against the Watcher Knights. An extremely rare occurrence. A cool fun thing about this fight is that there's actually a secret room in the ceiling before this fight. And if you go up there, you can actually cut down one of the chandeliers to kill one of the bug watchers before you fight them. Isn't that cool? Anyways, upstairs is another window to contemplate bug life, as well as a very long elevator to the highest point in the city, where we can see how he got his nickname, the Watcher. I'd imagine the sight was much more pleasant to look at before the perpetual rain started. And it's here that we find— wait, what? Get the fuck out of here, cowardly husk. Sorry about that, I don't know what he was doing there. Anyways, here is Lorien the Watcher. Unlike Monomon, he is sleeping like a normal bug high up in his tower. And when entering in his dream and dream-nailing him, he says for King Beloved, showing that he is in fact actively trying to keep the seals intact for his king. As for the beloved part, I figure he's either in love with the Pale King or simply worships him like a god. I'll leave it up to you. Whatever you believe though, Lorien remains completely loyal to the king even after all of this time. But sorry, it's time to wake up now, Lorien.
Wake up, it's time for school, come on man.
And just like that, another seal is gone. And that leaves only one dreamer left, Hera the Beast, in her den amidst the deep darkness beyond the kingdom. So after procrastinating as long as humanly possible, it's finally time to make our way into Deepnest. And the bugs there are the only ones we know of to completely and wholeheartedly reject both the Pale King and Hallownest. In fact, he had so little control over it that he came to an agreement with the Mantis sisters that he would allow them to maintain their sovereignty as long as they keep the bugs of Deepnest at bay. So unlike the other places of this kingdom, there's very little known about what lurks inside of the darkness of Deepnest. To give you an idea of how much this place sucks, look at how scared poor Cornifer is, as well as how close to the entrance he can be found. He did not want to get involved here, and I do not blame him. Oh my god, I'm broke. But let's talk about what kind of bugs can be found here. One of the first unique enemies you come across are the Garpedes. Bad news is that they're completely immune to all of our bug damage. The good news is that they're kind of unconcerned with us, so they act more like obstacles than enemies. Next up are the Deep Hunters, members of the Spider clan that are native to this place. And I'm sure now you have a good idea about why I don't like this place. Despite the map making it seem like a bunch of rectangular rooms, each one feels like one of those mazes for ants. It's not all bad though. Look, a grub! I hate it here. These things mimic grubs, and I mean that I can understand. But I'm a little confused about how they managed to set up a glass jar too. Must be really dedicated to the bit, I kinda respect it. There's also the dirt carvers who ambush their prey from underground. Gross. And while these things explode in orange like the other bugs the Radiance got a hold of, the ones down here seem largely unaffected. Almost definitely due to the bugs that survived in this god-awful place off of instinct alone for so long, never desiring any sort of enlightenment like the other clans. And while clearing this place out... Brother? Is that you? Maybe just like us, another vessel managed to escape the abyss. We just need to find a way to get over there. When we make our way around though, the vessel has disappeared. But no way I'm leaving it down here alone after knowing what it went through to leave that hell. Did it maybe fall down this hole? Whoa! What an oasis in the middle of all this awfulness. I love the theme that plays at these hot springs too. Back to misery though. Just ahead we find the remains of a Garpede, seeing that it was torn in half, hinting to us that some things in Deepnest are way stronger than us. Pretty creepy. There's also a tram nearby, strangely enough. Despite the Pale King being wholeheartedly rejected, it seems like he had a hard time taking no for an answer. Although it would have been pretty hard constructing this thing without anyone from Deepnest knowing. And strangely, deeper inside of Deepnest, we find some husks that we saw way back in the Forgotten Crossroads. Kinda weird for a level 1 enemy to be in a place like this. Oh, they're a creature from my nightmares. That makes more sense. These are corpse creepers, and are nothing more than parasites that control the body of the dead host that they inhabit. First the grubs, and now this? Why is there so much deception in Deepnest? No time to think about that though, because the worst voice in the world is echoing in this room. Surely, I don't need to tell you who that voice belongs to. However, Zote is on the absolute bottom of our priority list, so he can stay stuck in whatever predicament he found himself in for a while longer. And just above where we were, we find ourselves in the failed tramway. Ah, now the other one makes more sense. Seems like this was his first attempt at creating transportation in and out of Deepnest, and it did not go too well, explaining why he built the other one on the outskirts. And now this place is occupied by Carver Hatchers, flying versions of the dirt carvers that just keep on producing babies every 3 seconds or so. Just awful. But the hunter note here is pretty interesting, suggesting that they aren't the mother to the dirt carvers, and they're just simply inside. How? He doesn't know. And frankly, I don't know either. What I do know is that there's a tram pass waiting for us in the broken down one at the end of this area. Nice to have, but I'm more of a Stag guy myself. And if you weren't a coward like me who put this place off for a long time, you could have met Cloth in this rest area of the failed tramway, completely down on her spirits due to the vicious natures of the creatures here, leaving in search of a less terrifying challenge and also explaining why she was so adamant about being a brave bug like us back in the ancient basin. Don't be too hard on yourself, Cloth. I hate it too. After some more Deepnest mazes, we reach a decently large area with another warrior spirit waiting for us. This is Galleon, a brave warrior in life who seems to not really be aware that he's dead, believing his body to be some other poor fellow who died here. Galleon was actually a knight serving under the Pale King while he was alive. Knowing Deepnest's reputation, he decided to come here on behalf of the king in order to prove his strength. But clearly that did not work out too well for our friend here. possibly due to him only using these stupid bouncy spinning blades as weapons and just floating in the background. And unlike the other spirits, even after being defeated, he doesn't truly accept his death, believing us to be sent by the king to test him and hopes that we will share his valor with him. He does, however, call us brothers, and I'm a sucker for that, so don't badmouth Galleon or his stupid weapons anymore. And speaking of brothers, look over there! Brother, it's me! The way down is only right over here, so let's finally meet up with... Oh, he's gone. But he was literally just there. Maybe he got scared and wandered off again? As the self-appointed big brother, it's on us to save him. Hey, can you hear me? What are you looking at over there anyways? And as expected, when we make our way over only a second later, he vanishes once again. Whoa, he moves! At least we're definitely on his trail now. Hey, I've been chasing you all over the place. And what's with all the creepy hanging bugs you have back there? And is that another vessel? Why would you kill one of us? Unless... Yes, it turns out that was no brother of ours. Just some more deception to lure us into its nest. Meet Nosk, one of the strangest and creepiest entities in the entire game. We can see from a journal entry that Nosk actively uses faces stolen from other people's memories to pluck at your heartstrings in order to lure you down here, just like it did to us. We can even see in a future boss rush mode, it chooses to assume the form of Hornet. And I can't help but wonder if it only assumed we'd care about a fellow vessel, or if the knight here really did care about one of his siblings, and decided to follow them all the way down here. It's irrelevant now though, as our only option is to kill this thing for good. And just what exactly is it? I have no idea. It looks like a spider, but even what we're seeing right now is not its true form. It also seems to hunt everything inside of Deepnest, as we can see from its collection. If it was a part of the spider clan, I doubt it would be killing its own. It has absolutely nothing to say when we dream nail it either. Not to mention how incredibly tanky and aggressive this thing is. Nothing in the game quite fights like Nosk here. Very weird. I also can't help but wonder if this thing is completely unique or if it's a species from even deeper below than we can go in this game. Pretty terrifying to think about. This is what it gets for tugging on my heartstrings like that earlier, asshole. Our reward is a pale ore of all things though. Now we only need one more for the final nail upgrade. Anyways, Nosk here really sent us off track. Time to make our way towards Hera the Beast once again. Yeah, this place is huge. And the further that we get into this place, the more webbed up the background and foreground get. Eventually coming face to face with a stalking devout. Worshippers of Hera who are heavily armored from the front. They don't like spells though. Fireball! And most unsettling of all, little weavers. Spider-like enemies that enter the screen from either the background or the foreground. Ugh. And the reason that I say spider-like is because while they are both part of the overall spider clan, the weavers here come from somewhere outside of Hallownest. They aren't native to Deepnest like a lot of the other species of spiders that we can find here, like the deeplings. Despite this though, the two branches of the Spider clan have been united under Hera the Beast, which, as we saw with the stalking devouts, all of them are still loyal to her even long after she entered her eternal sleep. And having knowledge of the outside world is an incredibly rare thing in Hallownest, but this is more than likely the reason that the Pale King still held an interest in this place. Knowledge of the outside world, something that would even be valuable to a higher being like himself, as well as something that we never truly gain ourselves throughout this entire game. And further on ahead, we find the den of these weavers, and it is absolutely filled with woven silk. The same kind of woven silk that we saw at the Stag station right next to where the Pale King ruled. Very mysterious indeed. And the mysteries don't end there. Meet the Mask Maker. Without a doubt, one of the strangest NPCs in the entire game, telling us that having a face is such a wonderful thing. So this mask maker creates these masks for the faceless bugs of the kingdom. And while at first glance you may just assume it crazy, it has an incredible amount of knowledge about this kingdom. When dream nailed, it comments on our void nature, even crediting the worm. And if you were to use Descending Dark, its face is revealed. Beautiful eyes, huh? However, it wonders if what we're looking at is yet another mask. Good question. It also goes on to speak of Hallownest as a whole in a way that no other bug has up to this point. Rather than the perspective of someone living in Hallownest, he speaks like he's an observer, almost like you and I are while playing this game. Another odd thing is that whenever you re-enter the room, it's wearing a different mask. Yeah, Deepnest is probably home to the most unanswered questions in the game, and Maskmaker here is certainly one of them. One of the most intelligent bugs in the kingdom who just spends their time constantly producing masks. I'll just go ahead and leave you to it then. After that, we eventually find ourselves in the distant village. And I fell down, shit. Down here is a secret room, along with another one to add to our list of creepy and unexplained bugs. The Midwife. She implores us not to be shy and that she isn't like the other nasties down here. Nah, she's a friend to all. Lucky us. However, this does seem to be the case, as she starts giving us some much-needed clarity on this place, saying the distant village was home to a sad creature who took part in a tragic exchange. One that cost her and her people greatly, but she felt like it was worth it. And just as it's getting good, her Deepnest appetite takes over and she tries to eat us with her disgusting face. She makes a hilarious noise, though. We can't damage her, however, as when she's struck, she retreats back into the crevices of this dark place. All we know is that she considers herself a servant of the nest. Is one normal fucking bug really too much to ask in this place? Back at the top of this distant village, we see several balls of silk woven here, as this is where Hera the Beast used to rule prior to her entering an eternal sleep, with one of these cocoons holding tons of bugs that were spun up, seemingly left to be eaten later. Okay, that's pretty creepy. Back outside though, we find a broken down stag station here. That's nothing for our brave last stag. But since Hera agreed to be a dreamer on behalf of the king, I guess the two needed to be in some kind of communication. Although by the look of this place, that was a long time ago. There is one final cocoon, however. This one is actually filled with normal bugs. Oh, thank God! I felt like I was going crazy in this place. They greet us and remind us that we are very tired, and we must sit and rest. We are friends. Welcome. Sit and rest. All of them reassuring us that this is a safe place to relax. And it's a good thing, too. Monomon and Lurien both had some kind of defense to protect them as they slept. So, better rest up to prepare ourselves for anything unexpected. You know, they got us, what can I say? Here we find ourselves somewhere only known as the Beast's Den. And shortly after we were jumped, we heard the noise of what sounded to be a pretty large beast. So, after breaking loose, we try to find some way out of this. And after fighting our way through many spiders, we eventually find ourselves in this place, where Hera the Beast is sleeping. And I'm sure that you know what comes next. Here in her dream, we find out what's going on inside of her head. Bound. For brood. For child. Well, it's like the midwife told us. This village was home to a tragic exchange. Talking about Hera here. You see, when the Pale King was searching for dreamers, Hera had volunteered. Except, unlike someone like Lurien, she was not entranced by this Pale King. She only wanted one thing. A child. One born from a higher being. Why? Maybe the innate desire to reproduce as the rest of the spiders of Deepnest have been doing plenty of. Or maybe she wanted someone who could watch over Deepnest. Or maybe she just wanted a child to love. One that had the strength to survive anything. Who's to say? But the king agreed to these terms despite already being with the queen, giving Hera the child that she desired, still dreaming all this time out of respect for the deal that they made. This Hera was definitely a very honorable woman, but it's a shame that due to her dreaming, she wouldn't have been able to spend much time with the child that she wanted so badly. I wonder if we'll ever get the chance to meet them. It doesn't really matter though, as this is the final dreamer that we must wake up to break the seal. And when we wake up, Hornet, of all people, is waiting for us. How did you even get in this place? She says that she would never get in the way of this happening, but it still caused her great pain. As she says, we do not choose our mothers or the circumstances into which we were born. Despite all the ills in the world, I'm thankful for the life that she granted me, and is determined to repay this debt that she feels that she owes her mother, Hera, wishing to now be left alone with her. A rare moment of vulnerability from Hornet, or, as we now know, our half-sister. I'm sure it was really hard for her to guide us on this path, knowing that it would lead to her mother dying. Thank you for everything, Hornet. Or should I say, sister. And before we leave, I want to point out this thing. It looks almost like some kind of freaky metallic trilobite with wires attached. Absolutely no explanation behind this either. A fossil from somewhere in Deepnest? Or maybe somewhere even darker that we never get to see. Very odd. There was also that loud beast noise after we got captured. As a matter of fact, let's go deal with our captors right now. Oh, they're dead. And by the looks of it, they've been dead for a long time. So what was it that screamed after we were taken? What was controlling these bug carcasses to trick us? Even being able to make them speak. It's left entirely up to our imagination. Who knows what kind of other terrifying secrets are beyond the boundaries of Hallownest. My theory, based off of absolutely no real evidence, is that Nosk was a child, and whatever the beast in Deepnest is what gave birth to it. They both manipulate corpses in order to deceive their prey, right? But yeah, I mean, there's like nothing to really back that up. That's just what I like to believe. And now we have officially finished Deepnest. So let's take a grub mental health break. Wait! Although I can't help but feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh fuck, I forgot Zote! For the record, if I wasn't making this video right now, I'd probably just leave his ass down there. Going from the distant village to where Zote's waiting is like going through all of Deepnest again, but backwards. And if you think I hate Zote now, oh, just you wait. But after enough time, we eventually make our way to where the idiot was webbed and cut him down. Cue the fuck you and your help. Yup, sounds about right. Clumsy little oaf, he says. Stating that if we had accidentally struck him, then it would have been the end of us. And he's a knight of great renown, and his weapon life ender killed like 1 million people, blah blah blah. This next part even being kinda mean for him. Are you lost in these dark tunnels? I don't care. No, I won't lead you out. I know the way due to my powerful memory, but I only travel alone. Be gone. Like seriously, what an absolutely worthless bug. The bright side being that I am done with Deepnest. And on top of that, we are done with the Dreamers. We can officially take on the final boss anytime that we want. And at this point, you should not be surprised to hear that we still have a shit ton of things left to do here in Hallownest first. There's somehow still multiple areas that we haven't even been to yet, not to mention the hell that is waiting for us after we beat the game. So first thing on the agenda is upgrading our nail to the max, as our last visit with the Grub Father resulted in our last pale ore that we needed. And finally, the pure nail is ours. Pretty much the master sword of the bug world. Our nailsmith being incredibly proud of the fact that he can even behold it, even needing to step outside for a moment to gather himself. And it's out here that he reveals to us that our weapon is his life's work. And the final thing that he wants in this world is to die by his own perfect creation, begging us to cut him down, believing that he's earned it for surviving up until this point. And it's here that he expects you to do just that. Except, is that really all your bug life is worth to you, Nailsmith? I mean, imagine if we allowed ourselves to die back in the Abyss before we could leave Hallownest. I mean, shit, we would have never met our sister, Hornet, possibly the only family that we have left in the world. So I know that this is your final wish, Nailsmith, but I refuse. There is more to bug life than bug blacksmithing. And I will leave you with that bug wisdom, my friend. May you find a new purpose in the world. We'll be sure to check back in on him later. So, after departing the Nailsmiths, we find ourselves back in Dirtmouth. And when popping in Sly's shop, we notice that he's nowhere to be found. And the door to the never-before-seen basement is open, leading to an old storeroom. That's one big nail, damn. When we talk to Sly, he comments on how another joined our group. Is this some kind of creepy ritual or something? And that's when the bug bombshell drops. He is the great nail sage. The same exact sage that taught Sheo, Oro, and Mato everything that we've learned. So he's kind of like our grand nail sensei, giving us a gift worthy of our skill, even claiming us to be the last to receive its like, Nail Master's Glory, a charm that significantly reduces the time needed to charge nail arts. Incredible charm, but like I said, I criminally underuse nail arts, so I'm not going to be using it. I am only here for the nail wisdom. Thank you, Great Nail Sage. I will not let these nail arts die with me. Next up on our list is another warrior spirit that's waiting for us in Kingdom's Edge, Markoth. And he's a moth of all things, being the only one of his tribe to have ever picked up a weapon, according to his journal entry at least. So I guess poor Thistlewind back in Spirit's Glade isn't canon. Sorry, buddy. He's also definitely the least friendly spirit, pretty much wanting to throw hands the second that we speak with him. But Markoth came to Kingdom's Edge knowing that it was secluded so that he could meditate in order to uncover a truth that was long forgotten. So a moth that has been looking for a truth that has been long forgotten. Reminds me of a certain cranky god. And he would challenge anyone who disturbed him. Clearly, from his spirit form, his luck had to have run out at some point. And it's about to again, idiot. Once he's defeated, like many other spirits, he finally comes to terms with his death. He also gets a little poetic and, dare I say, even a little romantic. Here, at the edge of the world, no one could find me, except you. Yeah, sorry Markoth, the feelings are definitely not mutual. I don't have feelings, but if they did, they would not be for you. But he is right about us being the darkness that has come to consume him. Come to Papa. And not too far away from Markoth is a very hidden area, one that holds enemies that we've only seen glimpses of up to this point. The Hive. As you'd expect, this is where all the bees are. And if it wasn't already apparent due to the entrance being as hidden as it was, they weren't all that interested in being a member of the kingdom, deciding to seal the Hive off completely. The Pale King was probably content with this, considering how isolated and small their hive was. A place like Deepnest covers a ton of ground as well as housing secrets of the outside world. But these bees really did their own thing. And just like the Mushroom Clan, they operate under a hive mind. And when the infection first came around, just like the bugs of Deepnest, the bees were not nearly as impacted as the other clans were. Their isolation really paid off. At least it did for a time. Like normal hives, it operates under a matriarchy, ruled by a queen by the name of Vespa. However, the queen had eventually died after growing too large to even leave the hive. And after losing their queen, the previously unaffected bees also gave in to the infection. And that pretty much sums up the current state of things here. As you can see, the bees take several forms. There's of course the hivelings, who are the tiny little bees that die in one hit. My favorite bee due to how unproblematic they are for my well-being. And on the other hand, you have the hive soldiers, in charge of protecting the hive from outsiders like us, described as savage and dedicated warriors if it wasn't already obvious by the ridiculous bee drill attack. The husk hives here were originally cowardly husks, that type of noble bug back in the City of Tears that literally just runs away and has no attacks. And it still has the same moveset here, except it's all bouncy and produces bees now. Don't worry though, it actually confirms that it's very happy in this half-hive state of being. Good for you. And finally, we have the Hive Guardians. These big fucks protect the hive at any cost, which essentially translates into slamming all over the place. Kind of obnoxious, and it even hints that these bees may feel a slight shame in destroying their own hive. Good. And as I said earlier, this isn't a very large place, so it doesn't take us long to reach the end, being able to see just how huge Vespa got before she died. And that comment about her weight did not go over well because now there's bees raining down from above. And then, the Hive Knight. The best that the Hive has to offer in terms of combat. As you may expect, this Hive Knight still protects his beloved queen even long after her death. Although the journal entry still references the fact that despite this loyalty and admiration, he too was still a slave. None of that really matters to the Hive Knight though. Even after being infected, the Hive's instincts are so ingrained inside of them that the Hive Knight's duties have not faltered in the slightest. Which I'm sure pisses the Radiance off quite a bit. The Hive Knight still refuses to accept his queen's death though, believing that somehow she will magically wake up and revive the hive. These bees are so incredibly loyal to their queen that they would sooner see the hive die a slow death than to replace her. Something that bees in real life will even do whenever their queen dies. But the Hive Knight hasn't really really given us a choice. Your queen would be proud, my dude. And downstairs, we find our reward waiting for us. The Hive Blood Charm. Costing 4 whole notches, this thing will auto-regenerate health every 10 seconds. In pretty much every situation, I think it's a little bit too expensive to use, but it will make our lives in an upcoming section infinitely easier. And back upstairs, we can now see the spirit of Vespa prior to her growing as large as she did. Happy that her loyal knight is finally free. With her even knowing about the vessels as well as our past. Even telling us that she is not the queen that we are really seeking. Hinting that the Queen of Hallownest, who is also our mother, is still around here somewhere. Her going on to blame the king and queen for our nature, as well as confirming that they never had any interest in the rest of the kingdom, as this hive was their home. Thank you, Vespa. I hate my bug parents too. She was definitely the nicest bee in this whole place. And that's everything that's here for us right now. So, while looking for the queen that Vespa hinted at, we find ourselves back in the Fungal Wastes. And face to face with the sexiest bug that we've seen yet, Mr. Mushroom. Gungi Gungi, Mishiyu Musanga, Pagi Udongo? Good question, Mr. Mushroom. We are going to be putting off this Legends quest a while longer since it sends us all over the kingdom. In the meantime, you just stay here looking beautiful. And it's near Queen's Station and Fog Canyon that we reach an area that we haven't entered yet. The Queen's Gardens. And just like the neighboring Fog Canyon, unsignature beautiful foliage can be seen all around this place. And as this is the Queen's Gardens, it seems as though the Queen annexed a section of Greenpath for herself. Remember that lore tablet back in Greenpath that referred to a pale being that laid claims to the caverns ahead? Well, this is it. And this place is probably the most difficult standard area in the base game. Lots of platforming and obnoxious enemies to deal with, like the spiny husk here that shoots out spikes. And remember, don't use them to clean out your fangs after eating. Thank you, Hunter. And just look at who is waiting for us. It seems that she came here to test herself against a traitorous tribe. And while originally she would have steered clear of them, we have inspired her to take this challenge head on, saying that if we make it through this, we can swap stories of our adventures. Oh fuck yeah! I'm looking forward to that too, Cloth. And in this next room, we get a look at this traitorous tribe that she was referring to. Mantises. And infected ones, no less. Except wait, wasn't one of their most defining qualities the fact that they resisted both the Radiance and the Pale King, choosing to live their own way and rely on only their own strength? Well, if you can recall way back to our fight with the Mantis Lords, there was one throne beside them that was broken. This had originally belonged to their only brother, known now as the Traitor Lord. You see, while the sisters believed in maintaining their way of life and not relying on outside sources for strength, their brother adamantly disagreed with this notion, believing the Radiance's infection to be something that could make them even more powerful. After him and his followers took on this infection, the sisters exiled all of them due to this decision. Something that I'm sure wasn't easy, but definitely necessary. So, now without a home, they decided to launch an assault on the Queen's Gardens here. And while their presence may lead you to believe that they were successful, someone deep inside of this place managed to fend them off. Someone that had to have been pretty powerful, although they did still manage to take over many parts of this garden. And whatever desires or free will they had prior to the infection is gone now, them only being driven by mindless instinct like the rest of the infected. And I hate to say it, but in terms of raw power, the Mantis brother was right about it increasing their strength. Because the Mantises in this place are infinitely more annoying and dangerous than the ones back in the village. Mostly the Petras that throw those spinning nails just like the Mantis Lords did in their boss fight. Super annoying. Oh, but this place also has my favorite bench in the game. Say what you want about the Queen, but she had a beautiful last garden. And look at this little horn loudspeaker playing the music like we're in an elevator or something. Fucking perfect. Bumping our Hollow Knight score up from a 12 to a 13. And oh my god, I almost forgot to tell you about the Loodles. These crazy little shits aren't aggressive towards us and just kinda jump all over the place. the hunter wondering if they ever stop to sleep, eat, or love. I like how he just throws in some random shower thoughts in half of these enemy descriptions. Like, bro, the reason I'm looking at the journal is to get these answers. This garden also houses yet another really mysterious relic from the past. This gigantic bug carcass. And much like the weird metal trilobite we saw in Deepnest, we have no explanations for this thing. Only that the wiki refers to it as the Green Beast. It could have even been something that predated Un before she added foliage down here. Who knows? However, we do know about Marmu right here. A naive but strong bug that cared very deeply about the queen. And Marmu would watch over the queen's gardens because the queen had promised to teach her how to fly, but as you can see, poor Marmu passed away before she could learn. The queen even having made her a grave to commemorate all of her hard work. Already showing that she was probably a lot kinder in nature than our shitty deadbeat father, the Pale King. And you know, Marmu, I have to say, it seems like you kind of already have the basics of flying down pretty well. I actually really like this boss fight. It's just kind of a lot of fun. And after being defeated, Marmu wants us to wake her up when the queen arrives, wanting us both to learn how to fly together. That would be fun, wouldn't it? Ugh, poor Marmu. I would have loved to fly with you. Not a dry eye in the queen's gardens tonight, that's for sure. And when we find the inevitable stag station here, get this. The last stag finally remembered where his nest is, where he and all of the other stags were originally from. Him having forgotten after the long stretch of nothing it was busy doing prior to us opening these stations back up. So let's take a break and check that place out. When we finally arrive, the last stag begins to feel the weight of its long life. He carries it proudly though, always bringing the memories of his family and his kind wherever he goes. You are among the best of all bugs, last stag. If you ever ride a tram in this game, you should feel terrible about yourself. And after stepping foot in this place, we realize just how literal the last stag name is, with stag bodies littered all over the place. But we also grab our final soul vessel, giving us 3 extra containers for our excess soul. And stepping outside, we see that this small and sad place is located high above Dirtmouth. And back downstairs, the last stag asks us what we think of its old home, beginning to reminisce about how populated it was and how all the stags would share stories of their travels with one another. And while he has always considered himself the last stag, he says that he feels something in the air. A smell, or a warmth, or a presence perhaps? Believing that there is a chance that other stags have made their way out into the wider world. Him holding on to hope that they are still alive somewhere out there. In fact, we can find a hatched egg in this place ourselves. So I also choose to believe that there are stags that have departed for the outside world. Somewhere completely free of the Radiance's infection and the rest of Hallownest's problems. Somewhere that stags can choose their own destination to go. Our last stag, however, remains loyal to his duty and the stagways. Knowing that we still have important work to do here, he confirms that he will be our companion all the way until his old body gives out. Let us enjoy the old stagways of the kingdom together a little longer. I would love nothing more, buddy. You have been the best bug friend and partner that I could have ever asked for. His name also changing to the Old Stag. So we spend some more time with our best stag on the way back to the Queen's Gardens to pick back up where we left off. And while exploring this place, we find a very well-hidden grave, one built for the traitor Mantis's child. So it seems as though despite being infected, this traitor Mantis still felt pain when losing one of its own. Probably a testament to how strong the will of a mantis really is. We will be coming back here shortly, as this grave holds more significance than most graves that we see in Hallownest. And after tons of uncomfortable platforming and mantis battles, we find ourselves nearing the boss of the area, when all of a sudden we find ourselves trapped in this room. At first, the only thing we need to deal with are traitor mantises. And that's when our hero shows up. These traitors don't stand a fucking chance now. So after Cloth and I beat up enough of the lackeys, the traitor lord himself appears. The one who decided to embrace the Radiance's infection in pursuit of more power. And this battle is definitely one of timing, something that I know all too well as I got the shit kicked out of me multiple times. So, on the third try, I said fuck it, and I put on Joni's Blessing for more health, since every attack of his does 2 masks of damage. But having all of my health as Lifeblood is kind of a double-edged sword, especially because I let some of the weaklings get some hits on me, since if you can remember, you cannot heal Lifeblood. But the Traitor Lord doesn't really give you a chance to heal anyways, so I figured why not. And just when I think I finally have him, he does the unthinkable.
Please! No!
Cloth! We were supposed to share stories of our adventures, and to think that we were the ones who originally gave her the courage to take this place on. But all Cloth wanted was to be a brave and powerful bug, something she more than achieved. The Traitor Lord beat me multiple times, but it was Cloth who got the final blow, saving our lives. You were a far braver bug than I ever was, and I won't let your sacrifice be for nothing, Cloth. So thank you, my friend. Your memory lives on with me. And just beyond the Traitor Lord fight, we see more of those ethereal white branches that appeared way back in Kingdom's Edge, leading to some kind of cocoon, as well as yet another of the 5 great knights of Hallownest, Drya, the reason that the traitor mantises weren't able to control the entire garden. However, as you can see, it seems that she died a long time ago now. Dream nailing her reveals her final thoughts. Protect. She was a true knight, that's for sure, and it seems that she died protecting whatever is inside this cocoon. Entering this building brings us face to face with none other than the old queen of Hallownest, the White Lady, or our mother. And just look at her. Just listen to the music. She's both beautiful and unlike any other bug that we've seen so far, so it shouldn't surprise you when I tell you that she too was a higher being herself. Although looking at her, she seems to be bound in some kind of straitjacket. So let's see how she reacts to seeing one of the countless children that she threw into the abyss like trash. At first, she is surprised at our arrival, understandably, going as far as to say that us arriving here may have been preordained, offering us a gift. Or half of a gift, the White Fragment. The White Lady goes on to speak of the gendered child, Hornet, the same child that her king had with Hera the Beast. Interestingly enough, though, she confirms that she had no ill will about the arrangement, even feeling affection towards the child that isn't hers. She also says that through her roots, she feels the weakening of the Hollow Knight as well as the paths that now lay before us. The first, of course, being the inevitable outcome of the bugs here regressing to how they were prior to the Pale King's influence, as well as falling victim to the Radiance's infection. The other being her preferred choice, replacement. Her believing that unlike the Hollow Knight, we are truly completely hollow, and can serve as our siblings' replacement in containing the Radiance, confirming that while it is weak, the Radiance's power possessing it is not. And I have to say, fuck you, Mom! I don't care how pretty your fucking music is. She went along with the Pale King's heinous plan, and after meeting us face to face, she tells us pretty much to serve the purpose that we were created for. Thankfully though, our sister Hornet gave us a third option, one that involved facing the Radiance head on. I also want to go back to what she said before, how we are completely hollow inside, unlike the current Hollow Knight. And while many take this as absolute, I do not trust this lady. Not really that she's lying to us, but she definitely had to have believed the Hollow Knight to have been perfect for the job as well, which clearly was not the case. And to continue to cast doubt on the White Lady's judgment, she seems to not really be fully aware at this point. If we enter this place wearing my goat Ogrim's smelly charm, she believes him to be present in here as well, stating that time has clouded her eyes and she cannot see much. His signature shit smell being able to transcend time itself, but she looks back fondly on the times that they and the other knights spent together. She also isn't even aware that Drya has passed away a long time ago either, anticipating a reunion between some of the knights. And while I certainly harbor some bad feelings towards her, she did feel more shame than the Pale King ever did about the vessels that they were producing. You see, she actually put herself in those bindings that she is wearing, As she describes it, she still has this voracious desire to spread her seeds and to propagate, and these bindings prevent her from ever falling victim to those instincts again. This intense desire to reproduce is probably what led to the Pale King deciding her to be his queen, as well as her being a higher being too. So, while certainly not a victim in this whole thing, the Pale King probably used her for this purpose. So now, she remains trapped inside of this place until she eventually dies. Although who knows how long that will even be, as she most certainly existed here before the arrival of the Pale King. She could have even been from the ancient civilization that followed the Void. That would definitely explain how they had the knowledge to kickstart that messed up plan of theirs. That's just speculation on my part though, we don't know how old she really is. But that's all that we can learn from our mother here for now. So let's leave her be and search for the other half of this item that she gave us. And on our way out, cloth! You could have come back in spirit form before I started the grieving process. Unsurprisingly, she holds no regrets about what happened, believing it to be everything that she was hoping for, thanking us for all of our help and believing that we will meet again someday. I think so too, Cloth. Take care of yourself on the other side. So, while that's all that we really needed from the Queen's Gardens, we still have something important to do here. Something that involves that grave of the Traitor Lord's child. First though, we need to make our way back to the resting grounds, popping in to say hi to Granny Seer first, of course. And our essence from the dream fights rewards us with the Dream Gate ability. We can now pretty much just set down a marker and teleport to it whenever we want. Big quality of life upgrade, since you can just teleport to a stag station whenever if you want. However, we need to make our way back to that creepy underground section. There's a very hidden entrance leading to a lone building up here. Inside is none other than the final of the 5 great knights of Hallownest, Zemmer. Known now as the Grey Mourner, and she looks much different than any other bug that we've seen up to this point, as well as speaking with a different dialect than we're used to hearing. She's also kind of in a sad mood if her name didn't already give it away. She goes on to elaborate on how we don't know the tragedy that she's been through. 2 lovers stripped away from 2 completely different worlds. Her lover having died a very long time ago and somewhere very far away from her, with her hateful kin rejecting their union. So yeah, that grave back in the Queen's Gardens belonged to the daughter of the Traitor Lord. And Zemmer and her were lovers, but the Traitor Mantises rejected their union.
Homophobic bugs.
Just kidding, they didn't care about that. They rejected their love because of Zemmer being an outsider. So when the daughter of this Traitor Lord passed away, poor Zemmer was never given closure, not even being able to visit her grave after all of this time. Still loyal to her after all of these years of her being dead, all alone. And that's where we come in. While certainly not the same as a reunion between the two, Zemmer asks us to deliver a very special flower from her homeland to her grave. And I mean shit, how can we say no after hearing something like that? I like to think the knight even felt a little bit moved by it. She clarifies it's a very delicate object though, and if we get hit even once, the flower will break. We also can't fast travel in any capacity. So, while it's an amazing story, the journey is actually quite nightmarish. Widely known as the hardest mask shard to get in the game. We need to go all the way from here to here, on foot, without getting hit by anything on the way. Easy for people good at the game, not so much for me. Something smart you can do is do a trial run, so to speak, clearing out all of the enemies along the path without resting so that your real trip is much easier. Needless to say, I'm a proud moron and I didn't feel like it. Terrifyingly making my way through the infected crossroads, Fog Canyon, and most nerve-wracking of all, the Queen's Gardens. Somehow making it to the very last room on my first try, where they purposefully make it tough to navigate so you fuck up at the last second exactly like this. At least I put a dream gate down anticipating me screwing it up. And we already wiped out all of the enemies, so the second trip was a whole lot smoother. I also successfully navigated the final jumps this time, where we can give the 2 separated lovers some much needed closure. I'm not crying, shut up. Understandably, Zemmer couldn't be any happier knowing that we delivered her flower, and that even after all of this time after her death, she still loves Zemmer too. And it's this that allows her to finally get over the grief that she's felt all of this time. And then this happens. We get our mask shard, but what was that? Maybe some unknown ability she has as an outsider? Or maybe she was a well-disguised spirit too, unable to move on because of how things ended with her and her lover. Whatever the case is, both of them are now finally at peace. Yeah, just another day is the night, whatever. On our way out of the resting grounds, we find ourselves back at the Blue Lake. Quirrel! We haven't seen him since we woke up Monomon. Looking out at the water, he happily announces that he finally feels at peace. And while his service to Monomon took up a lot of time, he is really happy to have had the chance to witness the beauty of the world once again, calling us the most intriguing wonder in all of Hallownest. Quirrel, when did you become such a charmer, huh? Unfortunately, the knight does not share our feelings, as Quirrel's flattery is returned with silent stoicism, an answer that he is quite used to receiving from the knight by now. And afterwards, in one of my favorite moments of the game, the knight and Quirrel both quietly gaze out at the Blue Lake. No words needing to be said, the knight seemingly also enjoying this moment between the two. While the rest of Hallownest is filled with chaos, the two friends just enjoy what turns out to be their final moments together in silence. Just the way Quirrel likes it, as well as the knight, two kindred spirits. And if we were to return to Blue Lake here afterwards, all we'd find is Quirrel's nail, him having left it at the same spot that we last spoke, never to be seen again. Did he maybe leave to explore more of the outside world? Or maybe he just wanted to spend his last moments with us. As he said back in the teacher's archives, his old age was catching up with him. It's entirely left up to our own imagination. Wherever you are though, I'll miss you, Quirrel. And I like to think that the knight will too. Wherever Quirrel is, I'm just happy that he's finally at peace now. And after such a bittersweet moment, let's move on to something that is nothing but bitter. Ever since the Crossroads became infected, I can't help but worry about our dear singing Myla. And when I check in on her, my worst fears are proven true. Our queen, Bug Beyonce, has fallen to the infection. And while it may be kinder to put her out of her misery, I just can't bring myself to do it. So we will keep her as our zombie friend, just like in Shaun of the Dead. And the next stop in our journey requires us to enter the dreams of that mysterious figure in front of where the Pale King's palace was. If you can remember, I said that we needed an awakened version of our dream nail to do that. Something that we do not have enough essence for right now. So let's go face some more of those dream bosses. The only normal one left for us is back in Greenpath inside of the stone sanctuary. As we can see, that creepy stone statue now shows us another spirit, No Eyes. As you can see, she does not seem to be very stable, mumbling to the children that are currently lying dead at our feet. And this story is a lot more tragic than any other warrior spirit that we've come across. Also probably the creepiest battle theme in the entire game. You see, No Eyes here was originally a warrior herself, one that caught on to the Radiance's methods way faster than most of the other bugs in the kingdom, being able to realize that the way that she would enter the minds of these bugs is through dreaming. So, she refused to go to sleep, that possibly playing a part in the awfulness that came next, as the only way she could think of to save her and her children from the Radiance's infection was to forcibly remove both their eyes as well as her own, of course killing all of them in the process, really giving us some insight as to how this rapidly spreading infection made many of the bugs here manic enough to do something like killing her kids and herself in such a horrible way, making the darkness of the stone sanctuary a lot more symbolic than we previously realized. And after her defeat, she reflects on the peace that she felt seeing their eyes close at last, wanting us to take her and her children somewhere without dreams. Pretty fucked up, No Eyes, I gotta be honest. At least they're all at peace now, I suppose. And while that was the last Dream Warrior fight, we are still short on essence. That's because there's another genre of dream fights for us to take on. older bosses. And while we will be taking all of them on, we need only one right now for that Awoken Dream Nail. So it only makes sense that we begin the same place that we started, the False Knight, or the maggot that swiped Hegemal's armor while he was asleep. And remember, maggots were among the least respected bugs in all of Hallownest, forced to do things like manual labor and unable to even protect themselves. The very bottom of their caste. I'd probably steal a suit of armor too if I was a maggot. Upstairs in the arena where we fought it, we can find more of these maggots hiding, mourning their dead friend. Sorry, I feel bad about it, but we need the journal entry. Their dead friend, however, has the signature dream bubbles. So, let's enter the bug dream realm once again. After navigating this place for a bit, we find ourselves in an alternate version of the original arena, with the False Knight now being the False Champion. And these fights pretty much dial up the original ones all the way up to 11, if that wasn't already obvious. Now it's raining spike balls like crazy and he just jumps all over the place. And despite the fight playing out much different, the ending is the same, with him falling on his belly as we bonk his head to end the fight. Afterwards, we can speak with the maggot spirit that stole the armor, confirming that he only did it for the strength to protect the other maggots. Envious of how safe Hegemal looked while he was sleeping in his armor, probably feeling like it was unfair considering that these maggots never lived a safe day in their lives. If strength cannot save you, then what can? The sad mindset of a race that got the short end of the stick the moment that they were born. So yeah, a lot of these dream rematches add even more context to the original fight. Pretty cool. We also finally have enough essence to get our Awoken Dream Nail. And while we have no more rewards to be gained, the Seer requests that we return after reaching 2400 essence, to prove ourselves as the wielder that the Moth tribe awaited. You have yourself a deal. So back in the ancient Basin, let's finally enter a place that you'd never expect to see standing. White Palace. Now this looks like a palace befitting a legendary worm. And before we can enter, we are confronted by our previously dead friend. This is a King's Mold. Unlike the other bugs we've dealt with up to this point, this thing is actually a construct, and one of the very few enemies in the game that never respawn, as well as the only real enemies that we'll find in this place. So after finally killing it, we can get a glimpse inside of its shell, void, just like us. So the name King's Mold is pretty literal, as this was the first time that he experimented with creating void beings. Unlike the vessels though, these King's Molds were created to guard the palace. And, as a fun fact, Team Cherry spoke in an AMA about how these enemies are what's left of the planned Dusk Knight and King Golem bosses. But enough about these things, let's enter this White Palace for ourselves. Shortly after entering, we meet the other enemy here, if that's what you want to call it. These are Wing Molds, made up of the same void that the King's Molds were made of. They are not aggressive in the slightest either, and as you can see, they act more as makeshift platforms to bounce off of. Something you will definitely need to get used to. The Hunter's notes for these things is pretty interesting too. Him speculating on whether the Pale King thought of his subjects as companions, toys, or children. A good question we of course will never get a direct answer to. So, like all the other open-ended questions in this game, I'd encourage you to draw your own conclusions. On the way, we are stopped by yet another King's Mold. Also coming across a soul-powered generator that opens up another way forward for us. Just look at this beautiful background, by the way. The twirling white branches are very reminiscent of the White Lady. Since she is another higher being, I wonder if she's responsible for the swirly white tree here, as I'm sure she spent a good amount of time in the palace here. These are the kinds of questions that need to be asked. And after making enough headway in the palace, we come across the residents of this place, known only as royal retainers, the most loyal and devout servants of the Pale King. As you'd expect after seeing the state of the bugs in the City of Tears, these bugs are not combat focused at all, not even acting as enemies. All of them bow to us, acknowledging that we are the new king of Hallownest. It's really easy to forget that we're the top dog around Hallownest now, but even if they respect our title, we can see that their loyalty to the Pale King has not wavered, still awaiting his return. They make some funny noises though. Oh. And here it begins. The infamous Path of Pain. Just kidding. That's a bit later, and this is like the Weenie Hut Jr. version. If you don't know, unlike the other areas in this game, this dream isn't really its own ecosystem. It's almost entirely defined by the difficult platforming sections. And, like I said, this is kind of like an appetizer for the main course. Which may be disheartening to some of you watching how difficult this looks already, but patience is key. I don't bust it out until the real Path of Pain, but that Hive Blood charm that we picked up after the Hive Night helps out a ton here. Anytime that you fall off or take damage, you can just automatically restore any health that you lose, saving you the mental strife of being sent back all the way to your last checkpoint, a feeling that I can remember very well. And once again, I must ask the question, why? Whatever is beyond all of these crazy platforming sections really must be something that the king wanted to keep hidden, because I definitely don't see the royal retainers clearing these platform sections anytime soon. And while there technically weren't any deaths, I screwed up like 100 times. The White Palace is pretty crazy, but this section is mandatory if you want to face the Radiance head on. There's a section here with dead king's molds as well. Their cause of death isn't exactly obvious. Maybe since these were his first time creating void beings, some of them just weren't built to last. Following these void beings brings us to something very special indeed. The Pale King himself, the knight's father, or his corpse, as it seems like he died a long time ago sitting in his throne. Something that doesn't surprise me in the least. Thinking back, this entire palace is very well hidden. Knowing what king's molds are, how would this construct even be dreaming? And why would we need the Awoken dream nail for something so simple-minded? Something we haven't needed for anything else up to this point. It's probably because the king himself more than likely transported the White Palace into this dream. Back during the peak of Hallownest, the worm had built this palace somewhere incredibly isolated and separated from the rest of the kingdom, ruling from very far away. So when he realized that none of his plans were working against the Radiance, what did he do? He hid himself inside of his palace like a coward, sealing the door to the abyss out of shame. Despite being a higher being, the king of Hallownest, and the god who gifted these bugs intelligence and free will, he died all alone, knowing that this eternal kingdom he wished to create so badly crumbled, despite being gifted with foresight. So imagine how he felt knowing that his cherished Hallownest was being destroyed by another, and not just anyone, but a seemingly more powerful higher being than himself. He was a failure by all accounts. Despite this, his final thoughts appeared to have been no cost too great, dying believing that he did what he had to do, a selfish being until the very end. After hitting his corpse several times, he just kind of topples over. After being described as a powerful god that created everything, it's a little validating seeing how his lifeless body just collapses like any other ordinary bug. However, he drops the other half of the white fragment that the White Lady gave us, the two combining to create the King Soul. And that's when we hear a voice. Soul of worm, soul of root, heart of void. Was that really the Pale King? Perhaps his consciousness faintly remained in that dream world after all of this time. I also want to go back to what Bardoon said once again. What is death for that ancient being? More transformation, he thinks. This is more of a theory since it's never confirmed, but maybe the Pale King is still alive. Perhaps after his death in the White Palace, he underwent another transformation and left Hallownest to create another eternal kingdom. Or perhaps his original worm form is the only one capable of such a transformation. And his loyalty to this kingdom never wavered until the very end. There was no cost too great after all. I'll leave his fate up to you. But whether he's alive or not, thanks to him, we now have the King's Soul, a holy charm symbolizing the union between two higher beings, also stating that it opens the way to a birthplace. I guess we should go back to the Abyss since that's where we were supposedly born after all. And when we get to the very bottom, a section of the floor now begins to shake after we put on the King's Soul. eventually giving in and sending us deeper below. And it's here that you realize just how much of an iceberg these vessel corpses are. Just when you think there's already countless bodies on the surface, there's infinitely more buried here underground. The Pale King and the White Lady produced thousands and thousands of children, and yet only one was deemed the Hollow Knight. The rest of the failures were just left down here to suffer in silence, their shades now haunting this graveyard, lashing out at anything that comes close. Eventually, we reach the end of this corpse pile to see a jet black egg, as well as our reflection, something that we don't see too often in Hollow Knight. Almost like the knight is entranced by this seemingly meaningless egg. After all, there's countless other eggs in the abyss, yet the knight is clearly drawn to this one. So, let's finally get our answers regarding the Hollow Knight's birth as well as our own. No cost too great. All of a sudden, we find ourselves in a darker version of the abyss from the past. The knight climbing out of the corpse pile that it was born into. And what else is there to do for a newborn vessel here other than try to make the difficult climb out of this hell? So we begin trying to claw our way out of here. No mind to think, no will to break, no voice to cry suffering. Born of God and void. Until eventually we make it to the top, where we get a look at one of our siblings as well as the Pale King. When all of a sudden, the two share a moment together. Until the king shuts the door, and once again, the knight falls to the very bottom of the abyss. You shall seal the blinding light that plagues their dreams. You are the vessel. You are the Hollow Knight. And it's after this revelation about our past that our king's soul becomes the Void Heart, described as an emptiness that was hidden within but is now unconstrained. Unifies the void under the bearer's will. It is also unable to be unequipped. Now, just another part of us. And when we wake up, the reflection we saw of ourselves inside the egg is gone. The knight now having accepted its tragic past. So, let's break down what just happened. Starting with the Hollow Knight. As it turns out, the qualifications for becoming the Hollow Knight seem far simpler than most would imagine, as it would seem that the Pale King's plan was to dump all of the eggs that he produced with the White Lady down here inside of the abyss. And the natural instinct of many of the children trapped in this place would be to, of course, climb out, which countless vessels tried, but as we can see on the platforms, the vast majority of them failed, essentially breaking their vessels on the way and becoming nothing but a shade that lingers here in the abyss. However, the first vessel that successfully made this difficult climb would be deemed as the Hollow Knight, the same one that we share a moment with in the flashback. The Pale King then escorts the Hollow Knight to the palace, not even noticing that we were only just behind our sibling, and the knight is sent all the way back down to the very bottom once he shut the door to this place permanently. It begs the question of how exactly the Pale King came to the conclusion that this arbitrary test would determine whether a vessel is truly hollow inside or not. Maybe he felt that the children born with voices to cry suffering would just simply give up and accept death. That the vessels born with wills to be broken would never successfully make the climb. The ones with minds to think would unsuccessfully look for another way out. Or maybe this was just a result of the Pale King's foresight somehow. Unfortunately, we will never be able to get a direct answer to any of these questions. But let's get back to our knight. Now that we know its full story, let's put everything that we know about it into perspective. Like the true Hollow Knight, we too were able to successfully climb out of the abyss, seemingly being the second vessel to ever do it. However, it didn't matter. The Pale King didn't need two Hollow Knights after all. So the knight was sent back down deep into the abyss. And it's here that things get a little fuzzy. Not only did the knight survive the long drop unlike many of our other siblings, but it also somehow found another way out of this sealed place. Because, remember, the game began with the knight returning to Hallownest, and we literally watched the Pale King close the door behind him permanently. Only being able to be opened by the king's brand, something that we had to go very far out of our way to get. Not to mention the other vessels that somehow made their way out of this place before we reopened the door. So as for how the knight and the other vessels managed to escape this place, I honestly haven't the slightest clue. Gameplay-wise, the only entrance and exit to the abyss is that door. So is there some kind of hidden passage? The intervention of some unknown higher being? The will of the void, maybe? Very mysterious. However it happened, the knight managed to escape not only the abyss, but Hallownest as a whole, until it was called back here. Remember what the dreamers asked us back in the resting grounds. What compels its climb out of the darkness? What compels its return to this sacred kingdom? A call from beyond the seals? By the Hollow Knight? Or maybe even by the Radiance? We, of course, as I said, never learned the answer to this question. Whatever brought the knight back, however, led to it reaching a level that no other vessel has reached before, including the Hollow Knight. While it is currently greatly weakened after containing the Radiance for so long, even in its strongest state, it never had our heart of void, able to unify this void under its own will, something that the knight was never intended to have in the first place. So is it truly the knight's will, or the will of this void? Despite this, we see that with the Void Heart, our siblings in the Abyss are no longer hostile towards us, along with the Void tendrils that would try and attack us from the water. Everything in this place is now entirely under the Knight's control. It is born of both God and Void after all. And now, after confronting the Knight's past and obtaining the Void Heart, we are truly able to confront this Radiance once and for all. However, as you'd expect from this game, there's still tons of loose ends for us here in Hallownest, as well as some more clarity about both the Pale King and the Hollow Knight to uncover. And I already know where we're going first. With our newfound godlike power, the first stop will be to finally deal with the scumbag who threw all of the precious grubs into jars. And this search brings us somewhere only known as the Tower of Love. And with the key we picked back up in the Queen's Gardens, we enter this short area. Inside are even more of these glass jars. Except rather than grubs, these contain the bodies of bug husks that we've seen plenty of times up to this point, as well as living mosquitoes. So it seems as though this collector enjoyed capturing more than just grubs. As we see, more of these jars are all over the place, leading us upstairs with a mountain of jars in the background. The Collector, one of the most mysterious bosses in the game, as well as the sick fuck who has been capturing all of the grubs. And as you can see, of all things, he is a void entity. The journal entry mentions how he captured many living things in jars with a particular fascination with the grubs. And congratulations, you know pretty much all of the confirmed information about this weirdo. He could definitely be some entity from the abyss that made its way up here, but I buy into the fairly popular theory that this collector was working with the Pale King, and as a void entity, more than likely created by him as well. Its original task being to preserve many of the bugs of Hallownest because of the Radiance's spreading infection. Kind of like a Noah's Ark situation where he's preserving the species so they can survive after the disaster. However, this collector was clearly a bit unruly and had its own thoughts and feelings, unlike the ideal vessels that the Pale King was creating. Particularly finding itself drawn to grubs, which led me to busting its door down to beat the shit out of him. And just like the figures inside of the King's molds, the Void entity simply evaporates after being defeated. And now, thanks to us, the grubs of Hallownest never need to live another day in fear of being trapped inside of glass jars. Just all of the other million things that want everything dead here. And not only do we find some more grubs here, but also a map. So, if you're like me and missed a few, you can just scoop them up pretty easily. Which is exactly what I did next. Going to all corners of Hallownest to save the last remaining grubs to reunite them with their loving grub father. The same one who pays us countless geo, charms, and even pale ore to save his children. A true man as well as a loving father. And here is the final grub that was taken from its home. I always forget about this one. Wait! We did it! Every last grub is saved. Our final reward being Grubberfly's Elegy. This charm only confirms my previous comparison calling our pure nail the Master Sword earlier. As with this on, we can now shoot nail beams when we're at full health. Super fun. But the real reward is knowing that we reunited this grub family together after the Collector broke them up. Now, they live happily ever after. Oh shit, I think I left one of the rewards back there. Oh my god. He ate them? They're all dead! Oh my god!
Died a horrible, painful death!
death! Everyone you love around you's dying!
Just kidding. Although I wouldn't blame you for thinking that after walking in on this scene right here. When we look closer at Grubberfly's elegy, it contains the gratitude of grubs who will move on to the next stage of their lives. You can also hear them sound pretty happy inside of the grub father's tummy. So, in the same way that caterpillars in the real world enter a chrysalis before becoming a beautiful butterfly, or how Caterpie becomes Metapod before becoming Butterfree, these grubs are inside the grub father to evolve into whatever comes next for them. So while it looks like he just wanted to eat all of them in one sitting, it's actually just the circle of grub life. It's a beautiful thing. But I mean, hey, maybe he really did eat all of them. We don't really see what comes next, so who knows for sure. Personally, I prefer to go with the happy ending. Now, with all of the grubs saved, the next step is getting that strength charm upgraded for 15,000 Geo, because shit is going to get real very quickly. Good thing we've been sitting on a ton of these relics. So after getting our Geo, we return to Divine back in Dirtmouth, and she eats it. After just eating the charm, she says that once you give something as a gift, it's lost to us forever. The fuck? That was a real the fuck too, because I totally forgot about this process. But we just need to bug her a few more times and she will puke up the unbreakable version for 15,000 Geo. Bugs have a weird way of doing business, I don't know what else to say. But our strength is now improved by a crazy 50%. The next step for me here was collecting the last few charms that I forgot to grab during our journey. And after getting every last charm, we have a certain beautiful bug to revisit. I hope you haven't forgotten about our boo thang, Salubra, as she offered us a reward for collecting all of the charms found here in Hallownest. What exactly is our reward, you may ask? Well, something befitting our excessive patronage and startling good looks, of course. So close your eyes and imagine Salubra right in front of you. Her blessing is finally ours. Those blessed by Salubra are followed by beauty and love. Incredible stuff. It's not just a funny gag either. Now it benches, a little Salubra spirit refills our soul completely. Another insane quality of life upgrade, even if it does come a little bit late. Goodbye, Salubra. I'll never forget the time that we spent together. But what do you say we finally put our strength charm to good use, huh? If you can recall, I ran like a little bug bitch from the third trial of the Colosseum. The Trial of the Fool. The toughest challenge. And while the other trials offered us a ton of Geo, a Charm Notch, and a Pale Ore, the Trial of the Fool just offers some Geo. It is truly just a trial for completionists or fools like us. And like I said before, this thing is a gauntlet, a long ass stretch of enemies with different arenas, including the fucking primal aspids, an enemy that I have not missed in the slightest. And another annoying addition are the assholes from the Soul Sanctum that harass you when you have no solid ground to stand on. Even some invincible gomes to fuck with you. Just an all-around nightmare. In terms of battling standard enemies, this is definitely the toughest challenge out there, which is unfortunately nothing compared to the last few bosses that we will be taking on in this video. But first, we need to deal with this challenge in front of us. Needless to say, I did not do it first try. Oh my god, just give me something to stand on, please! Second try, I made it to the very last round. One where a new boss is introduced. The God Tamer, a veteran of the Colosseum of Fools who rides a very impressive bug mount that unfortunately seems to have fallen victim to the Radiance's infection at this point. To be clear, it takes about 9.5 minutes of non-stop battles to get to this point, so dying here is like a punch to the gut, so enjoy me feeling that feeling.
How are you so big? Rolled up? What?
I really hate this. Don't listen to Past Me, by the way. I love this. I just don't realize it at the time. Thankfully, I kept my emotions in check and once again made it to God Tamer on the next attempt. And it went a lot better. And just like that, we have taken on every challenge that this Colosseum of Fools has to offer us. And I lied. Our reward is not only Geo, as when we go downstairs, look who is waiting for us in a cage. Haha, what a fucking loser! Unsurprisingly, Zote is still deep in bug psychosis and believes that he could take on everyone in this room despite him being in a cage. And this next part is my favorite. Despite having already beaten it, I'm going to redo the Trial of the Warrior. Why, you may ask? Well, now our final match plays out a little bit differently. Do I even need to say anything? I thought your nail life ender could end me in a single slash. So satisfying seeing just how useless Zote is firsthand, since we've only ever seen him after he blew it. And now we can bully him the way Bug God always intended. With his pincers stuck in the ground, we can even still bully him. It's like Team Cherry looked inside of my mind and created the perfect Zote fight. I love it. However, the brief moment of happiness I just felt was about to come crumbling down, as when we return to Dirtmouth, we see just how low Zote is willing to go to get back at us, stealing our not-so-secret admirer Bretta from us, her being infatuated with how dark and troubled he is, and him feeding her a bunch of bullshit about his time at the Colosseum, stealing one of the fighters' heads to add some credibility to his baseless lies. And while the knight may not feel anything, I certainly do. Not only did Bretta leave me, but she left me for him.
Why don't you go find some other girl who's not gonna hurt you?
Because I love you.
I hate him. I thought she liked the knight for what's on the inside, but she only wanted her own fairy tale story. We just happened to be the ones that saved her. So emotionally, I'm at rock bottom right now. She even removed all of our merch in service of a Zote poster. However, the door to her basement is wide open, where we see a more than flattering rendition of Zote, along with the infamous dream circles. So let's face whatever challenge awaits us inside. Terrifying, beautiful, powerful, Grey Prince Zote. Meet the actual bane of my existence, and the main reason why I hate Zote so much. Now obviously, this is a version of Zote that exists within Bretta's mind, with Bretta herself simply laying down in the back watching us fight over her. And Zote here is an absolute nightmare. Out of all the bosses in Hollow Knight, this is definitely my kryptonite. While he is definitely not the hardest, it's hard to explain the mental toll that this fight takes on me. But how can I say something like that when I just beat him on my first try? Well, if you notice, only one of the 4 candles is lit. So back in the dream we go, only to see that there's a few extra adjectives next to Zote's name now. Him now being both gorgeous and passionate, having even more moves. Not too bad, and another candle is lit. Third try, he is now also diligent and overwhelming, now equipped with exploding ghost Zotes to add into the mix. Noticeably harder, but still managed to beat it first try. And finally, the final form, him now being vigorous as well. And welcome to my personal hell. 2 masks of damage every attack, constant jumping fake outs and slams. This fight is actual insanity with all of the things at his disposal here. Not to mention the mental toll that losing to Zote of all things takes on you. So I died here. A lot. 16 times actually. That's more deaths than I've had in this entire video up to this point. And that's only just a taste of how rough it's going to get for me. Eventually though, we managed to finally bring the loser down. And back outside, we notice Bretta is gone. And Zote is just reading the precepts of his life to absolutely no one. But her diary gives us insight as to where she went. The Maiden's Quest. Her Grey Prince diminished and her White Savior revealed as Beast. The Maiden at last understood the truth. Her life's companion would not appear, for they could not appear to a maiden sat idle. She must instead seek them out, must find her love and free them of their solitude. And thus her own journey began, out into dangerous lands, shielded by her love awaiting, guided by her love to be. With every step the maiden could feel it, their fated meeting coming ever closer. And so ends both the stories of Bretta and Zote. Her having left Hallownest in search of her true love, and Zote now spends the rest of his days in Dirtmouth just talking to himself. I love how the Elder Bug even keeps his distance. And maybe it's petty, but I'm just happy that we broke the two of them up. Even though she broke our bug heart, Bretta was way out of Zote's league. And while we're here in Dirtmouth, let's talk about something else that I completely forgot to bring up earlier. Oops. The locked door here leads to a snail known as Confessor Gigi.
Oh boy.
Gameplay-wise, she's able to recall our shades that we leave after death here in exchange for a rotten egg. So if you died somewhere difficult to go back to, you can just teleport your shade right here. Lore-wise though, she's pretty mysterious. She speaks of our Void Heart, claiming her masters would be impressed and remarks of how impressive it is for one to have come to terms with their regrets so completely, referring to us confronting our past back in the Abyss. And if you're crazy enough to play this game on permadeath, also known as Steel Soul mode, there's actually another strange bug here since there would be no shade for you to ever need to call back. One who shares the same masters as Gigi. And just like the statue in the Abyss, Jin claims her masters do not seek order, making it really look like these two are either followers or even residents of the ancient civilization that worshipped the Void. Really weird for sure. But let's finally move on to what is usually my favorite part of a Hollow Knight playthrough. Let's go back to helping the Grimm Troupe with that ritual. The last that we spoke, we needed to collect 3 specific fires from 3 specific enemies in Hallownest for our little Grimm child right here. And I'll spare you from watching me run across Hallownest to grab these things. So, after collecting all 3 flames, we return to Grimm. And back in his tent, he appears to us once again. Him feeling the warmth of the flames that we've gathered. And with this newfound fire, the Grimm child grows a little bit. Grimm even commenting on his beauty. I agree, honestly. However, he tells us that we need to gather even more. So after gathering 3 more flames, we return to this tent once again. Grimm announcing that the time has finally come. The fire carrying the ritual's promise. Wanting the 2 of us to share a dance together. One that makes us worthy of our starring role. Troupe Master Grimm. The appetizer to what is my favorite boss fight in the entire game. And I'm sorry, but I have to do the "this boss is like a dance" meme, since Grimm himself called it a dance. Unlike the absolute batshit insanity of the Zote fight, this is definitely controlled chaos. Grimm telegraphs his attack, then you dodge and go for a counterattack. Sounds simple, but obviously it's not really that easy. My personal favorite move is when he does the pufferfish thing and shoots these balls of flames. Needless to say, I did not down Grimm on my first try. And after enough back and forth, our dance with Grimm finally comes to an end. Him bowing to us out of respect. The crowd loved us! And not only that, our little Grimm child has grown even more now. Strengthened by the heat of our passionate dance, of course. Grimm then speaks of how the troupe's great ritual is nearing its end, asking us to continue to gather the flames once more, claiming that their scarlet eyes will watch us keenly, friend. So that was Grimm. Except wait, what the fuck have we been doing? Who the hell is Grimm and what is this strange ritual with the floating baby Grimm? I got so hypnotized by the troupe that I almost forgot I'm supposed to explain this shit. So while we gather the last few flames, let's recontextualize the seemingly random things that we've been doing for them. Going back to their arrival here in Dirtmouth, we originally found a strange bug corpse back in the Howling Cliffs. One that was right next to a fire that seemed to immediately summon the Grimm Troupe here. We've already been in many different dream realms ourselves at this point. Dreamers, spirits, and even fucking shrines to Zote. These places can take many different forms as we've seen, like how the White Palace has been preserved inside of its own dream realm. The Grimm Troupe, however, comes from a nightmare. As Grimm's journal entry says, through dream I travel at Lantern's call, to consume the flames of a kingdom's fall. So it appears that this Grimm Troupe normally exists in their own nightmare realm, waiting to be summoned to ruined kingdoms like Hallownest in order to conduct this ritual that we've been helping with regarding this Grimm child. And us summoning them solidified our position as the star in this ritual. But what exactly is the purpose of feeding this Grimm child flames? Well, the Grimm Troupe isn't operating on their own. Once again, back to where we first summoned them, I pointed out the mysterious red dream circles that were all over the place. The same colored circles that appear next to the higher beings that involve themselves in dream worlds. But which higher being is represented by this deep red color? Well, it's something only known as the Nightmare's Heart. The deepest power within the Nightmare realm, as well as the entity in control of this mysterious Grimm Troupe. The Grimm child and Grimm himself being the spawn of this Nightmare Heart, and they must conduct this ritual after enough time has passed in order to create a new vessel for this Nightmare Heart. And we currently find ourselves at the second to last step of this Nightmare ritual, gathering the final flames for this Grimm child to grow into a suitable vessel. But what happens to Grimm after we finish this ritual? Well, as the journal entry for the Flameholder says, burn the father, feed the child. So as Grimm is serving as the current vessel for this higher being, we have been slowly raising this new vessel to essentially replace Grimm, explaining why our fight had all of those spectators that were really happy to watch us defeat their leader. From their perspective, we confirmed ourselves as strong enough to help this new vessel become their next leader. All that's left now is one final dance. Except, unlike our last dance, the Nightmare Heart has imbued him with all of the power needed to feed the next Grimm child in this strange cycle. In fact, when we enter the tent, we can find Grimm sleeping in a cocoon with more of those suspicious red dream circles. So our final dance takes place inside of this Nightmare realm, right in front of this Nightmare Heart that's orchestrating all of this. And for the first time in this video, I will be shutting up. And now I leave you with my favorite boss fight in the entire game, Nightmare King Grimm. absolute fucking cinema, right? I just love that boss so much. Our Grimm child also now officially earning the right to be the new vessel to replace Grimm after his death. Burn the father and feed the child, after all. Also, for transparency, I obviously did not do that first try. Took 23 tries. Infinitely more on my first playthrough. And while that's more than Grey Prince Zote, I genuinely enjoyed every single failed attempt. Except the long hallway before the fight. That part is kind of annoying, to be honest. But like I said earlier, it's just such a fun and challenging fight. Not to mention the music, the setting, the fact that we're facing the vessel of a higher being that we never understand, or even able to battle ourselves. As strong as we are, there are still plenty of things beyond our reach in this world. Just all around a perfect fight in my eyes. Anyway, sorry, back to the story. It would actually be impossible for me to make a video like this and not gush about how great Grimm is. So, next up on our list are the remaining dream bosses. First up is our fallen sibling, the Broken Vessel, who we now know was just another vessel who managed to escape the abyss, only for its body to have been infected by the Radiance just outside of the door. This enhanced fight honestly isn't too bad, and it's probably easier than the false champion. And yeah, I know I just died, but I still stand by that statement. After defeating what is now known as the Lost Kin, we get a look at its spirit, where it expresses its gratitude towards us and bows, showing that the poor thing did feel its own emotions despite them having escaped the abyss. Hopefully now the little thing can rest in peace. Our next matchup is waiting for us back in the Soul Sanctum, unfortunately. The Soul Master now being the Soul Tyrant. And this is kind of the same fight, except someone at Team Cherry was like, more orbs. We need more orbs! It's honestly not too bad. Probably the easiest out of all of them in my unprofessional opinion. The leader of the Soul Sanctum confirming after the fight that he was, in fact, obsessed with Soul, believing it to be the salvation to the Radiance's plague. Interestingly though, he goes on to say that the Pale King opposed everything that he did, likely referring to all of the sacrifices behind us. This was probably when the Pale King realized that Soul was not the answer to stopping this infection. Also, kind of ironic he disapproved of the mass killings considering his own solution to the problem. But the Soul Master goes on to say that the King's jealousy and madness robbed him of his immortality. The King and the Kingdom are dead, but I will live forever. So it looks like the Soul Tyrant isn't having his Stan Marsh "I learned something today" moment before his death. He was batshit insane in life and death. Burn in bug hell, Soul Tyrant. Now, last but certainly not least, it's finally time to make our way back to everyone's favorite bug, Ogrim. Except unlike earlier, he isn't anywhere to be found in his arena of dung. Going into his poop tunnel, we find him fast asleep in front of the statues he built of his friends. And unlike the other dream bosses who were already dead, Ogrim here is just sleeping. So no need to feel guilty for fighting him, as his real body will be safe and sound right here. Another difference is the other bosses that we faced were somewhere in the sort of general dream realm, while Ogrim's dream brings us back to the White Palace once again. Entering his dream brings us face to face with the White Defender. And just look at that shiny white shell. This is pretty much a sped up version of the original fight with a lot more dung, and unfortunately, a lot more sadness. Because, just like his dung statues, we can see the Pale King as well as 4 of the 5 Great Knights watching us do battle. Hegemol, Yzma, Drya, and Zemmer. Ogrim just misses the time that he spent with those that he loved, still keeping them alive in his memories as well as his dreams. And when we finally defeat the White Defender, we can see him reach out to his old comrades, them disappearing before his eyes. Sadly, this is just a dream after all. My friends, I will protect our dear kingdom. Have faith in me. We will all meet again, I promise it. Oh, just stab me in the fucking heart, why don't you, Team Cherry? When we wake up after the battle, we see that Ogrim is still fast asleep. And you see, just like we had to do with Grey Prince Zote, we need to beat the White Defender multiple times. 5 times total, actually. Except unlike the Zote fight, this fight is fun, against someone I love like a brother, and both of us enjoy battling. So they could have made it 10 times, and I still could not care less. And each victory, he offers a new piece of dialogue after being defeated, so go grab some tissues. My king, I believe in you. I believe in Hallownest. My devotion will never falter. My king, Hallownest will be reborn. glorious and bright, just as it always was. My king, we will all be together once more. And they saved the best for last. How funny that I see you in my dreams too, little one. Your noble bearing reminds me of our dear king. When he returns, I'll ask him if you can become a knight. What jolly adventures we will have. I fucking love Ogrim! I'd go to war for this fucking fictional bug. And when we come to, we see him now watching over us as we sleep like the bug angel that he is. When we speak to him, he's relieved that we look well rested. He was startled by the company when he woke up, but clarifies that we're always welcome in here whenever the world is too much. As the king granted his kingdom to those who needed it, he offers his home to us, allowing us to stay as long as we like. I'm sorry, maybe I haven't mentioned that I love this guy. Still so loyal after all this time. I wish that he was born into another kingdom with another kinder king. But something tells me that Ogrim wouldn't trade any of his friends for the world. So let's leave him be where it's cozy, warm, and, moist. You know, with the shit and all. And, as if we didn't already have enough reasons to face the Radiance, it's up to us to keep Ogrim and the memories of his comrades alive. I'm definitely feeling motivated now. Goodbye, my friend. There has never been a better night in all of Hallownest. And with all of the dream bosses complete, it's time to finally return to the Seer, who confirms that we are in fact the wielder that the entire moth tribe dreamed of, telling us that the moths were originally born from a light, one similar to the essence that we've been collecting up to this point, or the Radiance. That is, until another light appeared in their world, a worm that took the form of a king. Looking back negatively on how our ancestors acted, turning their backs and completely forgetting about what gave them this life in the first place. It's honestly not too hard to see why the Radiance is as angry as she is. She gave these moths life only for them to turn their backs and completely forget about her, and confirming that it was this moth tribe's betrayal that essentially doomed the rest of Hallownest, including the bugs that never even followed her in the first place. She goes on about how the memories of the Radiance still lingered on, until eventually, as we know, almost the entirety of Hallownest began to dream of her once again. But with us having mastered this dream nail, we finally put her mind at ease, saying that it's time for the moth tribe to be forgotten as well, as penance for what they brought on this kingdom, asking us not to remember or honor them, as she claims that they don't deserve it, apologizing not to us, but to the Radiance, making it seem like she has made contact with it once again, before finally disappearing for good. The Seer wasn't even alive during the establishment of Hallownest, yet her and seemingly the rest of her kind still carry this guilt with them over the years. And while she certainly is not to blame for her ancestors, it's undeniable that if the Moth tribe didn't turn their backs on the Radiance, this infection that ruined everything wouldn't have happened. But there's no use in crying about milk that spilled generations ago. No matter who is to blame, we still need to face the wrath of this angry, forgotten god head on. Goodbye, Granny Seer. I only hope that the Radiance recognized your regrets about how everything played out. But on a brighter note, I hope that you remember the Nailsmith, the one that upgraded our nail all the way to the pure nail, his masterpiece. In fact, he believed that it was his life's work, and all that was left for him was to feel the strength of it himself, wanting us to strike him down. But I decided against it, hoping that he would find a new purpose for himself in life. And if we go back to our Nailmaster Sheo's hut, we see that's exactly what he did. The Nailsmith had arrived here looking for a new calling in life when he had met Sheo, the two finding a common love of creating and building and honing a craft, them now making art together, if it wasn't already obvious by the Nailsmith's very sexy pose. Sheo saying that it makes him feel like he's with his brothers once again. And when speaking to the Nailsmith himself, he thanks us for not killing him when he asked us to. Initially annoyed, he eventually came to the realization that the world is made of more than just metal and weapons. And now, the old lonely Nailsmith is almost like an aspiring young pupil once again, being quite happy here. I'm really happy for you, man, even if the knight probably doesn't give a shit. When we speak to him again, he mentions how we can't move too much or it will mess with Sheo's drawings, saying that while he may seem imposing, in truth he's a delicate sort, also calling him an inspiring soul. Interesting wording there, Mr. Nailsmith. Some people take this as the Nailsmith having a crush on good old Sheo here, and if that really is the case, then I hope that you can escape the brother zone that he seems to have put you in, my friend. But whatever they are, I'm just glad that the two of them seem to have found a new purpose in life. Even more of a reason for us to save this place. And another good news, after a lot of hard work, we eventually managed to fill out the entire bug journal that the hunter was nice enough to give us back in the beginning. So let's pay him a visit back in Greenpath. He acknowledges that we are, in fact, true hunters now, masters of killing. And it's time for our reward, but not before a yes or no prompt? That's a little bit weird. Unless our reward is a battle with a legendary hunter? A master versus a student? Oh shit, time to lock in. Oh, never mind, it's just an item. The Hunter's Mark. Okay, it doesn't do anything per se, but it's proof of our hunterness, allowing us to be recognized as one of his rare caste. So I like it. Thank you, Hunter. I have learned much from you, my surprisingly skinny friend. And next up is the moment that I've been waiting for. The most anticipated part of this entire long-ass video. I am, of course, speaking about the true king of Hallownest. Mr. Mushroom. If you recall, we didn't have the brain capacity to absorb his thoughts earlier, making them sound like gibberish. But if we put on the Spore Shroom charm, we can now comprehend his incredibly powerful words. It's nice that you were able to help your friend. So you're not hungry anymore? Yes, that was quite the appetite. I was impressed. Still, we all move on sooner or later. To greater things, perhaps? So much can be achieved in just a short time. Oh, excuse me. And just like that, he's gone. And it seemed almost like he was having a conversation with someone else, but it was only the two of us. Pretty weird. And as it turns out, this Mr. Mushroom can seriously move, as we need to meet him again in locations throughout the entire kingdom. Even impossible to reach places for ordinary bugs like Deepnest. So despite looking like a goofball, this Mr. Mushroom has some serious powers at his disposal. In Kingdom's Edge, he speaks about how we should rely on our own instincts and to beware of those who are hunting us while we are hunting secrets. Still sounds pretty random. And this random streak continues in Deepnest, where he talks about how big broods need food, shelter, and toys. In the Howling Cliffs, however, he reflects on how a hero in its moment may be called something very different after time has passed. Feels like he may be talking about the Pale King or the Hollow Knight with that one, but who knows for sure. But back down in the ancient basin, it goes back to random, saying that if things are getting too dangerous down there, it may be time to take a break. Thank you, Mr. Mushroom. However, he does end it by saying not too much longer now. Next stop is in the Queen's Gardens. I haven't seen her, no. I'm sure you'll remember where you left her eventually. Trust the moon or yourself. Or trust her. You need to trust something, that's my point. No, not him. No, absolutely not. And the final location is ironically in the very spot that we began our journey back in King's Pass. At first it seems like another rambling, telling someone that they will triumph with their smarts, speed, and determination rather than with tools. Then speaking directly to us. Oh, I see. So you've been following me around then. I hope my travels haven't confused your own, distracted you. No, not at all, Mr. Mushroom, don't be silly. Then again, a meandered journey still has meaning. It is, after all, from a journey we find our purpose, though a stop is more than just a stop. And my, if those stops can't be lovely things, wouldn't you say? Transcendent plateaus, distant sandy lands, vast ancient kingdoms. Yours was not the first, nor will it be the last, but it's a unique and special thing nonetheless. Now, with my duties here finished, it's time that I made a graceful departure. Till next time, my friend. 'Tis a long road we tread, but a joyous one. What do you mean by graceful departure, Mr. Mushroom? My god, he was beautiful. What a majestic and graceful mushroom. And if we were to dream nail this Mr. Mushroom, he once again shows his insight about this kingdom, knowing not only that the Pale King was a worm, but the nature of his species as well. Who knows how many kingdoms and sites that Mr. Mushroom has seen in his lifetime. This was simply just another stop for him. And believe it or not, by doing these seemingly random things, we just unlocked ourselves the true ending. You'll see. But with that, our mundane tasks are now finally complete, only leaving one monumental challenge for us left before we finally confront the Hollow Knight. I am, of course, talking about the infamous Path of Pain. Now, if you don't know, this Path of Pain is an optional hell in the White Palace that masochists can put themselves through to see a cutscene that they can just look up on YouTube. But where's the fun in that, right? To witness secrets sealed, one must endure the harshest punishment. Hive blood will be coming in clutch here, like I mentioned earlier, because unless you're a professional, you will die an unbelievable amount of times. To give you an idea, this is my third time ever doing this, and it was the fastest I've ever done it in 56 minutes. A perfect run of this is like 2.5 minutes, by the way. So, yeah, it's pretty brutal. However, it's around here that I need to break the fourth wall for a bit. If you're watching this from the future, the sequel to Hollow Knight, Silksong, was announced all the way back in 2019. And they've been dead silent on the release date, even becoming one of those few memes that has lasted multiple years. Essentially, nobody ever thought this game would ever actually come out, until they announced that it would be dropping in 2025 with no kind of specific date given. And as it was August, most people came to the conclusion that it would either be delayed or, at the earliest, come out during the holidays like most highly anticipated games. So I thought I'd make one of these videos on Hollow Knight to equip myself and whoever is watching this with all the knowledge needed to jump right in whenever Silksong finally comes out. Until Team Cherry dropped the bombshell at Gamescom that it would be dropping in 2 weeks. But okay, why am I rambling about Silksong right now? Well, it's because it was during this Path of Pain that I got the news. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh my god, it's not fake. Yeah, so while every Hollow Knight fan in the universe was celebrating their asses off, my face looked more like Leorio's here when I got the news. I'd be lying if I said it didn't feel the slightest bit personal that Team Cherry would make me wait 6 years and then finally release Silksong while I'm neck deep in a Hollow Knight video. Needless to say, this video was made without any kind of knowledge of Silksong whatsoever, despite this video inevitably coming out after its release. As I'm writing these words in the script right now, it's been out for about 2 weeks, and I've been dodging spoilers like my life depends on it. I mean, I waited 6 years, so I can wait until I finish this video, right? So the first day that I ever play Silksong will be whatever day that this video comes out. Anyways, sorry to get off track, but thankfully all of the deaths that I've had in the Path of Pain gave me time to get that off my chest. Just thought it was kind of hilarious that they stealth dropped it at the worst time for someone making a thorough Hollow Knight video. But okay, back to the Path of Pain here. I joked about this earlier, and many others do in the community too, but I have to point out the absurdity of having all of these traps inside of your palace. So let's try our hardest to come up with a real explanation for all the saws here. First, the Pale King desperately wanted to hide whatever was inside of this place. To witness secrets sealed, one must endure the harshest of punishments after all. But why is this? Why preserve the secret here and not just delete it forever? Well, remember, this palace is inside of a dream. And while I'm reaching here, admittedly, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities that this place is a glimpse into the mind of the higher being that preserved the palace here in the first place. The Pale King. Despite the dream being inside of a king's mold, this may still be some subconscious part of him that did not want to hide from whatever truth is hidden in this palace. And these saws weren't just manually installed here. Rather, he created them in this dream, never allowing him to truly forget whatever is hidden deep inside of this place, but also making anyone go through the pain that he feels like he has as a result of this. Or maybe I'm just thinking way too deeply about this, who knows. Whatever the case is, after the most painful stretch of this path, we are ambushed by 2 King's Molds. And defeating them leads us to the entire reason that we put ourselves through this. And that's it. Did it seem not worth it? I'll be honest, the first time that I cleared it, I was like, that's it? Except that seemingly ordinary moment between the Pale King and the Hollow Knight is the entire reason that Hallownest is the way that it is. Keep in mind that the perfect vessel in the king's eyes had absolutely no emotions and no will of its own. Because if it had either of these, the Radiance could manipulate it just like it's done to all of the other bugs in the kingdom. So after seeing the Hollow Knight climb its way out of the abyss, the king escorted it back to the White Palace, where it was trained non-stop to contain the Radiance. That is why they were created in the first place after all. Except something more happened. This empty vessel that felt nothing. This pale king who sacrificed countless children for the sake of preserving the kingdom that he wanted so badly. Two people that would never fall victim to their own emotions. Or, so we thought. In that one moment, they weren't a worm or an emotionless vessel. It was a father and his child. And that one seemingly ordinary moment would be what led to Hallownest's true downfall. While the Hollow Knight may have been hollow from the very beginning, even if it was only one moment of weakness, it felt affection towards the Pale King. Affection that appeared to be reciprocated. And this 1 ounce of humanity was enough to give the Radiance the leverage it needed to consume the perfect vessel just like it consumed everyone else. The fact that this memory is still preserved here in the White Palace proves that the Pale King acknowledged this as well. So he locked the door to the abyss out of shame, and died on his throne with the knowledge that he ruined this cruel plan that he concocted. But while he is dead, our poor sibling has been fighting the Radiance inside of itself for all of this time. Probably wishing that it could just be with its father once more. The Hollow Knight being a victim just as much as we are. And before we pick back up, I need to bring up another theory. Clearly, the Hollow Knight was corrupted, so to speak. A vessel that had feelings. We, on the other hand, are a bit more ambiguous. As I said, the Knight being hollow is open to interpretation. But there's a chance that we ourselves were the true Hollow Knight. If we were to believe what the White Lady said, we are free of those feelings and will that the other bugs have. Not to mention that we embraced our past, becoming one with the void. Something no other bug we know of has ever done or heard of. And us returning to Hallownest was fate. Remember that Mon anticipated our arrival, even having Quirrel assist us in the otherwise hopeless situation just to bring us closer to the Radiance. So essentially, we were the chosen vessel that got slighted, explaining why the Knight had to confront this aspect of its past when it was face to face with the egg that it came from. And the Knight being called back to Hallownest was actually a part of this plan the entire time. Think about it, this kingdom is countless years old, yet we just happen to show up at the perfect time to put a stop to the Radiance. But while there is certainly a lot of credibility to this theory, it's just that, a theory. So, is the Knight really the true Hollow Knight? Or does our Knight really have a will of its own? Remember that the Void Heart unifies the Void under the Knight's will. Like I said though, there are no definitive answers, and I'll leave you to your own conclusions. One thing not up for debate though is that our sibling the Hollow Knight, containing the Radiance, has been the victim in all of this. Possibly being the very thing that called us back to Hallownest in the first place after seeing that we too made the climb, leaving it up to us to finally put an end to its suffering once and for all. So let's finally make our way back to the Shrine of the Black Egg. And it's in here that we find Hornet waiting for us. Impressed that after everything we've learned up to this point, we still stand strong in the face of such a powerful and spiteful god, as well as having accepted the void within ourselves. And when we approach the door, Hornet confirming what we already know. That one way or another, whatever happens inside of this egg will determine the future of this kingdom. However, Hornet clarifies that she can't last long inside of this black egg, as it was only built with vessels in mind rather than ordinary bugs. She does say that if an opportune moment presents itself though, she will assist us in our fight. Ghost of Hallownest, you possess the strength to enact an end of your choosing. Would you supplant our birth-cursed sibling, or would you transcend it? Officially laying out our options. Would we follow the White Lady's wishes and replace our sibling as the true Hollow Knight? Or would we transcend the previous Hollow Knight and face the Radiance head-on as Hornet wishes? I'll be going over all of the endings in this video, but it's worth noting that Team Cherry confirmed that every single ending in this game is canon. So as always, I'd encourage you to decide Hallownest's true fate for yourselves. So without any regrets, let's enter this shrine to confront our sibling who has been suffering all these years. Inside is nearly pitch black, aside from these strange glyphs that appear. Glyphs that are very similar to the one that we saw inside of the worm carcass. Unsurprising, considering that the Pale King was the one who orchestrated this elaborate plan in the first place. Until we make it to a bench, a hatched black egg, as well as a glyph. Vessel. Though bound, you shall know the state of the world. Hallownest will be whole again. And it's only just ahead that we finally come face to face with the Hollow Knight. God knows how long it's been like this. Just chained up while having its mind completely taken over by this godlike being. I can't imagine how terrifying this must have been. We also see that it has the Radiance's signature orange eyes. And despite us having the ability to choose Hallownest's fate, one unfortunate constant is that the Hollow Knight is beyond our help. The only mercy that we can offer our sibling at this point is death. So let's finally cut these chains down and confront them once and for all. Here it is. Despite us being the same height back in the Abyss, we can see that the Hollow Knight towers over us now. And while at one point it was the strongest vessel that there ever was, it has since been corrupted by the Radiance. While we find ourselves face to face with our sibling, the Hollow Knight itself doesn't have anything against us. It's simply being controlled. In fact, you can see our sibling trying its hardest to fight back against it in order to help us in our battle. It's up to us to put an end to its suffering. And while the Radiance loses its focus for just a moment, Hornet takes the opportunity to come in and help us, restraining the Hollow Knight. And it's here that our own will comes into play. If we were to take too long or simply continue physically hurting the Hollow Knight, Hornet gets knocked unconscious. Remember that she put herself at risk just to help us, as this place was designed for void beings like ourselves. And then, after finishing the boss fight like normal, we fulfill the role that the White Lady hoped we would. Replacement. And just like the other three dreamers, Hornet now remains inside of the egg, sleeping, fulfilling the same exact role that her mother Hera was given by the Pale King. Except unlike the three dreamers, there is no way to reach Hornet's body inside, making it seem like the black egg is now closed forever with us both locked inside. If we are to believe that we are truly the perfect vessel to contain the Radiance, this essentially completes the Pale King's plan, trapping it in the perfect vessel for the rest of time, letting Hallownest last eternally. Or would the same exact outcome happen once again, with the knight eventually falling victim to the infection just as our sibling did? Of course, it's up to you to fill in the blanks. There is a variation of this ending as well. If we never came to terms with our past, Hornet would not have shown up here in the egg to help us, leading to the same outcome, except this time the egg is not sealed by any dreamers, making the Radiance's fate more ambiguous. However, there is of course another path. With our Void Heart and Awoken Dream Nail, we can enter the Hollow Knight's mind to confront the Radiance once and for all. And that's exactly what we do. And as chaotic as the Hollow Knight was, the inside of its mind is surprisingly peaceful and comforting. This calm setting is probably what led to so many bugs accepting the Radiance influence the way that they did. The only thing of note being the bright sun in the background. But think back. Time and time again, the only description of the Radiance we've been given was that she was a bright, blazing sun. So we know better. And while the kingdom of Hallownest is beyond repair, the people we've seen in our journey are not. Hornet, Ogrim, Cloth, Quirrel, the last Stag, the Nailmasters. All of these people believe not in our cause, but in us. A vessel who supposedly had no will of its own in the first place, yet here it stands, ready to attempt the impossible, leaving only one thing left to do. And that is Hollow Knight. Except wait, there's more?
Yo, Mr. Mushroom!
Mid-game, right? Well, I hope you're not too sick of it, because Team Cherry added 2 more endings in the DLC, which add a lot more questions, as well as a very mean boss gauntlet. So, if you're a little confused about the Void appearing at the end of that Radiance fight, don't worry, we'll get into it. Also, for transparency, I died to the Radiance 3 times. I just didn't want to kill the vibe. Now, going way back to the Royal Waterways section of the video, remember that mysterious sarcophagus that was in the junk pit? Well, this thing actually holds a being known as the Godseeker. Another very literal name. Looks like it's taken a nap though. Also dropping something called a God Tuner, a device that connects to beings of great power. And it would be easier to explain the purpose of that right after we enter this thing's mind. Thou crawler, thou cringer, thou smallest of the small, by what right dost thou trespass here in this home of the gods? Shrivel away and be gone. Be gone! Welcome to Godhome. Not exactly the warmest of welcomes, but these Godseekers are originally from a place known as the Land of Storms that you can see right here. A place that somehow looks shittier than Hallownest. It's in ruins because the previous gods that they follow either died or abandoned them, leaving them with this intense desire to travel the world to use that God Tuner to commune with other gods out there. And that's where the Godseeker comes into play. For simplicity's sake, I'm going to call her the true Godseeker because it's going to get a little confusing. Pretty much, the true Godseeker here finds herself in some kind of deep hibernation when we find her. The reason for this is never given, but the others seem to think of this as sort of a natural turn of events. And the reason I call her the true Godseeker is because the other Godseekers here have sort of merged themselves inside of her mind. They accomplish this feat of bug science by using some kind of special mask that has been passed down in their clan for generations. Essentially, they made their own personal dream realm inside of the true Godseeker's mind to be their new home while she travels the world in search of a new god. Yeah, there's a lot going on here, I know. But during the true Godseeker's travels, she was, of course, eventually drawn to Hallownest because of the Pale King. So when he disappeared, the Godseeker was now kind of left at the altar, so to speak. But it's in this moment that the Godseeker seemed to have realized that there's an even stronger being than the Pale King here in Hallownest. Her now deciding that rather than chasing simple gods, it would try to attune Godhome to none other than the God of Gods. Or, as they describe it, a communion with the great power sleeping at Hallownest's heart. Making it seem like they must be talking about the Radiance, right? However, don't make the mistake of thinking that attuning to these gods is as simple as you connecting your phone to like a Bluetooth speaker. It's not easy. They connect with the strongest creatures of the kingdom. In this case, us. Oh, stop it, you. We are pretty strong, I guess. And while our first impression wasn't too great, they soon realize what kind of value that we can offer them. They dive into our own memories, making us reface our toughest challenges throughout the game, observing us. Hoping that through us, they can commune with more and more powerful beings, ascending higher and higher. So essentially, we confront all of the bosses that we face throughout the game once again, until, inevitably, we are once again face to face with the Radiance. With many of these bosses being noticeably different and much harder. Much harder. And initially, these bosses are categorized into 4 separate groups until you reach the 5th Pantheon, requiring you to beat every boss in the game in 1 life. Yeah, so this is without a shadow of a doubt the most difficult thing in this entire game by a long shot. Because some of the newer versions of bosses, like the Hollow Knight and the Radiance, are in completely different leagues. However, this video is definitely already long enough at this point. I'm not opposed to doing another Pantheon 5 perfect run in the future, but you came here for bug lore, not a 30-minute death montage before I talk about the 2 new endings. Not to mention that relearning Pantheon 5 while Silksong just came out would fall under cruel and unusual punishment in the US Constitution. Thankfully, they allow you to challenge each individual boss, assuming that you've battled them once already. And during my last unemployment arc in real life, I completed Pantheon 5 for the Platinum Trophy. You never know when the random things you do while unemployed will come in handy, I guess. So we will now be switching from PC to PlayStation to talk about these last few bosses and endings. But anyways, before we get into the meat and potatoes, let's talk about some extra fights that the Godhome DLC added. First is a different variation of one of my favorite bosses in the game, the Mantis Lords. Now, the Sisters of Battle. And at first, it plays out like normal. That is, until the second phase, where 2 sisters becomes 3 sisters. All of them attacking us at the same exact time. And holy shit, you'd be surprised how much tougher they are. It's kinda like how tossing 2 balls in the air is easy, but adding a third is infinitely harder unless you already know how to juggle. So pretty much, this fight teaches you how to juggle. There's no real lore to add to this fight either, just kind of a fun and cool upgrade to an already beloved boss. And some new additions to the roster are also the very same masters that trained us in the art of the nail in the first place. First up is Oro, who, unsurprisingly, utilizes a lot of the nail arts that we've learned up to this point. When we knock him down though, that's when Mato shows up. And despite the two not getting along usually, the brothers have some very impressive teamwork, playing out like almost a more chaotic version of the Mantis Lords fight if the 2 sisters were a whole lot larger. They taught us well though, and the student surpasses the masters. Except we aren't done fighting our masters yet, as Paint Master Sheo is next. As Sheo learned the same lessons as Oro and Mato, he fights very similar, except now with a paintbrush that adds some spice to the normal attacks, slowly painting the arena as the fight goes on. Pretty cool, honestly. But once again, we emerge victorious. And last but not least, the great Nail Sage Sly. Now this little fucker is crazy. Sly has some next level agility and his gigantic nail makes it that much harder to react to him in time. Yeah, Sly is no joke. Just look at how fast he gets around, it's like actually crazy. Super fun fight though. So, like the other bosses, after enough determination, the great Nail Sage is defeated as well. Thank you for the fight, Master. I still have much to learn. And just like that, we reach the final 2 bosses. One that is my second favorite in the entire game, and one that makes me want to jump headfirst into a pool of lava. And keep in mind that these are the final 2 bosses of the 5th Pantheon. So if you lose to either of these, even once, you have to fight the other 40 all over again. Every single time. Brutal, right? That includes Zote too, by the way. But if you had more sense than I did and never saved him, he actually won't be included in the roster. So leaving Zote to die seriously makes your life a lot easier if you're doing the Pantheon. And you already know how I feel about that fight. After all these years, I can still feel the hatred of losing to Zote and having to fight all the bosses over again. And remember, these final fights are what the Godseekers have been waiting for. A chance to commune with the most powerful beings in all of Hallownest, including what is supposedly the god of all gods that exists within the heart of the kingdom. First up is none other than the Pure Vessel, the Hollow Knight at its strongest form prior to the infection. Not only is this my second favorite fight behind Nightmare King Grimm, but this thing is out of its bug mind. As you can see, it has mastered both the nail and soul, even busting out some void-like moves towards the end for an incredibly fun but also insanely hard challenge. In my opinion, the most fun new addition throughout the Pantheons. And it's all thanks to the Godseekers that we are able to challenge our sibling in its peak form. These Godseekers also offer prayers to the bosses that we face. And while there are far too many for me to cover, the Pure Vessel is where it starts to get very interesting. Deepest silence in holy shell, given nail and name night, bound by chain and egg and spell. Hear our plea, reveal thy light, making it clear that they are in fact waiting to meet the Radiance. Not the version that we faced, but just like the Hollow Knight, the version where it is at its peak. First, however, we need to take care of this Pure Vessel. However, unlike the previous fights, this one ends in a cutscene. We found ourselves surrounded by our siblings in what looks to be the void, until we see a light pierce the darkness and hear the signature Radiance scream. And it's then that the final Pantheon I mentioned earlier opens up, where every boss must be defeated one after another all the way up until this new, stronger version of the Radiance. And I can't even begin to explain the kind of mental toll that this fight took on me. In fact, I don't even know how many times I died. For whatever reason, PlayStation only saves the last hour of footage, and I was so locked in that I wasn't thinking to save it every 60 minutes. So lots of failed attempts that went unaccounted for. But I can 100% promise you that I died to this version of the Radiance more than every other death in the game combined. Easily. Took me about 2 hours of straight battling just to get one single win. And I want to remind you that this is me rematching it one-on-one. In the Pantheon, every one of those deaths would result in me battling over 40 other bosses once again. Like I said, this shit is brutal. But after all, the God-Seekers believe this to be the God of Gods. Unless they're wrong, of course. But there's only one way to find out. So, we will catch up after, and I will leave you with the final and most difficult fight in the entire game. Okay, thanks for watching, that's it, bye. Just kidding, what the fuck was that, right? Now, let's break it down. First of all, the God-Seekers clearly got what they wanted, communing with the God of all gods. We can see that our vessel actually breaks the moment that the Radiance explodes in defeat. And it's then that this void that is supposed to be ununified manifests itself as this otherworldly being. One that can simply grab and destroy the very god that ruined Hallownest and was believed to be the strongest of all. Just what was it? And has that thing been inside of us this entire time? More than likely, the void inside of us has always been just a part of something bigger. The same thing that the ancient civilization worshipped prior to Hallownest. The same thing that was under our control with the Void Heart. Remember that after defeating the Pure Vessel for the first time, we saw a short cutscene of us surrounded by our siblings, also born of this void. The one right next to us being none other than the Hollow Knight itself. We already saw at the end of our first Radiance fight that it had enough of a will to help us in getting the finishing blow, so it makes sense that it's willing to help us once again. Best sibling ever. But even beyond the Hollow Knight, it appears that even the other vessels are of the same mind, which doesn't make sense considering that the Void is supposed to be ununified. However, our Void Heart supposedly unifies this Void under the Knight's will. So, either all of the vessels are truly of the same mind, or the Knight really does have a will of its own, unifying this void for the first time and revealing its true power, transforming into a creature capable of killing such a powerful god with ease, and consume not only the Radiance, the God-Seekers, and all of Godhome, but we also see these effects manifest back in the real world too, us coming back as something else entirely. The end showing Hornet being face to face with whatever it was that we became after our transformation. However, there's one more ending. One that involves our dearly departed Zemmer of all people. One of the 5 great knights that was most defined by how much of an outsider she was. I hope you remember that delicate flower that we delivered to her lover's grave. Well, she told us that these flowers come from her hometown and have very mysterious qualities. The White Lady will also comment about a rare power hidden deep within these flowers. So if we were to give one of these delicate flowers to the Godseeker, we see that rather than explode in darkness, the flower seems to possess some kind of power that opposes this void. And it teleports the Godseeker somewhere else before it can explode. Something that adds even more questions than answers. Our confrontation with Hornet, however, remains the same. As I said, many of these questions are left open-ended by design. It's unclear how many of these questions will be answered in Silksong, but I honestly prefer it this way. Just what do you think this void entity is? Is it truly the god of gods? What led to it being forgotten just as the Radiance was? What is this strange power that the delicate flower possessed? You, as the player or the viewer, are the one who fills in these blanks. It's only one part of what makes this game so beloved after all these years. And while we covered a lot in this video, as always, I'd encourage everyone to play Hollow Knight for themselves. Whether it's your first time playing or your 100th time, consider this a sign from Bug God to play again, as there's still so much of Hallownest that I could not squeeze into one video by itself. And as always, thank you all so much for your support. It's really been so overwhelming in the best possible way. And if you liked it, I definitely recommend subscribing, because even though I haven't even played it yet, I'm 100% going to do a Silksong video. However, I'm probably going to wait for the DLC, just because I'd prefer to have one complete video if I can. I can't wait to play it though. My only 2 wishes for Silksong are that Mr. Mushroom returns, and that Hornet acknowledges the Knight at some point, even if it's just something small, like this reminds me of an old friend or something like that. But anyways, once again, thank you all so much. The incredible community Discord and my socials are in the description. So, I'll see all of you bugs again in the next video.
Boo! Ako mera! Ha! Hitos come! Iko! Mara! Mera! Ako!